down. Maybe a little more down. Okay, we're starting a few minutes late. We just had to get some technical things worked out. So, hello. For those who don't know me, I'm Steve Barr, the president of the Society of Catholic Scientists. I'm going to make some brief remarks, then we're going to play a recorded message from His Eminence Wilton Cardinal Gregory, the Archbishop of Washington, D.C. Is this sound okay to people? Perfect. Okay. Now, he could not be here in person because of prior commitments, but he graciously recorded a message of welcome and an opening prayer. After that, I will introduce Chris Stoughton, who's going to introduce our first speaker, Chris Baglow. And the rest of the morning session will be chaired by Chris Stoughton of Fermilab. I'd like to welcome you all to our 4th annual conference. It would have been our 5th had it not been for COVID. I know we all regret that our fellow SCS members who live outside the U.S. have been unable to attend in person because of COVID travel restrictions. And some SCS members who live in the U.S. have been unable to come because of restrictions on the use of travel funds. Despite all of that and related complications, over 100 SCS members are here in person. And I think we can regard that as, and also we have several honored guests. I think we can consider that turnout a great success under the circumstances. And the talks of the conference are being live streamed. So welcome also to the many who are watching from afar. It's been 2 years since our last conference, and in that time, despite COVID, SCS has not been standing still. It has grown from 1,050 members to over 1,500, including the new category of associates, which was instituted this January. 2 years ago, there was almost no educational material on the SCS website. Now there are 16 articles, 91 biographies of important scientists of the past who were believing and practicing Catholics, and answers to 16 common questions about science and faith. The well-known theologian George Weigel recently wrote that our website is a, quote, treasure trove of educational material. Here are some of the other things we've been doing. In the last year, SCS held a series of 3 Zoom lectures called the Steno Lectures. We hope to continue that tradition, which were given by Chris Baglow, Jonathan Lunine, and Brother Guy Consolmagno. In late April, SCS held a conference with 6 speakers on Catholicism and evolution, which was hosted by Franciscan University of Steubenville, and mainly organized by Dan Keebler of Franciscan University, who I probably hear. Thank you very much, Dan. SCS also has started 3 regional chapters in New Mexico, Spain, and Poland, and about a dozen so far college chapters. These chapters have held or are planning to hold a number of events. Each regional chapter, for example, is planning a conference. The New Mexico chapter in the fall of 2021, this coming fall, the Spanish chapter in the fall of 2022, and the Polish chapter in the summer of 2023. SCS is also starting a speakers program which will provide speakers to our college chapters and indeed to anyone else interested in using it. And finally, SCS is planning 2 events for high school teachers and students next year, which we are calling the St. Albert Initiative. In doing all these things, SCS has had several partners. The foremost of these is the Science and Religion Initiative of the McGrath Institute for Church Life at Notre Dame, the director of which, Chris Baglow, is here. He's our first speaker. And the program director of which, Heather Foucault-Cam, is also here. And she was doing a lot of work last evening at the registration desk. Thank you, Heather. The McGrath Institute is a co-sponsor and co-organizer of both the Steno Lectures and the St. Albert Initiatives. Another important collaborator with SCS is the Lumen Christi Institute of Chicago. And it is important to acknowledge the fact that many of our new activities are funded by a 3-year grant from the John Templeton Foundation. I want to thank also our former and present bishop advisors. Archbishop Charles Chaput served as the bishop advisor of SCS in its first 3 years, but stepped down from that role upon his retirement as Archbishop of Philadelphia. We're very grateful for his support and help, as well as that of Fran Mayer, who is Archbishop Chaput's special assistant and served on the SCS board as liaison during the same period. We're also grateful to Bishop Kevin Rhodes of Fort Wayne, South Bend, who agreed to serve as our new bishop advisor and who has also been very supportive. And finally, I want to acknowledge the new Catholic University/Washington, D.C. chapter of SCS, which helped organize this conference and will be helping to organize next fall's St. Albert Initiative, which will be held at Catholic University. Their leaders are here, Chris Raub, Peter Ulrichsen, and Father Andy Buchela, who will be the principal celebrant at the conference Mass tomorrow. If you have any questions, you can come to me or one of those gentlemen. One final announcement. The next annual conference of SCS will be held on June 3rd through 5th of 2022 at Mundelein Seminary, which is about 40 minutes north of Chicago. So mark your calendars. Now let us listen to Cardinal Gregory's recorded message.
My dear friends, I thank you, the Society of Catholic Scientists, for your invitation and the opportunity to be with you as you gather for your 4th conference. After this past year of pandemic, it is very good to come together in friendship and solidarity to learn from one another and exchange ideas. In fact, it has been dependable and exploratory science that has brought us through this past year of pandemic, with vaccines that are now available. We are grateful for the grace and love of God, who gave us the strength to persevere and not lose hope during our time of necessary quarantine and restrictions. We are beginning to resume regular activities and longed for human interactions. We have all had our fill of video conference meetings. It is often assumed that there is little to no relationship between science and faith. We live in a time of many divisions, and some assume that there is a division between science and faith. As Catholic scientists, you know how false this is. The Church has long recognized the truths found in science, and the Church recognizes that scientific truths are not in conflict with the truths of our faith. The work of the Society of Catholic Scientists gives witness to the harmony of faith and the sciences. Your service and professional work are critical to the advancement of humanity in so many vital ways. We are greatly appreciative of your willingness to see, think, and approach various issues that touch our daily lives. As Pope Francis says in his Laudato Si encyclical on the environment, it is our duty and responsibility to care for the earth and all life that call it home. It is the work of scientists like yourselves who can help humanity overcome the ecological crises we have experienced from years of exploitation and neglect. This is indeed very challenging work. However, it is urgent work because we know the disproportionate impact of environmental injustice on our most vulnerable sisters and brothers. It is your work as Catholic scientists that helps to bring about just and responsible solutions for our planet. This local church is most grateful and supportive of you and your ministry as you pray and work to carry out the mission of the Society of Catholic Scientists. Let us pray. Good and gracious God, we come to you in thanksgiving for the countless blessings you have bestowed upon each person in the Society of Catholic Scientists. We thank you for their lives, their families, and their dedication to you, O Lord, and your church. We ask that you continue to be with the leadership We are grateful for the gifts of time and commitment of each member as they live the gospel message of truth, love, and service in their vocation as scientists. For we know that you are always with us, Lord, and will always accomplish that which is good for your glory and honor. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. St. Albert the Great, patron saint of natural scientists, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I'm going to turn the podium over to Chris Stoughton of Fermilab, who's going to introduce our first speaker. One announcement: after the first talk, there'll be a half-hour break, not a 15-minute break, a half-hour break, and then the next talk will begin at whatever that is. Just, okay.
And thank you, Steve, for bringing us all together for this conference. I'm sure a lot of us are happy to see each other again, seeing familiar faces. A reminder to those who are with us virtually that if you have questions for the speakers, there's an email account we've set up to send in your questions. And if the internet holds up, we'll be able to read those and address those to our speakers. The email is questionsscs2021, so questionsscs2021@gmail.com, and we'll try and monitor those. Well, we're very fortunate to have our keynote speaker for this conference to be Christopher Baglow. He is a professor at the theology department at the University of Notre Dame and the director of the Science and Religion Initiative of the McGrath Institute for Church Life at Notre Dame. That's a long title, Chris. Before going to Notre Dame, he was a professor at the major seminary in the Archdiocese of New Orleans. Now, academics obfuscate often, and one of the measures of how well you can understand that you know what you're talking about is, can you explain what you're doing to a high school student? By that measure, Chris wins hands down as knowing what he's talking about. His textbook on faith, science, and reason, Theology on the Cutting Edge, is just a wonderful resource for high school students across the nation. And the work he does to run summer seminars for Catholic high school science teachers and religion teachers is another important contribution to understanding what we're talking about. Today he's going to muse about extraterrestrial life and Catholic theology. Please join me in welcoming Chris Baglow.
Thank you very much, Chris. And it's a pleasure to be here. I'm glad you used the word muse about, because that's definitely a good way of thinking about my presentation. See if I can actually put my notes up here in a way that I can keep them up here without them falling. One moment.
Do you want the laptop there also?
If I can move the laptop, that would be great.
How are you going to move your slides forward?
Okay, never mind. I will hold these in my hand. How does that sound? So anyway, yes, musing, and also just to echo Cardinal Gregory's remarks, last night was like a breath of fresh air on a hot, humid night. To be able to be with people outside, talking, milling around, it was like a vital nutrient had been missing from my life and was inserted into my diet as I stood out there, and I was like, wow, we may really be coming back to normal. Anyway, it's a pleasure to be here. And as I was saying to Chris before, thank you for saying muse about. Obviously, it's an interesting thing to be asked to address the issue of extraterrestrial life and its relationship to Catholic theology. For many, that might seem to be a completely useless question. After all, we don't know yet whether there's extraterrestrial life in our universe, or more specifically, and more importantly for Catholic theology, whether there's extraterrestrial life made in the image and likeness of God as humanity is. What I'll be calling, as you can see on my slide here, ETRS, or extraterrestrial rational species. What might understandably come to mind is the famous and derided question, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Asked supposedly, as we'll see, not really, by scholastic theologians. Why try to answer a question that has no immediate application to anything pressing? A matter of idle curiosity, some might say. But, considering that question, a question about dancing angels and pins was never asked by scholastic theologians. In the Summa Theologiae, St. Thomas Aquinas asked the question whether several angels can be at the same time in the same place. As a specification of a larger question, the question of the relation of angels to place, to spatial reality. In the 17th century, anti-Catholic polemicists developed a reductio ad absurdum argument against medieval theologians by changing the question. But once you take away the fanciful details about angels and pins, his question is an important one. What is the nature of angels, whom God has revealed to exist and who have had important roles to play in the history of our salvation? If something is important enough for God to reveal it, speculating about it is not idle. It is faith-seeking understanding, even if that search for understanding requires abstract metaphysical speculation. Now, my question today, if one or more extraterrestrial rational species exist, what might be God's relationship with them in creation and redemption, is not an abstract metaphysical question, even though it can't be answered definitively. It's more akin to the essential question that arose in the age of discovery regarding huge and ancient civilizations that had been discovered who had never had the gospel proclaimed to them. How does the teaching outside the church, there is no salvation, apply to the indigenous people of the Americas? Many began to speculate and wonder about. Is explicit faith in Christ necessary for salvation? It took returning to the sources, Scripture and tradition, thinking from new angles that had remained unconsidered, or at least not given full weight before that age of discovery. In the theological response, we see a holy curiosity inspired by the hope and desire for the salvation of others, which required contemplation and study of the essential truths of the faith. Perhaps the greatest monument of that theological journey is the teaching of the Second Vatican Council and the dogmatic constitution on the Church, regarding God's nearness to those, quote, who in shadows and images seek the unknown God. For it is He who gives to all men life and breath and all things, and as Savior wills that all men be saved. So if we have counterparts in the universe who, like us, are rational and free, asking questions about their relationship with God enriches us, even if we never get to know if there are any ETRS in the universe. Such beings made in the image of God would have spiritual souls which, like ours, do not pass away at death, if they do indeed die. In other words, they would be both continuous and discontinuous, with some evolutionary history, bearing the capacity for a special relationship with God in which they can know God and respond to Him with freedom and love, in a way to say, Amen, let it be to their Creator, in the same way or in the same register as the Blessed Virgin Mary said, "Let it be" to the angel Gabriel. God would love them and want to share his life with them. As speculative as such questions are, the dialogue with science allows theologians, and speculation about questions that science raises allows theologians to return to the foundational principles which animate all good theology, which I hope to demonstrate today. Now, before I go there, the first issue I'd like to consider is whether or not the Church has ever addressed the issue of ETRS. In this regard, a quote from Robert Jastrow's famous book, God and the Astronomers, kept coming to mind. In the book, Jastrow chronicled the discovery of the Big Bang Theory and the new cosmology it made possible, a universe expanding from a real beginning. He writes, "For the scientist who has lived by his faith in the power of reason, the story ends like a bad dream. He has scaled the mountains of ignorance. He is about to conquer the highest peak. As he pulls himself over the final rock, he is greeted by a band of theologians who have been sitting there for centuries." Regard to extraterrestrial life, Jastrow's comment might fit. Christian philosophers and theologians have been thinking about this possibility for quite a while, and at least in one instance, before the advent of modern science. Consider the great 15th century philosopher, theologian, and Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa. Cusa suggested that the universe is infinitely large and has no center, and that all bodies in the universe, including both the Earth and Sun, are in motion in infinite space. He also theorized favorably about the existence of intelligent life on other planets, which he thought was probable due to God's creativity. In fact, he even speculated about intelligent life on the Sun. We suspect, he says, that the inhabitants of the Sun are more sun-like, more enlightened, illuminated, and intellectual. We suppose them to be more spiritual than those that are on the Moon, who are more loon-like or moon-like. Finally, on the Earth, they are more material and gross. Speak for yourself, Cardinal. These opinions are suggested to us in view of the influence of the Sun, which is of, I'll move this forward. These opinions are suggested to us in view of the influence of the Sun, which is of igneous, fiery nature, by the influence of the Moon, which is both aqueous, watery, and aerial, and by the Earth's more material heaviness. And he counters doubters by asking, certain people have said that on Earth there are as many species of things as there are stars. Therefore, if in this way the Earth contracts the influence of all the stars into distinct species, why would there not be similar occurrences in the regions of other stars which receive stellar influences? Here we have something like the modern realization that all of us are made of elements generated in the cores of stars, or stardust. The Church taught nothing, this is a theologian speculating, Nicholas of Cusa, the Church taught nothing definitively then, nor does she teach anything definitively now, about the existence of extraterrestrial life. So our next question must be, how do theologians speculate about something for which they have no doctrinal guidance? In that case, we have something in a way more essential than doctrine to guide us, what St. John Henry Newman identified as the permanent elements in the development of doctrine, the underlying principles which animate doctrines in a way similar, as he put it, to the way the soul animates the body. Principles which remain from the first to last unalterable. According to Newman, these principles are so important that they are the very life of doctrines. And he even identifies them as a better test of heresy than doctrine. He says, someone could be misinformed about doctrine, and they'd be wrong about it. But if they have the right principles, they are no heretic. Or that person, they are no heretics, they are simply in error. They simply have made a mistake. Principles are assumptions, habits of mind, he says, whereas doctrines are objective professions and articles of faith. Here's Newman. The life of doctrines may be said to consist in the law or principle which they embody. Principles are abstract in general. Doctrines relate to facts. Doctrines develop. Principles at first sight do not. Doctrines grow and are enlarged. Principles are permanent. Doctrines are intellectual. Principles are more immediately ethical and practical. Now, Newman said that the principles animating Christian doctrine are numerous, many, various. He notes 10, but he says that there are many more. In my presentation, I will suggest 3 such principles that suffuse and are illustrated by the great sweep of salvation history, the first of which I have from Newman himself. That one is called the principle of sacramentality. But I am going to suggest 2 others that he does not enunciate, but that I think are incontestably essential, because they are the very warp and weave of God's action in history. Warp and woof, I should say. The principle of particularity and the principle of solidarity. So here's a quick preview. From the first principle, or sacramentality, I will hypothesize, and everything I will say today is pretty much that due to the nature of embodied creatures who have a history, the divine Son of God, the Logos, through whom God made the universe, would become incarnate among them, and whatever body God had provided that species via evolution. I will suggest that the mediation of the divine in an incarnation would have a history leading up to it, and that history would have some similarities to our own. The second principle, particularity, refers to the divine tendency to deal not first with the grand scale of humanity, not some universal cosmic revelation, but with a particular people, the Israelites, and to keep going smaller, dealing with one tribe of that people, Judah, then one fragment of that people, the poor faithful ones, the remnant, and then with one woman in one small town, the Blessed Virgin Mary. This choosing of God, particularly of the Jewish people, has been scandalous to many, including the anti-Semitic journalist William Muir, who once wrote, "How odd of God to choose the Jews." I love the anonymous rejoinders he received, which, as you will notice, retain the particularity. Not odd of God, his son was one. And not odd, you sod, the Jews chose God. And how strange of man to change the plan. And one last one, my favorite, from the American journalist Cecil Brown. But not so odd as those who choose a Jewish God, yet spurn the Jews. At any rate, I will argue from this principle that such an incarnation would be singular for each extraterrestrial species, ETRS, any and all ETRS. Because the Lord seems to choose small for the sake of all, for the sake of uniting that species, not only to himself, but to each other. Finally, the third principle, the principle of solidarity. Love, as God has revealed, means willing the good of the other for their own sake. Think of 1 Corinthians chapter 13. Love is patient. Love is kind. Solidarity refers to the perfection of such love, in which the lover longs to take upon herself or himself the situation of the beloved, to be as intimately united to them in it as possible. From that principle, I will argue that the actual historical path of the incarnate Lord, in solidarity with any given ETRS species, would be determined precisely by their need. For an unfallen species, that would look differently than how it looks with a fallen species like us. Okay, with that in mind, let's talk about the principle of sacramentality. When we talk about extraterrestrial rational species, we are not discussing angelic creatures, but embodied ones. In particular, animals, rational animals like us. According to St. Thomas Aquinas, angels receive understanding directly from God. In contemplating the divine essence, they come to know all things. Embodied creatures do not experience the divine in this way. They experience the divine as mediated through material means. Even those who see apparitions, like the children at Fatima, see something bodily, even if that is offered merely as an accommodation to their mode of understanding. Human life is a complex of signs and symbols that are culturally and historically mediated in a social way. I have to assume that any ETRS would be a social animal. We could have some confidence in that speculation from our own planetary situation. Ours reveals that the closer to rationality on the neurological level a creature becomes, the more social creatures are. Think dolphins, orcas, the other primates, and has been discovered recently, octopods and corvids. It's not surprising to a Catholic theologian that the closer to intellect and freedom a creature advances on the material level, the more social they become, for God is Trinity. The implication seems to hold that for extraterrestrial rational creatures, ETRS, they too would live in societies, within communities and cultures. They would engage in symbolic discourse, both verbal and material. And that would be the way in which they would image the divine Son, who is God's very word and wisdom. So they would have some history in which God makes himself accessible to them culturally, historically, and in embodied ways. Therefore, I think, if like us, an ETRS was in need of salvation, there would be a real history of divine engagement and self-revelation with that species. There would be lawgivers such as Moses, because law is necessary to curb evil and structure society in a way that is conducive to virtue. There would be prophets such as Isaiah, because a prophet speaks the divine words in ways that are contextual and specific to the life of persons and societies. There would be music makers and poets, because the whole universe is charged with the grandeur of God. And beauty, goodness, and truth must be celebrated. Hence, we would have ETRS psalmists. There would be ETRS elders and ETRS sages who would distill the fruit of experience, wisdom, in practical and speculative ways. I know nothing of ETRS sexuality, but if it is like ours, these would be male and female. But ultimately, as I will explain more fully, there would be one who is not only fully ETRS, but fully God. It would be this one who would draw together and fulfill all that the Great One spoke and did, because God can be no more perfectly mediated than by mediating himself as a divine person who is also fully ETRS. It would be from their history and God's decisive acts within it that symbolic things, words, and actions would be chosen by God as his vehicle of communicating salvation. There would certainly be liturgy, for communal worship rites and rituals are essential to embodied creatures. What any of these would look like is beyond my imagination, because to answer would require knowing more about ETRS biology and psychology and, of course, history. What we see in the evolution of various species on our planet, as Simon Conway Morris has shown, is convergence with variation, in which there is directionality in evolution. If that means that an ETRS would evolve in a way similar to ours, with bodies, sense organs, and brains similar, not identical, to ours, then there might be some convergence in forms of worship as well. Now, here we should reflect a little bit more thoroughly on what this means. We could talk about a plurality of incarnations, and also what it does not mean. St. Thomas Aquinas never envisioned the existence of extraterrestrial rational species. But he did engage one question in his great Summa Theologiae, which is very helpful to our inquiry. He asked if the Word of God could be incarnate in another human being besides Jesus. He answered affirmatively. It may not be said that a divine person so assumed one human nature as to be unable to assume another. For it would seem to follow from this that the person of the divine nature was so circumscribed by one human nature as to be unable to assume another. And this is impossible, for the uncreated cannot be circumscribed by any creature. And of course, the human nature of Christ is created. Here we should address a misunderstanding of what is meant by incarnation. It's not a blending of natures. He who was fully God became fully man, uniting the two natures in his one divine personhood, what we call the hypostatic union. But he does so without confusion between them. In the words of the Council of Chalcedon of 451, which defined the hypostatic union, the distinction of natures is by no means taken away by the union, but rather the property of each nature is preserved. The same would be true in regard to the Son's divine nature and his ETRS nature. One and the same divine person would be fully divine and fully ETRS, without a blending of his divine and created natures, and his ETRS nature and his human nature would not be blended together. They would be fully distinct. For example, he would have a genuine ETRS intellect and will in the ETRS incarnation, just as he has a genuine human intellect and will in his human incarnation, which the risen Christ, of course, still possesses. When we receive the Eucharist, receive him body, blood, soul, and divinity. The last point about a plurality of incarnations across species, this last point rather, raises a question. In the resurrection of the body, we expect a coming together of all human beings for the general judgment and hopefully everlasting happiness. The blessed will see God face to face and live in a perfect everlasting communion with God and with all the saints. Also, the focal point of that communion will be, and already is, the humanity of Jesus. So, if there were an ETRS incarnation, or more than one, what would our relationship be with the divine Son incarnate in those natures? Now, here we can assure ourselves a little bit already that before we ever raise the question of ETRS, when we begin talking about the resurrection of the body and life everlasting, we have passed into an area of theological mystery. What could be said about what it means to have a risen body at all? What will the universe be like when it is renewed, when God will be all in all, as St. Paul says? In his masterpiece on death and eternal life, the future Pope Benedict XVI, Joseph Ratzinger, could only opine as follows, that in this integration, matter will belong to spirit in a wholly new and different way, in which spirit will be utterly one with matter, a universal exchange and openness, and so the overcoming of all alienation. So the problems that we have here is perhaps because of our finite point of view. The risen Lord, who can appear and disappear through locked doors and who is known by his wounds, would have a way. The poet Alice Meynell, Catholic poet Alice Meynell, expressed incarnational plurality as not an obstacle, but as a cause of adoration in heaven. But in the eternities, doubtless we shall compare together here 1,000,000 alien gospels in what guise he tried the Pleiades, the lyre, and the bear. Oh, be prepared, my soul, to read the inconceivable, to scan the 1,000,000 forms of God those stars unroll, when in our turn we show to them a man. Let's move then to the principle of particularity. One of the great controversies after the Reformation had to do with diverging opinions on how many churches were instituted by Christ. The original Protestant approach was that of Luther and Calvin, namely that the church is spiritual, not visible. In Calvin's words, the church is not visible, the saints are not known. Another theory was that many churches were instituted by Christ. Once the ecumenical movement began, yet a new idea arose, that the one church of Christ would not exist visibly until all denominationalism had ceased. To these, the Catholic Church has always said no. She continually rejected the suggestion that the Church of Christ is invisible, or the splitting of the church into many, or the projection of it into some unanticipated future. In the opening paragraph of the Second Vatican Council's dogmatic constitution on the Church, Lumen Gentium, we read, "The Church is in Christ like a sacrament or as a sign and instrument, both of a very closely knit union with God and of the unity of the whole human race." And in Lumen Gentium number 8, we read this, "Christ, the one mediator, established and continuously sustains here on earth his holy church, the community of faith, hope, and charity, as a visible entity through which he communicated truth and grace to all. But the society structured with hierarchical organs and the mystical body of Christ are not to be considered as two realities, nor are the visible assembly and the spiritual community, nor the earthly church and the church enriched with heavenly things. Rather, they form one complex reality which coalesces from a divine and a human element. For this reason, by no weak analogy, it is compared to the mystery of the incarnate Word." I hope you can see in this passage that the idea of incarnation and ecclesial unity in a visible communion are closely related. Where there are multiple human incarnations, the Church could not be the one sacrament of the unity of the whole human race. One incarnation, the establishment then of one church corresponding to that incarnation, the mystical body of Christ, brings to its culmination a pattern we see in salvation history, that God chooses one for the sake of all. He engaged one people in all of their particularity to be the focal point of the unity he desires for the whole human race. This involves a paradox about God that was espoused and defended by the fathers of the Church in the face of the heresy of Arianism. One reason Arius rejected the incarnation was because he thought God's transcendence, or the incarnation of God, was because he thought of God's transcendence in a way that excluded what is particular. St. Athanasius and St. Gregory of Nyssa countered that heresy by saying that it is precisely a manifestation of divine transcendence and power, that God can unite himself to what is small and particular. In the words of an anonymous Flemish Jesuit in a eulogy for St. Ignatius of Loyola, Christianity is based on a conception of divinity as being not encompassed by the greatest, but allowing oneself to be encompassed by the smallest. God is Trinity, and this means divinity is complete equality, perfect union with order, Father as the origin of the Son, Father and Son as origin of the Spirit, but no domination, a union in which total self-surrender is identical to total self-possession. Perhaps this is why on our planet of sinful, rational, embodied creatures, God always chooses the despised, the marginal, the ignored, in whom to reveal his glory. Isaiah 53, verse 3, "We saw him as one who was despised, rejected by men, and acquainted with grief." In other words, when God chooses one to save the many, he does not do so in a way in which the many are dominated or subjugated, but rather elevated. Thus, the principle of particularity is only a scandal when one misconceives the God who chooses and/or the reason for his choosing. By choosing to become one ETRS individual, the divine Son would unite himself to the many and the many to each other. Let's recall something that I've already addressed, that ETRS would be like us, both physical and spiritual, a unity of body and rational soul. One of my great theology professors, Father Rock Koreshi, pictured here with my daughter Margaret, who is on the left, and who I will see in her wedding dress for her wedding a week from today in Covington, Louisiana. Wow, there you go. But you didn't clap for anything that I said. Just, okay, anyway. That's the best thing I've said so far, according to Chris. And you're right, it is. In his excellent book on Christology, Jesus Christ, in the section entitled Why Only One Incarnation, he captures indirectly, but I think importantly, why one might expect at least one, but only one, incarnation per ETRS species. He's speaking of human beings, but I've changed his words and put ETRS in place of human beings. And it makes just as much sense. I will conclude my consideration of this principle with his wise and beautiful words. Whoops. There it is. ETRS are both spiritual and physical, more exactly, the essential unity of soul and body. If then there were many ETRS incarnations, the unity of ETRS kind would be established only on a spiritual level. Here we confront the very scandal of the incarnation. God makes his absolute fullness reside in one limited ETRS at one point in the space and time of ETRS history. Therefore, it seems providential that the cornerstone of ETRS religious history should be both visible and invisible, physical and spiritual, concrete enough for all members of an ETRS, that species, to relate to one of their own by learning his words and finding a home in his heart. Now, one might counter that the principle of particularity equally justifies hypothesizing that through one incarnation, that of Jesus Christ, God has already united to himself all rational life in the universe, that Homo sapiens plays the part of the marginal tiny people to whom God unites the many. What a turnabout that would be. Our lack of spatial centrality in the universe, so often used against faith by atheists, would turn out to be the greatest centrality of all, the hinge of the fulfillment of God's plan for the universe. I find that very attractive. I only opt for my original hypothesis because of the final principle, the principle of solidarity. But as I've already said, all hypotheses must be held lightly in regard to this question. So far, I've used foundational principles to hypothesize A, that for any ETRS, there would be a true salvation history culminating in an incarnation of the Son of God, and B, that for every ETRS, there would be only one incarnation. But in the case of fallen ETRS, would there be any salvific act, such as another tragic death? This brings me to the issue of solidarity as the perfection of Christian love. As I said in my introductory comments, love, the theological virtue of charity, means willing the good of another for their own sake. And solidarity refers to the perfection of charity, in which the lover longs to take upon herself or himself the situation of the beloved, to be as intimately united to them in it as possible. An inspiring example of this comes to mind for me is St. Edith Stein, a convert from a Jewish background who felt that her call as a Christian was to be in solidarity with her people. On Holy Thursday, 10 years before she would be executed with them in Auschwitz, she felt that call. In her words, "I told our Lord that I knew it was his cross that was now being placed upon the Jewish people, that most of them did not understand this, but that those who did would have to take it up willingly in the name of all. I would do that." She spent her last days in Auschwitz caring for the children of the other women who had been arrested. As one survivor said, she went among the women like an angel, comforting, helping, and consoling them. Many of the mothers were on the brink of insanity, without giving any thought to their children. Edith Stein immediately set about taking care of these little ones. She washed them, combed their hair, and tried to make sure they were fed and cared for. This is solidarity, not only to pity the afflicted, but to actively unite oneself with them. That this is a principle undergirding the doctrine of salvation through Christ's passion and death is undeniable. Remember Jesus' oftentimes troubling words on the cross, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Right? In which he unites himself to the situation of sinful humanity without, of course, committing any sin. An important axiom of Christian soteriology or theology of redemption is that the personal history of Jesus Christ is the triune life of God reenacted in time and space within our human history. God descends to take us up into that life, to make us partakers of the divine nature, because God is love. And again, solidarity is the hallmark of perfect love. And so, in the case of any fallen ETRS, I hypothesize that we should expect that the Lord would make their lot his own, that he would go the distance. Now, this means something both beautiful and terrible. As the great theologian Herbert McCabe once said in his masterpiece, God Matters, The story of Jesus is nothing other than the triune life of God projected onto our history or enacted sacramentally in our history so that it becomes our story. I use the word projected in the sense that we project a film onto a screen. If it is a smooth silver screen, you see the film simply in itself. If the screen is twisted in some way, you get a systematically distorted image of the film. Now, imagine a film projected not on a screen, but on a rubbish dump. The story of Jesus, which at its full extent is the entire Bible, is the projection of the Trinitarian life of God on the rubbish dump that we have made of the world. That the Trinity looks like a story of, is a story of, rejection, torture, and murder, but also of reconciliation, is because it is being projected on, lived out on our rubbish heap. It is because of the sin of the world. Because God is love, any ETRS incarnation would be no mere show, be it a joyous incarnation with no suffering and death, or one which, like in the human case, is horrifying and sad, although ultimately triumphant, redemptive. What if a given ETRS had not fallen? I tend to think, and this is by no means certain, that the Lord would have become incarnate even had we not sinned. But you may notice, or have noticed, that my not knowing what an unfallen creature would be like has dogged my steps throughout this presentation. Our scriptures speak of God rescuing sinful humanity through a salvation history. What would the religious history of a species be like if they were not in need of being rescued? So here I find my job of theological reflection is at a fork in the road, and only one of the forks is fully accessible to me, a sinner. Let me start with the barely accessible road, imagining what an incarnation among an unfallen ETRS would involve. In order adequately to imagine that, I would have to be much, much holier than I am, and even then I would have no clue what a preternatural sinless state would be like. So I will just point out some misconceptions that I think people have about what our life on earth would have been like had there been no fall. I will quote myself in this regard from my textbook on faith and science. Quoting oneself, by the way, is what fallen creatures like me do. When trying to conceive of what preternatural existence would have been like with original integrity and freedom from suffering and death, our imaginations can tend to run away with us. Some think of the first humans living in an earthly paradise in which our planet, or at least some region of it, was radically different than our planet is now, a place where nothing ever died and in which no physical evils were present. But it is more helpful to think of paradise as the privileged way in which sinless humans would have existed in this world as it is, or at least as it was at the emergence of the first fully human beings, the first rational animals of our planet. Others assume that freedom from death would have meant a perpetual lifetime for humans on earth. However, many important theologians, including St. Augustine, thought that eventually our first parents and their sinless entered into a glorified state comparable to the risen Christ or to the Blessed Virgin Mary after she was assumed body and soul into heaven. Still others assume that freedom from suffering would have meant freedom from any pain whatsoever, and a situation in which humans would not need to strive or mature in wisdom and in virtue. But this also has never been the teaching of the Catholic Church. That's all I have for that road. For the other road, the one I tread myself, and that we all tread, the path of sin and redemption, I can imagine more. I hypothesize that for such an ETRS, there would be some painful sacrifice on the part of the ETRS incarnate Lord. There would be resurrection and the establishment of a gathering community to bring the ETRS together, and one communion out of their estrangement and alienation from God, from others, and from their very selves. This community would have sacraments, symbols which affect the very graces that they signify. There would be forces that endanger that community from within and without, but also a promise that the gates of ETRS hell would never prevail against it. I could go on, but I think you see that in short, there would be a mystical body of ETRS Christ. Now from there, we can let our imaginations run wild, tongue-in-cheek. I've already been doing that. How would the sacraments be different or the same? Would there be more sacraments than 7 or less? We could go on and on and on with questions like that. But we would have to know more about a given ETRS to even make a guess. We should pause here before we conclude for a moment of sober reflection. Throughout my presentation, I have referred to the Jewish people and the ugly discrimination against them. Anti-Semitism is one of the sins of the members of the church openly repented of by St. John Paul II in the purification of memory through which he led the church during the advent of the third millennium. Suspicion of those different from ourselves seems to be the flip side of our highly social natures. And where grace has not prevailed, violence toward outsiders of our own species has stained our history with blood and continues to do so. This should make us pause when we consider how we human beings might deal with any ETRS were we ever to encounter them. C.S. Lewis wonders in his essay, Religion and Rocketry, if the vast astronomical distances, quote, might be God's quarantine precautions to protect them from us and maybe us from them. Were we to travel to a planet with an unfallen extraterrestrial rational species, Lewis fears that even our Christian missionaries might, quote, denounce as sins mere differences of behavior, which the spiritual and biological history of these strange creatures fully justified and which God himself had blessed. In a talk as speculative this, it seems to me that instead of ending with my feeble hypotheses, we should plant our feet firmly back on strong theological ground, on rock. To do this, I will leave you with a poem that I think captures a truly Christian vision, the divine perspective that would apply even if everything I have said so far turns out to be just flat wrong. It's chock full of images of our planet, but it clearly applies to all living things, whether here on Earth or elsewhere. It displays a world that in every nook and cranny reveals the splendor of its creator. It is an untitled poem of Gerard Manley Hopkins, and with it I will conclude. As kingfishers catch fire, dragonflies draw flame. As tumbled over rim and roundy wells stones ring, like each tucked string tells, each hung bell's bow, swung finds tongue to fling out broad its name. Each mortal thing does one thing and the same, deals out that being indoors each one dwells, selves, goes itself, myself it speaks and spells, crying, what I do is me, for that I came. I say more, the just man justices, keeps grace, that keeps all his goings graces. Acts in God's eye what in God's eye he is, Christ. For Christ plays in 10,000 places, lovely in limbs and lovely in eyes not his, to the Father through the features of men's faces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that excellent presentation and consideration of the possibilities. I suspect there might be some questions. And if you have a question, I can run the microphone to you. I can do it. No, let me do it. Let me work the room. We'll have two roving microphones. Well, so far, I don't see any hands up. Oh.
Thank you. So one of your early quotes was from the prologue to John, talking about how we have seen his glory, the glory, and I think on your slide it said the glory of an only son, although in most translations it's the glory as of an only son. So does the difference between those two leave space for other incarnations, or is that simply an irrelevant way to read the prologue?
So when we read about the glory of an only son, or as of an only son, right? What we're talking about there is the glory of the divine Son, right? That's what's radiated through the humanity of Christ. And so he would still be God's only son in another incarnation, right? As it goes on to say, the Word was made flesh, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that it would be a problem for the Word to become other flesh. at the same time. So yeah, so I do think we could still retain the original meaning that John has there and not contradict that or violate that by saying so.
I think we have a question in the back.
So this ITV ETRS is kind of new, so I was just curious. It seems kind of to parallel what you see with like C.S. Lewis, The Chronicles of Narnia, what you're describing. I'm wondering if that's a possible model or pretext for helping Christians reconcile or see as congruent with their faith, or if there's some differences there that are not compatible.
So did I hear you correctly? You're asking whether or not C.S. Lewis' Chronicles of Narnia would be good to help people kind of conceive of this question?
Yeah, or if there's some important differences that would make it not a good model for helping that understanding or reconciling it.
Well, I'll just make a commercial and say that I've read the Chronicles of Narnia to all 4 of my children individually. So I think they're a wonderful way of helping them begin to think about the Lord, right? But one might also think, though, more about his science fiction trilogy, especially the book Paralandra, the second book of the trilogy, where a human creature, a Christian, a philologist, probably, I think he dedicated the books to J.R. Tolkien, so I think that, but his name is Ransom, is brought to a planet where there's an unfallen creature who is being tempted by the devil, right? And realizes that he has to make a terrible sacrifice in order to keep this temptation from becoming successful. And he has a long dialogue with himself and with God where he's thinking about what this might mean if he just says, okay, I'm not going to do this. And he goes on and on to say, he realized that God would go the distance. If he didn't respond to God's call, God would do what it was ever necessary for that species. So that might be a good one, but that's not so much for kids. I do think one difference between Narnia and what we're talking about is that Narnia is not a place in this universe, right? It's a completely different universe, completely different world. But there seems to be passages between these worlds, so maybe it is part of our universe, and that's the way. But that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. Karen had a question?
I did. So thank you very much for this. So what about Mary, Queen of the Universe?
Yes.
Would you like to speculate or address that?
Absolutely. As far as we know, Mary is queen of heaven and earth, the queen of the universe, right? That is undeniable. But would her queenship have to be singular? Would it be something that she who said, he has cast down the mighty from their thrones and has lifted up the lowly, not share her throne in such a way that other creatures would also have the blessing of a loving mother of their own, meaning of their own kind? That's something I can only guess, but it doesn't seem to me to be utterly contradictory.
Okay, thank you. And we have another question.
Sure.
Sorry. I'd read Marie George's book on extraterrestrial intelligence, and she makes an argument against the probability, although not the possibility, of extraterrestrial intelligence, that God creates exactly what he wants and no more. He doesn't create an excess. And so that's why it's improbable that there's other rational extraterrestrial intelligent species, because he's already got one of those. So how would you respond to that?
I'd have to look again at her argument a little bit more carefully in order to see if I could address it point by point. But I would just say, kind of on off the cuff, so to speak, that if, like for instance for Kusa, this was actually a sign of divine creativity, that there would be many species, creatures on the sun, creatures on the moon, who were rational and free. So it seems you could split that question either way, right? And I'm not, you could see where I put my emphasis, but nothing that I said is anything that I hold on to so firmly that I wouldn't also be able to consider another possibility. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we have time for. Sure. In addition to the talk you're going to give at 10:30?
Well, so very brief. I didn't like that argument. I read that book as well. You know, there are more stars, especially stars that actually don't generate heavy elements because they never explode, the M dwarfs, in the cosmos than God needs to have made us. And so I just don't see the merits of her argument at all.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That was a better response than the one I gave.
But that gives something for Karen to study. So, okay. Okay, here's the next question.
I'm going to abuse the mic by asking two questions.
Sure.
First, would you like to speculate if the Divine Son incarnated in more than one species and he took those natures with him to heaven, how does he keep more than one material nature at the same time? And the second question, if you don't have time, we can ignore it, is on what basis do you posit that ETRSs are male and female?
Oh, well, I don't. I said if. They were male and female, and I have no idea whether or not that would be the case. Someone would have to know more science than me to speculate more, specifically about that. In terms of your first question, that's one of the reasons why I referred to the risen Lord coming through locked doors and being known by his wounds, right? And also Ratzinger's comment about matter becoming perfectly obedient to spirit. If love, one of the ways I explain the resurrection to my students is that, we had this long evolutionary history which created a creature, which brought about a creature that on a bodily level had a body and a brain that was capable of loving, right? And which God, of course, elevates that creature through the creation of the human soul. In the resurrection, the situation is reversed. On the cross, Christ loved, right, or gave love in a way in which he was willing to sacrifice the biological life that made it possible, right, in this life. And so consequently, in doing so, creates a new situation in which love becomes the foundation of life. And I would think that the concerns that we have about materiality, right, and space and those kinds of things would in many ways be overcome by this new integration that a new heavens and earth would involve. But I don't know how to express that any better than Ratzinger did. So I'll just leave it there.
As long as we're speculating and musing so radically, I figured I may as well get way ahead of the game. We're having Mass tomorrow morning, God willing, and there was an unexpected late registrant for the conference from Arcturus 4, who's coming to Mass tomorrow morning, of course, and he presents himself for Holy Communion. You're speculating that for many species, the plan of the fall and redemption would be very similar to the path on Earth, including death of the incarnate one. Speculation, would the sacraments on Earth be valid for someone an alien who's not a son of Adam? So have fun with this one.
I tend to think that the sacraments are contextual and specific to our history, right? Think about baptism. Baptism is about the chosen people, the fulfillment of the chosen people being brought out of slavery in Egypt. It's not simply just God cleansing us and regenerating us, right? But it has a whole history that leads up to it. A rational creature that did not share that history, I would propose, would probably have its own sacraments, right? And I personally would not present myself at the altar rail on Arcturus 4. Right? Because I would recognize that God had already brought about a process for my salvation, right? Now the question would be whether or not our salvation history is a salvation history that is to suffice for all other alien creatures? I don't think so, but I'm not ruling it out.
Well, on that uplifting note, let's thank our speaker again.
Thank you.
I suspect there is coffee to be found, and we will reconvene at 10:30 sharp. Is that right, Steve? 10:30? Okay.
Yeah, and I believe
I would go that way and look for coffee.
it's somewhere on this floor, that's all I can say.
Okay.
We'll find out soon enough.
Okay, so our next speaker is going to start now. Really, you've got a minute or two to get it. But let's keep the schedule going so we can get to lunch on time. Well, everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it. In a similar way, everyone talks about ET, and our next speaker is doing something about it. We're very happy to have Jonathan Lunine here with us today. He is the David Duncan Professor in the Physical Sciences of Cornell University and the Director of the Cornell Center for Astrophysics and Planetary Science. Can you fit that on a t-shirt? Sorry about that. He does research in astrophysics, planetary science, and astrobiology, and member of the National Academy of Sciences. A recipient of several awards. Now, I presume, and I've seen him give the Steno lectures, he certainly rises to the level of our previous speaker of being able to explain what he does to high school students. So that's a very high honor indeed. But he's also written a couple of books which are very pertinent to the topic of our conference this weekend. Astrobiology, a multidisciplinary approach is one, and the second, Earth, evolution of a habitable world. So we're very lucky to have him talk to us today about the scientific search for life beyond Earth, from Mars to the galaxy. He's got a lot of ground to cover. Please join me in welcoming Jonathan.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. In the interest of full disclosure, that's a little out of date. I've been demoted to department chair. So I feel like I'm moving in the direction opposite to Dante's progression in the Divina Commedia, but that's another story. So occasionally I'm asked in an interview or after a talk how my Catholic faith informs my science. And I usually end up answering the question badly with something about better appreciating the glory of the universe and, arrogant answers like that. The real answer to the question is when I'm thoughtful about it, it forces me to be more humble about the science I do. And the search for extraterrestrial life is a scientific endeavor that should promote humility, because just about everything that has been expected in terms of outcomes has really turned out not to be true, especially the nature of those bodies in our solar system where we might go to look for life. It's a very difficult problem because we only have one example of biology, that is life on Earth, which is biochemically all the same. And we only have one planet where that life exists. And so what I want to try to bring across to you today is that some of the discoveries of the last 20 years in planetary exploration have informed us of places where potentially life might exist in our solar system, microbial life, and where we might actually go seek it out. And I'll talk a little bit about how we might do that. I also will talk briefly about how one searches for life in the innumerable planets that orbit the stars of our galaxy. So that's the plan. And let me start with Mars. So I want to begin 55 years ago. Carl Sagan, who was a scientific hero of mine when I was a teenager, in the first book he wrote, which was actually a translation and an expansion of a book by a famous Russian astronomer, Yosef Shklovsky. But Carl Sagan added to that book the following statement: Remember, this is 1966. In assessing evidence for extraterrestrial life, we may be at the mercy of our prejudices. At the present time, there is no unambiguous evidence for even simple varieties of extraterrestrial life, although the situation may change in the coming years. Now, the second half of that statement is still correct today. In fact, even the adjective unambiguous is unnecessary. There is no evidence for even simple varieties of extraterrestrial life. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but there's no evidence. And the situation hasn't changed in the 55 years since Sagan wrote those words. The prejudice that he's referring to is this sort of cognitive dissonance between the expectations that planets would, by their nature, be habitable, as Chris Baglow alluded to, over centuries since Galileo, versus the findings, the first findings, in fact, from 2 years before Sagan wrote those words, of the very first spacecraft to fly by and image Mars, Mariner 4, which took a grand total of about 24 images, all of them really noisy, and they all happen to be on the part of Mars that just is the most lunar-like part of Mars. It's not the most typical part, but there it was. And so you see this grainy image from Mariner 4 that really just looks like a picture of the moon. And that created a big emotional reaction among many scientists and also those who fund the planetary program, because suddenly all of these stories about Mars as an environment where civilizations had begun to run out of water and built canals and so on and so forth, that was just wrong. It was like the moon. So that nearly brought planetary exploration to a halt, and to some extent I think it delayed some of the explorations that we are seeing now, delayed those by a couple of decades. So over a period of the next 5 decades, things changed dramatically, especially in the last 20 years. And although we know that the Mars of today is, the surface at least, is uninhabitable, the air pressure is equivalent to the air pressure at 80,000 feet above the surface of the Earth, twice the altitude at which commercial airliners fly. Liquid water is not stable except in a transient way near the equator. And the surface is so chemically reactive from products of photochemistry, ultraviolet-driven chemistry, that organic molecules are sterilized, essentially, when you put them on the surface. Nonetheless, the history of Mars is extremely interesting, and that history has been teased out by increasingly more sophisticated orbiters and now rovers on the surface of Mars. The 3 operating rovers today on the surface of Mars are shown here. 2 from NASA, Curiosity and Perseverance, and if you're close enough, you can probably guess which of those 2 has been on the surface of Mars longer and looks more weathered. And notice the torn wheels, by the way. And then I also have to give a big congratulations to the Chinese Space Agency, CSA, which successfully landed on their first attempt a rover which is also now operating on the surface of Mars, which is really a remarkable achievement. But the Curiosity and Perseverance rovers are very sophisticated. They're nuclear powered. They can operate through the Martian winter. They have very sophisticated experiments. The Zhurong rover is a smaller solar-powered vehicle, but also with interesting instruments on it. Curiosity and Perseverance have landed in places on Mars where there is evidence from orbiting vehicles that standing liquid water was present in the past on Mars's surface. And the story now today about Mars is that with the first 20% of the history of Mars, the first billion years, the environment was very different than it is today. The atmosphere was denser, perhaps periodically, not in steady state. It was warm enough and the air was dense enough for liquid water to exist in standing form on the surface. So the first of those 2 sites is Gale Crater, a large impact crater that was formed about 3.8 billion years ago in the impact of an asteroidal fragment. The curious thing about this crater is it has surrounding its central peak, as you can see in this sort of doctored up image on the left, the central peak, which is typical of an impact crater, is surrounded by and blanketed by this enormous sedimentary set of layers, 5,000 feet thick. How did those form? Well, the measurements of the composition of the surface suggested deposits of sulfur and carbon, carbon compounds that would require liquid water for their deposition. And so the presumption was that the crater got flooded by liquid water soon after it formed. And as that liquid water accumulated sediments from the surroundings, those were deposited. And then as that liquid water was lost over time, as Mars became uninhabitable, wind erosion basically carved the blanket of sediments away so that it has the appearance it has today. And so when Curiosity rover arrived, very early in its mission, it found rocks that you see on the left. And although it's hard to see at this distance, you can probably see that some of those larger rocks have striations in them. And those striations include what's called cross-bedding, which is suggestive of the process of water moving material in the form of sediments and creating these various layers. Essentially, everything that's seen in this scene depicts the interaction of standing liquid water at some point in the past, followed perhaps by the actions of wind. And so this is geologic evidence that the crater was in fact filled with liquid water for some substantial period of time. Add to that that Curiosity's chemical laboratory discovered for the first time on the surface of Mars native organic compounds that were not the result of a primitive meteorite impact or anything like that. These compounds were just under the surface in what are called mudstones. They were dug out and analyzed. They are combined with sulfur, which makes them very, very stable, kind of like the stuff that comes out of skunk glands, which are also organic sulfur compounds. That stabilized them. But they're definitely organic compounds. So there was water and organic carbon-bearing compounds in this region billions of years ago. Now, was there life? We don't know. But the other thing that Curiosity has been tracking are these whiffs of methane in the Martian atmosphere. Methane is very unstable in the atmosphere of Mars. Methane, the simplest organic molecule, was first detected on Mars by an orbiting spacecraft and then from ground-based observations. That methane could potentially be a signature of biology going on in the subsurface layers of Mars, where organisms could survive today and might be taking carbon dioxide and perhaps hydrogen from water, reacting it to make methane. Or it could be geology. And with the instruments available, it's not possible to tell the difference. The way you tell the difference is to measure the ratio of lighter carbon, carbon-12 with 6 neutrons in it, the ratio of that to carbon-13, which has 7 neutrons. Biology tends through its catalytic effects to incorporate more of the lighter isotope into the organic molecules relative to CO2. Geology kind of does the opposite. Unfortunately, the amount of methane is so small that these instruments can't detect that, and that's going to require a next generation of experiments to see whether this methane is biological or geological. Now, the second rover, Perseverance, landed in this region. This is an orbiting view. This is the western edge of Jezero Crater. It has, as you can see off to the left, a channel which was carved evidently by liquid water, very ancient because you see it's pockmarked by craters. That channel of water breached the crater wall and sediments flowed out in the form of a delta, which you see toward the left center of the image, very much like deltas that are formed as terrestrial rivers flow out into bays and seas. So there's another place to go to where water was present, it was flowing as a river, it was carrying sediments, and that might be a good place to go look for fossilized microorganisms. So Perseverance landed just to the right of the lobe of that delta. It carried with it a helicopter, Ingenuity. This is an image from the helicopter in its sixth flight. And you can see a variety of rocks that actually also look like mudstones. So there was evidently standing liquid water there as well, although Perseverance has yet to go and analyze those particular rocks. But it will also go drive up to the edge of this delta. The edge is shown there labeled A. That's the closest lobe to the rover. And it doesn't carry the same sophisticated chemical laboratory that Curiosity does, because what Perseverance will do is a more simple chemical analysis, but then it will actually collect these samples, put them in tubes, move those tubes over to a safe landing site, and that material will be picked up by a European Space Agency rover and brought back to Earth by another NASA spacecraft somewhere around 2030. The reason for doing that is that terrestrial laboratory instruments, the ones that we have at universities on the Earth, are much more sensitive and can detect much smaller levels of interesting compounds than devices that you would bring on the rover itself. So this Mars sample return mission is extremely ambitious, and the Perseverance rover is the first step in that. And one possibility is that those samples will contain chemical or physical evidence of microorganisms if they evolved and existed at that site billions of years ago. Let me move on now to the outer solar system. There are three objects where the results of planetary exploration have revealed the presence of subsurface oceans. And in the case of Titan, Saturn's large moon, which you see on the right, there are also surface liquids, standing liquids, of methane and its sister hydrocarbon molecule, ethane. Titan is a cold environment. It's 10 times farther from the sun than we are, but it has a dense atmosphere. The air is 4 times denser than on the surface of Titan than it is at sea level on Earth. It's nitrogen and methane, so ultraviolet radiation at the top of the atmosphere produces a variety of organic compounds. They sediment to the surface and end up in these methane lakes and seas. Could there be a kind of exotic chemical evolution that would lead ultimately to a kind of life completely biochemically different from the Earth? That's a speculation. I'm not going to talk further about Titan for want of time, but it's the best place to learn how different biochemistry could be from one world to another. The other two objects, Europa and Enceladus, have liquid water oceans that might perhaps support life. So Europa is the second of the Galilean moons of Jupiter. It's the size of the Earth's moon. Its surface is ice-covered, but the bulk of this satellite is actually made of rock. We know that from the density that's measured by determining the mass by flying spacecraft by it. And what's curious about it is it has very few impact craters, but it has a very intriguing geology, which you see from an image from the Galileo orbiter. And you can probably guess by staring at this that if you were to cut these blocks up, the ones that have the fractures in them, using Photoshop, and move them back together, that they would actually all fit. And indeed they do. That was work done by a graduate student at the University of Arizona, Randy Tufts, in the 1990s. So evidently this ice crust has been broken up and moved around, which says maybe there's a liquid layer of water under the surface. And in fact, Galileo discovered that water ocean, and it did it with an instrument called a magnetometer, which measures magnetic fields. So Jupiter has a powerful magnetic field, 20,000 times stronger at the cloud tops of Jupiter than our Earth's magnetic field is at the surface. And like the Earth's magnetic field, the axis of rotation of Jupiter's magnetic field is tilted relative to its rotation axis. So if you're standing on a moon orbiting at the equator of Jupiter, which Europa is doing, looking at that magnetic field, you see it swaying back and forth due to the rotation of Jupiter, which means that at your position, that magnetic field is time varying. Now, if you're as boring as a tennis ball, something that doesn't conduct electricity, nothing will happen. But if you're a human being or an object that's full of water, salty water, that time-varying magnetic field will generate what are called eddy currents inside your salty water, and those eddy currents in turn will generate a secondary magnetic field, what's called an induced field. And that is exactly what the Galileo magnetometer measured on multiple flybys of Europa in the late 1990s. And the geometry of that induced field and its strength says that the conductor that is causing this is not a tiny iron core in the center of Europa. It is, in fact, a liquid water ocean that's very, very close to the surface. How close? Well, some parts of Europa have these curious fractures and ridges, as you see on the top, which would argue that the crust is very, very thin. And Europa, which is in an orbit of Jupiter that's not a circle, but an ellipse, experiences a variable tidal force from Jupiter. So it's squeezed and pulled by the gravity of Jupiter, and that opens these fractures, and the circular nature of those fractures suggests a crust that's less than a kilometer thick. On the other hand, the image on the bottom is of one of the few impact craters on Europa, called Powell. It's about 30 kilometers across. The fact that you can still see the topography in the ice from the impact says that that part of the crust is very thick, possibly twice as thick as the diameter of the crater itself. So as in the depiction on the lower right, Europa's crust may be variable in thickness, and one would like to know where it is the thinnest, where one might go to actually sample the ocean. Because we know very little else about this liquid water ocean except that it exists and except that it appears to have salt in it. There are intriguing places on Europa where there are interesting colorations and signatures in the light coming back from Europa, signatures that are split up into component wavelengths in a technique called spectroscopy, which suggests the presence of salts. The most spectacular of those indicators actually came from Hubble Space Telescope spectra, collected and analyzed by a group at Caltech. Samantha Trumbo led that group as a graduate student. She's now completed her PhD. And the distribution of intensity of light versus wavelength indicates that there is sodium chloride on the surface of Europa, and that it's concentrated in areas that correspond to those weird chaos terrains, which are marked out with the black outlines in the lower left. So the fact that it's sodium chloride says that it's probably not something from a neighboring moon like Io, which doesn't really have much chlorine as far as anyone can tell. And the fact that it's concentrated in the very terrains that seem to be the thinnest and seem to have been fractured and moved around suggests that it's coming out of an ocean, that it is native salty material that's being deposited on the surface. And that in turn says we could go to Europa, land in the right place, and sample the ocean to see whether there's evidence of microorganisms. But these Earth-based images don't give us a precise enough result. And so NASA has a new mission to Europa, Europa Clipper, which is going to be launched in 2024. It will not orbit Europa because it's too deep in the radiation field. Clipper will do an eccentric orbit around Jupiter itself and make several dozen flybys of Europa with a very sophisticated instrument package that includes, in red, 2 instruments called mass spectrometers, and these actually take in atoms and molecules. They ionize them, electrically charge them, and through an electric field or a magnetic field in the instrument itself, usually an electric field, their path is bent, and the extent of bending tells you the mass of the molecule or the atom. So you can identify this material. So mass specs and SUDA will do that analysis of material that's on the surface or being extruded perhaps in geysers. The other instruments in white are remote sensing instruments from the ultraviolet to the infrared. Reason is a radar that will penetrate to determine the thickness of the crust, and then there will be a much more accurate magnetometer that will be able to tell us more precisely the salinity of this ocean. And one important question is whether there are carbon-bearing molecules in the ocean of Europa, because that's necessary for life. So the MISE instrument, MISE, which I'm involved in as co-investigator, will be able to tell us that and tell us specifically where on the surface those organic molecules have been deposited. And that then would indicate whether it is worth sending a lander and where you would send the lander to sample that material and see if there are biological molecules. Because organic just simply means containing carbon. It doesn't mean biological. So that's the next step for Europa. I want to move on to Enceladus. This is a much smaller moon. It's a moon of Saturn. It has a volume about 500 times smaller than that of Europa, but it's geologically active. It has a series of jets at the South Pole that merge to form a large plume of gas and dust and ice that pours out into orbit around Saturn. Because Enceladus has that plume, it's possible to directly sample the source of that material by simply flying through it. And the spacecraft that did that was the Cassini-Huygens mission, which was one of the most ambitious planetary missions ever conceived of. It spent 13 years in orbit around Saturn. It deployed that saucer, the gold saucer-shaped Huygens probe, you can see on the left, to land on the surface of Titan. That's another talk. And it made many, many discoveries during its 13 years around Saturn, one of which was that Enceladus has this active plume. So the south polar region that you see in the upper left image is crisscrossed by long fractures that are hundreds of miles in length. If you look at Enceladus from the night side, so that the sunlight is being scattered by material as it comes toward you, there's very evidently a plume of material. You're seeing the dust and the ice. That's another Cassini image. That's on the top center. And then top right, that material goes into Saturn orbit because the gravity of Enceladus is quite low. It's 100 times weaker than the gravity on Earth. So all this stuff goes into orbit, or most of it does. Then on the lower left, you see a higher resolution image taken by Cassini, which demonstrates that that plume of gas and ice is at its source a series of jets, perhaps as many as 100 jets, that are coming out of these fractures. And then in the very highest resolution image, which was difficult to get because of the smearing effects of the speed of the spacecraft as it flew across Enceladus, you see on a scale of tens of meters, very, very intricate fractures and peaks and pinnacles where material is evidently coming out and being deposited. And so this is the source region. But where is this material coming from? Is it just warm ice or is it liquid? There were a number of observations that Cassini also made with various instruments that demonstrate that the source of this plume of gas and ice and dust is a subterranean ocean, a subsurface ocean. So the first two bullets here describe two observations that Cassini made. One, by flying past Enceladus repeatedly, the velocity changes of the spacecraft could be measured. Those velocity changes were due to the mass distribution inside of Enceladus, because the mass creates the gravitational force that determines the trajectory of the spacecraft. And the mass distribution there indicates that while Enceladus is about half rock and half water, it can't all be water ice, that at the south polar region there is a lens, at least a lens, of slightly denser material sandwiched between the ice on top and the rock toward the center, the rock on the inside. So that slightly denser lens arguably is liquid water. And in fact, the second observation, the second bullet here, labeled imaging, is a set of observations made over many years where the rocking motion or the libration of Enceladus was measured by Cassini. Now, our own Earth's moon librates. If you were to take images of it over a complete monthly cycle, you would see that the same face doesn't quite point toward the Earth. It rocks back and forth because the moon's in an eccentric or elliptical orbit. And so the orbital speed of the moon changes as it goes around the Earth, whereas the spin of the moon stays the same, and so the spin lags or leads relative to the orbital velocity. And that creates a force or a torque which further enhances that rocking or libration motion. Same thing with Enceladus around Saturn. You can calculate how high an amplitude, what the amplitude of that rocking motion should be if Enceladus were simply a solid ball of rock or ice or whatever. And it turns out that the actual libration amplitude, the actual amount of rocking, is 3 times larger than that number, which suggests that somehow Saturn is pulling on just a portion of Enceladus, which would be the outer portion, and that outer portion is sliding on top of the bulk of the object. So a small portion of the mass is being tidally pulled separately by Saturn. So having an ice crust sliding back and forth across a relatively frictionless or low friction layer is, in its simplest form, telling us that there is a liquid water ocean underneath the ice crust and above the silicate core, the rocky core of Enceladus. But is it water? The answer is yes. Most of the grains pouring out of Enceladus are water ice, and the largest of those grains, the micron-sized grains, contain salt. Cassini has on it 2 mass spectrometers, those instruments that measure the composition by collecting material and ionizing it. And as Cassini flew through the plume of Enceladus that it had discovered, it flew through that plume 12 times, the mass spectrometers for gas and for dust collected material. And the ice grains that were collected were broken apart as the spacecraft flew at high speed, and the molecules were analyzed. And those ice grains contained, on average, about 1% salt, which is pretty salty. The Earth's ocean is about 4%. Now, ice itself, water ice, doesn't dissolve salt very effectively. Salt is not very soluble in water ice. And so that 1% salt, it's actually as much as 2% in some grains, tells us that those ice grains were originally liquid, that they were liquid water where the salt was dissolved in at a level of 1 to 2%. Then as that material was ejected into space, it flash froze and the salt was trapped in the ice. So that, described in the 3rd bullet, is evidence that this low viscosity layer, this liquid layer, is salty water. And the final piece of evidence is that while the overall surface of Enceladus is very, very cold, 10 times farther from the sun than the Earth is, very bright and reflective with its water ice surface, that surface temperature is 75 Kelvin, 75 degrees above absolute zero. But at the fractures, those south polar fractures, Cassini measured temperatures of upwards of 200 Kelvin. And that's at the surface of the fracture. If you extrapolate those temperatures down through those cracks, you find that you don't have to go very far, maybe a few kilometers, before you get to the melting point of water ice. So put all that together, there's an ocean. But more interesting than that, even, is that at the base of that ocean, which is presumably the rocky silicates that provide the high density of Enceladus that's been measured, there is chemistry going on with the water. One of those 2 mass spectrometers also measured very tiny grains that are a billionth of a meter in size, nanometers in size, part of the population of material coming out of the plume into Saturn orbit. Those tiny grains, we'll call them nanograins, contain almost pure silicon dioxide. And so this is a graph from a paper published which shows the mass spectrum. It's not given in mass units on the horizontal scale because this kind of mass spectrometer is called a time-of-flight mass spectrometer. It measures in the instrument the time it takes for those ions to travel from one charged plate to another, and that tells you the mass. But the species that are identified from the time of flight, and therefore the mass, are shown there. And notice that silicon, S, and oxygen, O, are in a ratio of 1 to 2, which is silicon dioxide, SiO2. In larger crystalline form, that's quartz. These are too tiny to be crystalline quartz. But where does that stuff come from? It comes from the rock. How does it get there? Well, one plausible way is that water, you see the chemical reaction at the bottom, water reacts with a common mineral called phthalate. It's an olivine-type mineral, which contains iron and silicon and oxygen. And the water reacts with that to make magnetite, another very common mineral, plus the leftover silicon and oxygen, SiO2, 3 of those, and some leftover hydrogen from the water. For that reaction to go, you need hot water, 50 Celsius at least, so 320, 330 Kelvin. And so evidently there's hot water there. It's water circulating through the rock itself, which is heated by tides and maybe by radioactivity. And then as the aqueous silica is formed, it's dissolved into the water. As that water moves back up into the ocean, which is colder, that material precipitates out in the form of what's called a colloidal suspension, and then evidently ejected out of that ocean before those particles have time to agglomerate into larger particles. Now, does this story make sense? Well, it would make sense if Cassini detected the hydrogen as well. Hydrogen's hard to detect because as the spacecraft is shooting through the plume, it's colliding with water molecules from the gas and ice grains, and that process itself breaks the water apart and makes hydrogen. That's not the hydrogen we're interested in. That's produced by the spacecraft. So it's possible to tune one of those instruments, the gas mass spectrometer, to detect native hydrogen coming in a certain direction and also to minimize the effect of those collisions. I can describe that to you in the coffee break. And lo and behold, in that last flyby with the instrument tuned to that configuration, the INMS mass spectrometer discovered hydrogen, 1% relative to water, quite a lot. And it's even possible to spatially locate it as being in the region of the fractures. So this reaction seems to be what's going on, and what that means is that underneath the ice there is an ocean, and underneath the ocean there is the silicate, and there are reactions going on between the rocky core and the water, which is just what happens at hydrothermal systems on the Earth where primitive microbes exist, where they feast on hydrogen. Hydrogen is the restaurant at the bottom of the ocean for simple microbes. But are there organic molecules in this ocean? And the answer for Enceladus, we actually know, as opposed to Europa. The answer is yes. So Cassini also detected, in addition to water and hydrogen and ammonia, methane and ethane and carbon dioxide in fairly high abundances. But even more interesting is that it detected much heavier organics. So on the right is a figure from a paper from the dust mass spectrometer showing various peaks in the mass spectrum. Those numbers are the atomic mass or molecular mass identified from the time of flight. And those peaks that you see labeled by HMOC are separated in mass by 12 or 13, which corresponds to carbon by itself or carbon and hydrogen. So evidently, this is a series of high molecular weight organic carbon molecules. This instrument doesn't have the resolution to tell us what molecules they are specifically, but it can tell us that they're organic molecules. So in the Enceladus Ocean, there is salty water, there are organics, and there's a hydrothermal chemistry going on. And so does this ocean have life? It sounds like it's habitable, but is it inhabited? Question that Cassini couldn't answer with its instruments. So one simple way to address that is just to go back to Enceladus and do the same thing that Cassini did, fly through the plume, but this time fly through it with more advanced instrumentation. One relatively low-cost way to do that is one that I proposed with a group of other scientists and NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory called Enceladus Life Finder, And yes, it's solar powered. Cassini was nuclear powered. And the goal of this mission is twofold. Number one, to do a detailed assay of the habitability of the ocean. What I've told you is that the ocean in a basic general sense is habitable. But are there phosphorus and sulfur present? Phosphorus is necessary for life as we know it. The phosphate bond is the energy storing bond of life. What is the acidity of the ocean? Cassini gave us a preliminary answer to that with a large error bar. What are the temperatures of the hydrothermal system? You can measure that from the plume by measuring certain pairs of ions. And then what is the extent of the hydrothermal chemistry? And then on the right side, search for biosignatures. Measure the sources, the reactants, and the products of common metabolic processes like methanogenesis, carbon dioxide plus hydrogen making methane, and other more complex metabolisms. So ELF would do that. Determine the abundance pattern of common biologically useful molecules like amino acids and fatty acids, which form membranes. Those things are formed in nature in the absence of life, but the particular pattern of abundances of certain amino acids, glycines versus lysine and aspartic acid and so forth, it's a very different pattern in biological systems than it is in abiotic systems. In abiotic systems, as you might expect, the most abundant amino acid that you form is the easiest one to form, but is the least useful in producing biological structures. Same with fatty acids. And then finally, measure those C12, C13 ratios to determine if carbon is being processed through biological systems and capturing preferentially the light carbon. Now, the way we were going to do this with ELF was just to use mass spectrometry, this tried and true technique, but to have a mass spectrometer with a higher mass resolution. So the Cassini mass spectrometers, exemplified by the little graph on the left, were only good enough to tell you whether something had a mass of 27 or 28 or 29, basically an integer number of neutrons and protons. So a mass of 28 could be carbon monoxide or N2 or a hydrocarbon, can't tell the difference. But in fact, molecules like CO and N2 actually don't have exact masses of 28. The binding energy of their nuclei correspond to a slight increase or decrease of mass relative to that integer number. And high-resolution mass spectrometers can measure that, as you can see on the right in a laboratory spectrum. And those mass spectrometers are being flown to Europa. So if we fly them to Enceladus, we would clean up on this. So far, NASA has not been convinced to fly this, but we're going to try again. An alternative approach, which a number of us have also looked at, is spend more money. Can't convince NASA to spend a little money, convince them to spend a lot of money. And so a so-called flagship mission, several times more ambitious, could land on Enceladus and collect a lot more material than you actually get from flying through the plume. And with that larger amount of material, it would actually be possible, potentially, to capture cells that have been blown out of the ocean through these jets, and maybe even to do some genetic analysis to amplify information-carrying molecules and determine their coding. So that would be a much more ambitious approach, and we'll see which of these. I think one of these will eventually go. Time will tell. So let me finish in the last 4 minutes that I have with the galaxy. There are known almost 5,000 planets orbiting around stars other than the Sun. And that's in our galactic neighborhood, as exemplified by that orange shape there, which shows you roughly where those objects are on a planar map of the Milky Way galaxy. Which, by the way, says on a statistical basis, on average, every star has a planet. Planets are as common in our galaxy, and presumably the universe, as stars are. So many of those would be at the right distance from their parent star to have liquid water. They would be in the so-called habitable zone. But we can't go across the interstellar vastness of space with spacecraft and analyze them, at least not in the lifetime of anyone in this room, even the youngest people in this room, guaranteed. So what do? Well, we take spectra. We look at the light coming from these planets, break it into its component wavelengths, and look for telltale signatures of molecules. But the problem there, as Giordano Bruno first pointed out in 1600, before he was invited to a barbecue, was that these planets are lost in the glare of their parent stars. And so you need to look at special orbital configurations or use very, very large telescopes. He didn't think of that part, of course. Or use very, very large telescopes to pull the light of the planet out from the light of the parent star. A very tough problem. And what do you look for? The problem with looking for molecular signatures in an atmosphere is that they could be caused by life or could be caused by something else. For example, photosynthesis. Water and carbon dioxide with sunlight combined in a cell makes molecular oxygen and carbohydrates. So look for molecular oxygen in the atmosphere. Or look for the products of molecular oxygen, ozone, which is even easier to see in spectra. The problem with that is that molecular oxygen and ozone are also formed by non-biological processes, by photochemistry. So what do you do then? Well, take the next more difficult step. Look for actual chlorophyll on the surface of a body or a similar kind of pigment. Chlorophyll has, as you see in the middle panel, a very distinct red edge where it stops absorbing sunlight. Look for that red edge in the spectra. Much more difficult than looking for oxygen, but possible. Well, maybe it's just some weird green geological thing. So what do you do then? Well, look for the atmosphere actually breathing, which is on the right, and that's the toughest thing to do. So on our Earth, we have seasons, and also most of our land mass is concentrated in the northern hemisphere, and that's where the land plants are, of course. And so there is a seasonal and annual variation in the amount of leaf material that takes up carbon dioxide. I'm going to turn my timer off. That takes up carbon dioxide. And so on an annual basis, in the summer, the CO2 abundance goes down, northern hemisphere summer, and northern hemisphere winter, it goes up. Southern hemisphere is mostly ocean and Antarctica, so the effect there is much less. So that leads to this oscillation in what we call the Keeling curve. Now, if there's a planet around another star with seasons and the continents happen to be distributed asymmetrically, there should be a variation in the Keeling curve like that. But this is really difficult to detect because it requires detecting a change in the total amount of CO2 of just a few parts per thousand in the case of the Earth. So how would all this be done? With giant space telescopes. The first of those, the James Webb Space Telescope, will be launched later this year. It is an extremely sensitive infrared telescope with a mirror 2.5 times larger than Hubble, so large that it has to be folded up, as you can see here, to fit in a spacecraft, and so sensitive that it can tease the light of a planet out from that of its parent star in the optical and the infrared. But that requires sending it well away from the Earth, which has a strong heat signature. In fact, it will be placed 1 million kilometers from the Earth, beyond the Earth-Moon system, and shielded by that very complex sun shield that you see there. This is the most ambitious space telescope that has ever been built. I hope it works. During the commissioning phase, I plan to be on tranquilizers because it is really complicated. Actually, we're being recorded. I don't really mean that. I will weather through it. All right, so I want to close with what if we succeed? What if we actually find life? So I want to make 2 points about this. The first is a point that Carl Sagan made, this time in the last book, a book that was published the year of his death. One has to be very careful in the search for life not to convince oneself of false positives. And I won't read this quote, you can read it yourselves, but in the history of planetary exploration, we have already fooled ourselves twice. Once with Viking, where a supposed positive signature of life turned out to be only reactive chemistry in the Martian surface, in the Martian soil. and the other with the Martian meteorite ALH 84001, where these sort of weird images in an electron microscope image looked like tiny worms, and they were not tiny worms. They were epitaxial growth in the surface material. We have a talent for deceiving ourselves, as Sagan said. Skepticism must be a component of the explorer's toolkit, or we will lose our way. And this, I think, frankly, gives Catholic scientists an advantage, because we stand in the face of this enormity of God's creation, and it only makes one feel humble and small. And that feeling, I believe, contributes more to the ability to remain skeptical and remain detached than if we did not have that view. And in that regard, I then want to close now with the words of Thomas Aquinas. If we do, in fact, find microbial life elsewhere, what does that tell us about life on Earth? Does that make us less special? And the answer, self-evidently, is of course not. And Aquinas wrote in his theological compendium about the multiplicity of creatures and organisms, that this multiplicity was devised by the divine intellect and established so that the divine goodness might be represented by created things in various ways, and that different things might participate in the divine goodness in varying degree. All this was so that a certain beauty might shine forth from the very order existing among diverse things, a beauty which would direct the mind to the divine wisdom. Extraterrestrial life, exotic biochemistries are part of that order that is part of the evolution of the universe that comes from the divine wisdom. And to find that is only to have an even deeper appreciation for the enormity, in fact, the infinite nature of that divine wisdom. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan, for that perspective. I would like to have some questions now. I'm sure there are many.
So I'd like to ask, you said, what if we succeed? And my question would be, what if we don't?
Yeah.
Because you've already pointed out two cases. I would also throw in the whole belief that there was intelligent life on Mars from the early part of the 20th century. And as you already mentioned, the history of this idea is not real good. We always think that the universe is going to look more like us than it really does. So what if we don't? And how far will we have to go before you would say, oh, geez, this isn't working?
Right. Well, so that presumption that other places must be like Earth is a sort of an intellectual conceit that, somehow, the Earth is it, as opposed to the kind of grandeur that one sees in the variety and multiplicity of things which Aquinas talked about. So, for example, when it was observed that Mars would darken at certain seasons of the year, the assumption was, oh, it's vegetation. It's just like the Earth. It isn't. Mars has dust storms, and that's what darkens and lightens Mars. So everything that has been learned from planetary exploration boils down to planets, and moons for that matter, are really different from each other, that small differences in starting conditions lead to a lot of variety. And so that means we have to be very careful in our preconceptions. If it turns out that the ocean of Europa is habitable but has nothing in it, if it turns out that the ocean of Enceladus is habitable but has nothing in it, habitable but not inhabited, then we have to look at a couple of different possibilities. One is that the beginnings of life, that chemistry, requires being on a surface with ultraviolet radiation, and it can't happen at the bottom of an ocean. And in fact, some biologists have argued that, that in fact, life on the Earth didn't begin in the depths of the ocean. It began on the surface and ended up in the ocean. Because those two places don't have surfaces where that can happen or could have happened, then that's a way out if you don't find life. That it still is a natural outcome of chemical evolution to have life, but those conditions aren't right on Enceladus or Europa. Now, what about Mars? I mean, early Mars had an atmosphere, had standing bodies of liquid water for a long period of time. So in that case, those surface conditions would have been, in fact, fulfilled. So what if we come up empty with Mars, after decades and decades of trying? Then maybe the answer is that, the origin of life involves an incredibly narrow bottleneck that chemistry is just unable to cross for whatever reason. It doesn't say that God had to violate his own natural laws to make life, but it would just say that it's an extraordinarily rare occurrence, but rare in the sense that out of 4 or 5 potentially habitable worlds in our solar system, only one of them got it. To me, that makes for a narrow but not super narrow bottleneck. So that's what it tells me. It doesn't really tell me anything theological, because getting a negative result for planets around other stars, it's going to be much more difficult to determine the significance of those negative results and whether in those cases it really means there isn't life. So now, if you said, what if you absolutely knew there was no other life in the galaxy, that we were alone in the galaxy, I'd have to stop and think about that. But I don't think that's what's going to happen.
I'm Bob Novak from Iona College.
Yes, hi, Bob.
Back in 2009, we published a paper. I worked with Mike Muma from the Goddard Space Flight Center.
Yes.
And we identified methane on Mars.
Yes.
Now, since then, or since 2003, we've been looking for other organic molecules. And to date, at best that we have gotten are upper limits. So some of the things that we're looking for instance, we're looking for the presence of ethane. We're also looking for carbon-13 methane. Mm-hmm. And up to now, those regions, the spectra have been below the noise level.
Yeah.
So we have recent data that we took 2 months ago, and hopefully we'll find something when it gets analyzed.
Yes.
But what we have found is the presence of methane is fairly localized, and it's also seasonal. In fact, the concentration of methane likewise varies from sunrise to midday to sunset.
Right, that's right. And that was, the Curiosity rover measurements indicated that kind of diurnal activity, but the Earth-based measurements that I referred to were in fact your measurements. It was the Muma et al. Data, which were criticized by some groups as being artifacts, but turn out to be right. It turns out to be methane is really there. So, congratulations to your group for a very, very difficult observation. Boy, teasing out C13 versus C12, that's a tough thing to do.
Let me make a proposal, Steve, that we continue this discussion. If somebody needs the break, we were supposed to take a few minutes ago, go ahead and take the break. But we'll plan on starting Karen's talk in 10 minutes.
Right on time.
I think there's so much discussion here, we should keep it going.
There is no break between Jonathan's talk and Karen's. So I think we actually have 3 minutes more for questions.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the schedule was modified.
I'll talk fast.
So there was a recent claim of, I think it's phosphine in the atmosphere of Venus. I know Venus isn't one of your main planets, but is that still a live controversy, or was it refuted?
Yeah, so phosphine is pH 3. Phosphorus comes out of volcanoes, and Venus is volcanically active, so it's a plausible constituent. But that observation that Robert Shearer referred to has been questioned by other observers. It was a measurement made with a couple of different radio telescopes. And there's a big debate about whether, in fact, it's really there or not. There's also a tentative detection of phosphorus compounds from the Pioneer Venus mass spectrometer from 1978. So actually, a graduate student of mine and I wrote a paper about pH 3 in which we argued that contrary to the kind of nominal view that pH 3 is actually a bioindicator, because it's very hard to make reduced phosphorus in that environment, that you could actually make it from what are called phosphides that would be present in lavas, and there is evidence that Venus is volcanically active. So is it really there? It's very hard to know. This new Discovery mission that NASA just selected will give us the answer when it arrives with its better mass spectrometers, but it doesn't have to be a biosignature. It can be a volcanic signature.
Great talk, Jonathan. I just had a question about Mars, water. So you showed all this evidence that there was all this liquid water on the surface of Mars, and so what happened to it?
Yeah.
And is it liquid under the surface, like these moons?
So there is still water at the surface. It's buried in the ice caps. There's some places where there may be water fairly close to the surface as well, buried in the soil, but the depth at which water exists in either bound form or ice, gets deeper and deeper down below the surface as you go to the equator. And that's been mapped by long wavelength radars. What happened to all that water that was at the surface is, the $64,000 billion question. So for a long time it was thought that it was just eroded away by impacts, that because Mars is small, impacts eroded the atmosphere, and away went the CO2, the greenhouse gas, and the water went with it. But a more recent paper, which is based on the rover studies and orbiter studies from Bethany Ehlman at Caltech, gives a very interesting story where water actually ends up in the subsurface of Mars, that as time goes on, it's lost to chemical reactions and gets bound with minerals, hydration. And so most of it is actually still there, but it's just in the ground and can't get out in this very cold environment.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. Let's thank him. So we're also very happy and privileged to have our next speaker, Professor of Astronomy and the Director of Undergraduate Studies at Harvard, Karen Oberg. She focuses on chemistry. We've heard a lot about physics and astronomy at many conferences in biology, and we're going to focus now more following up the chemistry that Jonathan talked about with her research. She is an astronomer, and she studies how chemistry affects star and planet formation, and as a very interesting byproduct of that process, the likelihood of forming habitable planets, the ones we're most interested in, of course. Recent highlights of her research include the observation of snow lines. For those of you who are interested in going skiing on your next trip, you can ask her where the best locations are, and organic molecules in solar nebular analogs, where exoplanets are in the process of being formed. She received a Hubble postdoc fellowship and joined the Harvard faculty in 2013, I think, right? At Harvard, her research in astrochemistry has been recognized with the Sloan Fellowship, a Packard Fellowship, and the Newton Lacey Pierce Award. And she's also one of the directors of the Society of Catholic Scientists. Now, unlike our two previous speakers, Karen has not written a book yet, but she has several fabulous videos that cover both the research she's going to talk about today and other parts of her research. So I highly encourage you to look her up on YouTube and other places to find videos. And she's going to talk now about the likelihood of extraterrestrial life. Please join me in welcoming Karen.
One more minute, since I don't know how to handle a PC, so. Well, while we're waiting for this to come up, so Chris actually threatened to tell some other fun facts as an introduction to this talk instead of the one he chose. But I think it still would not have been as interesting as the one I got 2 weeks ago when the chair decided to reveal that in my spare time, the main thing I'm doing right now is being involved in this epic Donald Duck-style war against the local squirrels. Them being Cambridge squirrels and some sort of millennial genes in them really like kale. And I do too, so this is our ongoing issue. So I'm hearing some echo, but if you're fine, then I'm fine too.
Yeah, let me just make sure your
Yeah.
video is working here.
I did feel it.
Deactivate the PowerPoint real quick just to make sure it's.
Oh, we'll give it another minute. Otherwise, I will just be doing this without slides, which will be an exciting new experience for me as a scientist. But as I'm starting to get more into sort of theology and philosophy discussions, it is probably a useful experience. But let's see if they give them one more chance, since the slides are beautiful. I'm not going to start. I'll just talk.
Word pictures, it would be beautiful.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried. So if my chair permits, I think what I'm going to go ahead and do and just start talking. And if the screen at some point magically starts working, you'll see the second half of these beautiful, beautiful pictures. So what I want to talk about is, well, speculate wildly about, is the likelihood of extraterrestrial life. So this is only going to be slightly, south of the first talk in terms of speculation, and only one or two actual sort of scientific results to support some of those speculations. But the first thing that I want to just, make a distinction is what kind of extraterrestrial life we're talking about. And I would have split them up into three. So this morning, of course, earlier this morning, we heard about how we should think about extraterrestrial rational life, and that would be one category that I would also like to split out. But the other two would be what we might think about as single-cell, bacterial. I hesitate to say simple life because I did that once, and then some biologists got really upset with me calling a bacteria simple, but simpler than when we think about animal life. So those are the three categories that I would like to think about separately as having different, perhaps different likelihoods of existing. So starting with the sort of bacterial, simple, single-cell kind of life. So here we're really talking about the likelihood of life originating at all on other planets. And when astronomers think about the likelihood of life outside of Earth, when Jonathan already talked about thinking about it within the solar system, they think about planets in the so-called habitable zone that Jonathan already mentioned. So these are planets that are sitting at the right distance away from their star, where they're not too cold and not too hot. And they're not too cold and not too hot for liquid water to exist. The reason that we think liquid water is so important for a possible origins of life is that liquid water, oh wow, this is awesome. My distinctions. We are already here. Actually, we moved on to the habitable planets. So when we're thinking about these potentially habitable planets, we're thinking about them as being places where liquid water can exist. So the first question we would want to ask then is, if you have a planet that is at the right temperature for liquid water, does it actually have liquid water, or is it just a dry planet at the right temperature? As I was starting to say, the reason we're so interested in liquid water in the first place is that this is just a fantastic medium for molecules to come together to have chemical reaction in it. So the second question we would like to ask then is, if you have a planet that has liquid water, does it also have these kind of molecules in it that could get reactions going towards an origins of life? Or is it just a wet planet, but a pretty boring and dead one? Ultimately, the way to answer these questions is to actually get data on these exoplanets. And the easiest way to get data, as Jonathan indicated, is to look at signs in their atmosphere or what's going on their surface through spectroscopy. Even with the James Webb telescope, fingers crossed, knock on wood, intercessions to St. Albert the Great and the other protector of natural sciences, even after James Webb flies, this is going to be extremely difficult for Earth-like planets. And this is really going to be a process over the next many decades to get this kind of data. But that doesn't mean that we don't have any idea of how likely it is to actually find the right ingredients for life on these planets. We can think about the likelihood of that from what we know about how planets form. So planets form as sort of byproducts of stars, and stars themselves form by the collapse of parcels of the medium between stars, the so-called interstellar medium or interstellar clouds. As this collapse continues, you release gravitational heat. This release of gravitational heat heats up the center. That's where the star forms. but then these clouds always have a bit of rotation or angular momentum that needs to be preserved, and that leads to formation of one of these disks that you see in front of you. And in these disks is then where planets form. So how often do planets form in disks that are rich in water and the kind of organics we think are important for origins of life chemistry? Well, water is the easy one. So the reason that this image is all in blue and has these sort of like watery trails connecting the different phases of star and planet formation is that it's meant to illustrate that water is extremely abundant in space. Just as it's very common in the solar system, it is very common where we look where planets and other planetary systems are coming together. The question about organics is a bit more difficult to address, but one of the things that we have started to do, and this was alluded to in the introduction, is looking at these planet-forming disks and looking for organic molecules in them. Currently, we primarily do this using ALMA, which is a wonderful telescope down in Chile that allows us to do rotational spectroscopy on these disks as a means towards detecting molecules in them. We will also be able to use James Webb to do something similar, but with vibrational spectroscopy. And I have just put basically all the organic molecules that we have found in disks to date are the ones that you're seeing sort of pasted on top of this disk. In particular, and this is I guess the one science image that I'm going to show, one of the molecules that we're finding is hydrogen cyanide. Hydrogen cyanide is an interesting molecule, and I'll come to a moment why I'm focusing on it. But here I'm mainly first using it as an example of what we can do with a telescope like ALMA. So these are chemical images of hydrogen cyanide in 5 of these planet-forming disks, where we have clear evidence, we have evidence of that planets are assembling right now. So what you're seeing is that we have basically isolated the microwaves or photons that are coming from hydrogen cyanide, and that allows us to see not just that hydrogen cyanide is there, but also how it's distributed in these disks. And we see that it's abundant, and we see that it's distributed across most of these planet-forming disks. And that's actually true for basically all these organic molecules that we can see in these disks. Now, the reason that I focused on hydrogen cyanide is that there is at least one plausible scenario that took us here on Earth from a simple chemistry into the formation of all the building blocks of biomolecules as they exist here on Earth that has hydrogen cyanide at its center. Jonathan already alluded to this, that one of the possibles or chemical precursors of life, and I find it to be a very plausible one, involves being at the surface of a planet where you have access to UV light. You probably want to sit in a pond rather than in an ocean, which is sort of shown here. And you have hydrogen cyanide and some sort of sulfuric or sulfides kind of compounds as well. So if you do have that, it's actually pretty easy to go, as I said, to the basic building blocks. So things like amino acids, the building blocks of RNA and DNA, building blocks of cell walls, and so on. This means that we have at least one pathway that takes us from simple chemistry towards biology. So this is a sketch then of how would you consider then going further. Well, after you have these building blocks of the building blocks of life, the next step, and this is indeed a very challenging one, is to figure out how these building blocks start to assemble in ways that produces something that's something similar to what RNA is today. Something that can carry information, that can copy itself, and that can partake in metabolism one way or another. This is not a solved problem, but it is a scientific problem that chemists right now are trying to solve. How you could basically go from the prebiotic chemistry step here up to the last universal common ancestor, which is the kind of cells that we are all made of. In addition to that, I think there are more and more sort of pieces of the puzzle that are being laid, which is, to me, very comforting. There's also another way we can look at it that, to me, suggests that life originates pretty readily if you have something like Earth's condition. And that's if we look at the timeline of how life originated and developed here on Earth. So what this shows, and the main thing I want to focus on now, is just how soon after the Earth became anything close to habitable, so as soon after it's starting to cool down, that we have the evidence of the first life here on Earth. It just seemed to happen very quickly if we compare it to the lifetime of a planet. But this is speculation. We don't yet know how life originated here on Earth, and therefore we don't know if it is indeed, yes, it happens quickly if you have the perfect conditions kind of thing, or if it's something that generally happens as long as you have the most basic conditions available, basically water, organics, maybe UV light as well. Before going on to sort of the next steps, which is, well, if you get the first step on this timeline, you always get to the animals and maybe even to rational animals. I do want to do a very brief theological checkpoint. How should we think about this in relation to creation as understood in the Bible, in the sort of Christian theology? So there are two sort of potential issues that I've heard raised, none of which I think are very serious, against the possibility of life elsewhere. One is, you would perhaps call it the dinosaur problem. Extraterrestrial life is not mentioned in the Bible, neither are of course, famously dinosaurs, and therefore one might be tempted to think that it doesn't exist. This is, I think, in this audience, not a very convincing argument, hopefully. And I just wanted to mention it, that this would fall in that same kind of category, and therefore, to my mind, not be a very serious one, as we have plentiful evidence of life forms existing that are not mentioned anywhere in the creation story. I think the more interesting one is that one way that one can imagine that God gives evidence of his governance of the world is by having some transitions being miraculous. And one that has been proposed to fall in that category is the origin of life, this transition from chemistry to biology. And if that is indeed how you perceive that God's governance is primarily revealed, is through these miraculous kind of transitions, then the discovery that life is abundant across the universe, which really would support that it is a natural process happening through secondary causes, might threaten that kind of perception. This is definitely something that exists in some Christian circles. It is not the traditional Catholic way of thinking about how God's governance is revealed in the universe. That's rather the opposite. That is like through the order, through the laws that we observe. And if it indeed is what I think it will be revealed, that we do see this evolution from chemistry to biology happening in a very regular way, that would actually just add to the law abundantness and to the order that we have in the universe. It would also, I think, lead to some very interesting thinking about the philosophy of chemistry and sort of the potential directedness of chemistry towards biology, giving the right conditions. But that, I guess, is more philosophical than theological question. So if there are no, as far as I can tell, any theological objections to sort of abundant extraterrestrial life, does that mean that it doesn't have any theological relevance at all? I don't think so. I think the kind of universe that is revealed to us, if it is one where life is overabundant versus one where we are the only life, the only living planet in it, they're quite different. And to me, they suggest this sort of, let's call it, different personality of the Creator. And I do hope that it is the overabundant creativity of God that's going to be revealed through further explorations. But I can't deny that also the opposite, that this is it, that this is the living planet, has a beauty to it as well. That would make us the ark, carrying all life forms with it through time and space. So I spent most of the time talking about just the origins, the possibility of any kind of life forms outside of Earth. I do briefly want to spend a little bit of time on the other two categories, so the possibilities of animal extraterrestrial life as well as rational ones. The only thing I want to say really about the possibility or the plausibility, the likelihood of extraterrestrial animals is that it's not obvious to me that just because you find some, let's say, bacterial extraterrestrials, that you will always see an evolution into extraterrestrial animals. One of the ways to look at that is just to return to the timeline of life here on Earth. So we just saw just a few minutes ago that it didn't take long after the Earth became habitable for it to become inhabited. But it did take a long time to then have animals. This suggests that there might be a second bottleneck that, as far as I know, is not yet fully understood. Why we spend so long being basically single-cell bacterial, and then you get this Cambrian explosion, and we get all kinds of life forms. But it was a long time in between. And that, to me, suggests that we can't assume that this will always happen. This seems like something that requires some specific things to develop on a planet, which may or may not happen. But if we do get to animals, should we expect to always get to rational animals, to ensouled rational animals like ourselves? Here too, I don't think this is something that can be taken for granted. Even if we think that we will always develop intelligent animals once we have some sort of animal form. If we look again to Earth, we are far from the only biologically human species that have wandered the Earth. These are some of the other human species that have been discovered, some of which our forefathers interbred with, so definitely something we would call human. As far as we can tell, though, only one of these humans, and only after quite some time, became ensouled, became a rational animal. And one of the sort of scientific evidence of that, not even theological revelation, comes to just looking at what kind of artifacts they have left behind. And in particular, the kind of the kind of artifacts that include art is something with some interesting caveats that we only see with Homo sapiens and only start seeing after they have already existed as a species for a long time. This means that we cannot, I think, automatically assume that just because an animal develops sort of the biological capacity to be fitting to be ensouled with a rational soul, that they become rational animals. This, of course, fits rather well with our own understanding of our own origins, which is, has two parts to it. One is the molding out of the clay of the earth, while the other is the very specific breathing in of the spirit of our souls into us. This means also that if we do find extraterrestrial rational species, they have very specifically been created by God, and that should be, I think, somewhat reassuring to us. Now, if we should find them, if they should exist, this presents theological puzzles. That was what we heard a lot about this morning, how we should think about their salvation, their connection to God through their own incarnation. This is just an excuse for me to show Giotto, really, but it depends really on which day you're talking to me, like what I think could possibly be the answer there when it comes to how to think about the incarnation versus extraterrestrial rational animals. On the one hand, I find what Chris was talking about this morning extremely appealing. There's something that feels just about it, that we all, in some sense, got an analogous interaction, an analogous story, and an analogous friendship with God, if indeed these extraterrestrials do exist. But there's also not just my gut reaction against anything that seems to threaten the honor of Our Lady, but there's also, when you think about the incarnation of God, the creator of the cosmos, stepping into the cosmos himself, that to me has somewhat more of the feel of the Big Bang to it than the formation of a star or a planet. Now, whether that gut feeling is right or not is, of course, highly up for grabs. And I said, I do find it very appealing to think that other extraterrestrial races would have had the same kind of friendship and experience with God as we did. But if they don't, and if my gut feeling is right, that leaves us again two not very appealing choices. One would be that, well, they don't exist, and I really don't hope that is true. And the other would be that somehow they are saved through the incarnation of the second person of the Trinity as Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And that certainly has a lot of theological puzzles with it as well. So if I am to end, it will be to end with that I really hope that Chris is right. And with that, thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Karen, for those beautiful reflections, and we're so glad we're able to see these images as well. If I can ask you the first question, I'll sneak in here. When you ask an astronomer what they mean by a long time, it's always a dangerous question because there's so many scales, but one thing that caught my attention is the time between first ensoulment and art. You reflected that that took a long time. What did you mean by that?
So actually, what I meant to say is that almost the opposite. So that biologically, Homo sapiens existed for a long time before we see any evidence of them being ensouled with a rational soul. Now, whether they started creating art immediately after they were gifted with a rational soul, I think is something we can only speculate about. I like to think that they started very quickly to do it. That just seems like such a human, theologically human thing to do. So, yeah, sorry about that.
It's going to be fun to find out when we find out. Okay, thank you. Other questions? Steve has one in the back.
Hi. I wonder if you could focus on the left-hand side of your timeline, the early bacterial, or whatever that's called, the early life, and compare that to the ongoing lab experimental programs to create life in a bottle, and whether those are anywhere close to saying anything interesting about, about whether this is some kind of potentially repeatable process where we know with these exact mixtures it happens, and with this energy source it happens. But I don't know what the status of those research programs is.
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. And here I am going to in part reveal my ignorance as a once chemist and nowadays an astronomer, but I'm going to try to at least give some hint of what's going on. So there are multiple issues, so like multiple puzzles that needs to be solved between this sort of prebiotic chemistry step and the others. One is simply how you start building large enough molecules in high enough concentrations that you can even hope to start building some functionality. There have been some steps forward in that there seems to be a little bit easier than people maybe thought 5-10 years ago. So Jack Shostak at Harvard does a lot of work on that, and I think there has been real advances. Doesn't mean it's a solved problem, but it seems to be moving in the right direction. That they basically, how do you start connecting these building blocks when you don't have enzymes around to help with it? And it seems to be a little bit easier than maybe they feared it would be. So that's one thing people are working on. The other is once you do have these kind of sort of like small, something like RNA chains or maybe even something simpler but still can carry information, how do they actually maintain their information, how do they replicate, and how do they, in some sense, take part in converting energy like metabolism. There are also, there's some things there that seems to be a little bit easier again than chemists thought just 5 or 10 years ago, but again, we're very far from, it's like it's like these giant puzzles. And I think actually some few pieces have been put in there in the past 5 to 10 years, but as a whole, it is still very far, I would say, from actually having life in a bottle. But you will hear there are some of my collaborators who are more optimistic than I am.
Okay, I think we have time for a couple more questions.
Thank you. That was a very, very interesting talk. Where I'm usually struggling with is exactly that step that we're just discussing, from the prebiotic chemistry to something that can store information and has functionality. And from a statistics point of view, we have an N of 1. So how can we possibly assign any likelihood to that? So it could be a singular event, or it could be very common, but we have really, from a mathematics point of view, no way of telling, right? And your argument that it happened relatively early, maybe in 200 million years, that for an N of 1, that doesn't fully convince me, because if it had happened like 50 times in a certain period of time and we could do a probability distribution on it, then I would probably buy it, no pun intended. But with an N of 1, it makes it very difficult. So the actual question I wanted to ask is, it seems to me that there is some sort of a negative connotation to the idea that this could be a singular event. Why do you think that is? Why are we afraid, in a way, of contemplating that this could be a singular event in the universe?
Yeah, so first of all, I mean, of course, what you said first, the sort of the context is correct. I very carefully avoided assigning any numbers, and I think that is correct, or even to say what I meant with likelihood. So I'm not sure that I would want to classify it as fear or anxiety over it, but I think if you, as a scientist, want to try to figure out how this happened, it in some sense can't have been a singular event, because then we're never going to figure out. So I think at least sort of operationally, we're going to have to treat it like something that has actually fairly high probability of developing in this way. And that may or may not be true. I think the way that we ultimately will be testing it is, first of all, with the missions within the solar system. I mean, I think that's the short term. And negative there would not tell us a lot, but the positive would, of course, tell us tons, right? And the same thing with the exoplanets, especially in the early days, when I think at most we will get to a few exoplanets where we can rule out sort of Earth-like life, which even that is not very satisfying. But again, a positive would tell us a lot. And in the meantime, I think it is the right thing operationally to do, is to think that there is something in the chemistry that is sort of directed towards developing biology, and try to see if you can find it. While keeping, I think, staying humble and keeping very cognizant, and like keeping in mind that this might be totally wrong, and this might be, the 1 in a billion kind of thing, or maybe even a singular event. So I think I mostly agree with you.
So I don't see Steve with his microphone. So there you go.
So I don't know if there's going to be a question here, so I apologize, but I want to follow up on the N of 1 in statistics in the horribly physicist way, and probably annoy every chemist and biologist in the room, so apologies ahead of time. One of the things I find fascinating about thinking about the probabilities of these, I feel like I come to a conclusion the probability is 1 for the following really bad reason, perhaps, but maybe really good. I study, this is fundamentally a nonlinear, non-equilibrium system, and so I think the interesting question is the mechanism. And my analogy is convection in fluids. So when you heat a fluid from below, it forms convection rolls with a probability of 1 at the right temperature difference. But if you look at it statistically, how to get all those molecules to move in that organized fashion, the probability is 0. Right? The probability becomes 1 because of the non-equilibrium dynamics and the nonlinear dynamics. And it's a very different way. Now, thermal convection in fluid, way simpler than this, I admit. But it's still, the physicist in me says, we don't know the details yet, but that's okay. I kind of know the broad thing. There's a non-equilibrium nonlinear system in a particular range of parameters. This is what always happens. And I think the interesting question is, what are the elements that go into those parameters? And is the occurrence of the parameter singular, not the process? So I put a kind of different lens on it to get to my probability of 1 for life elsewhere in the universe. I just had to put, I was trying to come up with a question and I couldn't. So my question is, did that make any sense to you?
Nice save. So I guess my only comment on that sort of question is that it is in my mind mainly sort of rephrasing the same sort of uncertainty, which is well, I guess taking out miraculous event, which I think we have already done, which is this a process that requires such specific and therefore so unlikely conditions to all come together at any one planet that it basically only happened on Earth. I mean, that is, I mean, I think in some sense, but if you do have those conditions, it's the likelihood of 1. At least from an astronomer's point of view, I'm not sure that that makes such a big difference compared to just thinking about it as a general process that always happens when you have the most basic ingredients there, versus a close to singular event that we can't hope to either find on another planet having happened or recreate in a bottle. So I don't think I disagree, but I'm not sure that there was actually any disagreement.
So let me ask our president what time lunch is.
Lunch is 10 minutes ago, so I think we should probably...
So let's thank our speaker. And what time do we reconvene?
We reconvene at 1:15.
1:15 here?
Here. All the lectures are here.
So find your way back to here at 1:15, and
Right.
let's continue the discussions over lunch. Thank you.
And lunch is where breakfast was, 1 floor down. and similar deposits. Incorporated a wide variety of groups. In January 2017, his team announced the discovery. Research in Australia. Okay, we're going to start in about 10, 15 seconds. Hello? Time to start the afternoon session. Our next speaker is, we are very privileged to have Professor Simon Conway Morris of Cambridge University. He is a fellow of the Royal Society. He is the chair of evolutionary paleobiology at the University of Cambridge. He's speaking by Zoom because he was unable to fly from the UK to the United States. And he is best known for his work on the Cambrian explosion and the Burgess Shale fossil faunas and similar deposits in China and Greenland. In addition to working in these countries, he has undertaken research in Australia, Canada, Mongolia, and the United States. His studies on the Burgess Shale-type faunas, as well as the early evolution of skeletons, has encompassed a wide variety of groups, ranging from ctenophores to the earliest vertebrates. In January 2017, his team announced the discovery of an early ancestor of vertebrates, a bag-like sea creature which lived about 540 million years ago. He gave the 2007 Gifford Lectures and is the recipient of many other prestigious awards, including the 1987 Walcott Medal, the 1989 Charles Schuchert Award, the 1998 Charles Lyell Medal, and the 2007 Trotter Prize. He is the author of several books, including Life's Solution, published by Cambridge University Press in 2003. I think he has a recent book out, but I'll let him tell you about that. Professor Conway Morris is a believing Christian who has lectured widely on the relation of science and faith. And the title of his talk is "The Evolution of Humans is Inevitable, so where are the extraterrestrials?" Let's welcome Professor Moore.
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, I'm hoping that I'm visible and audible. There's no reply from Washington, so I'm assuming that I can ramble on, if that's okay. Thank you. First of all, let me please say how very disappointed I am not to be with you, obviously. It would have been a pleasure to be back in Washington, D.C. I spent quite a lot of time there as a PhD student, working in the Smithsonian Institution, where I started some work on the Burgess Shale. And it's also the place where I first learned to drink a proper dry martini. And in those days, it used to be at lunchtime. And I expect that's now banned, but there we go. In any case, so the question I want to try and talk about is something which really makes no sense at all, at least to most evolutionary biologists. And that is that the likelihood of something like a human evolving should, according to most of my colleagues, be vanishingly unlikely. Oh, and by the way, I should say two other things. I apologize I can't show you any slides other than my own less than pretty face and books behind me. This is because of all the problems with copyright. The second thing is if you hear sudden barking noises off stage, that's most likely my spaniel, the dog. So that's all part of the background story. So going back to the question of evolution, the received wisdom, even to the present day, I think, is one which, in fact, I was also in favor of when I was beginning to complete the first stage of my work on the Burgess Shale. And to an effect was taken forward by Stephen Jay Gould, of course most of you will know, as a very distinguished professor in Harvard, now unfortunately deceased. But he put forward this famous quote about rerunning the tape of life. I mean, if we were to go back to the Cambrian, or whenever you prefer, and start the whole merry process off again, then the likelihood of anything like ourselves evolving was surely vanishingly low. And the reasons for this are not in any way sort of peculiar. I think they're mistaken, but the reasons are that so many accidents in the history of life might sort of stalk the possibilities of actually going down a completely new direction, that how could we possibly confer any predictability on evolution? Well, again, orthodoxy that is scientifically, not so far as theology is concerned, says, for instance, that one of the principal ways of redirecting the course of evolution is through the agency of mass extinctions. And you can identify many, 5 big ones. And here, the idea more or less is that the ecological slate is pretty well wiped clean, and a lot of shocked survivors covered with dust and generally looking pretty depressed stagger back into the dim sunlight, and off they go in a completely new direction. And so Gould in particular emphasized that, for example, at the end of the Cretaceous, about 66 million years ago, if the asteroid had not impacted a location on the edge of the Caribbean, then the dinosaurs would not have gone extinct, and therefore the mammals would, of course, never seize their opportunity to evolve into things like bats and whales and, oh, by the way, primates. But in point of fact, and again, I don't have time, probably to your collective relief, to go into many details about this, I'm arguing that actually, paradoxically, mass extinctions are rather creative. And the reason for this is that in every case that I'm aware of, the groups which will inherit the world, so to speak, are already alive and well and kicking before the mass extinction. And if we take the specific case of the mammals, we can see that, in fact, they're beginning to diversify quite dramatically during the time of the dinosaurs. So what mass extinctions, in effect, do is give us time for nothing. They accelerate a process which is going to happen whether you like it or not. And so something like a mammal will evolve, I would argue, into a sapient form, roughly 50 million years ahead of schedule. Now, the point about this then is linked to something else. Again, I'll try and be as brief as I possibly can, as to not only the fact that mass extinctions are only destructive on those horrible weekends when the asteroid collides or the volcanoes erupt or whatever, or a supernova goes off. But in addition to this, evolution is far more constrained than has been thought. And a lot of this is simply common sense. It's not rocket science, because after all, we live in a physical universe which has all sorts of properties, like, for instance, the rather interesting affinity between phosphorus and oxygen, which comes in jolly useful at various points in biochemistry. But correspondingly, if we were to rerun the tape of life, as Gould has suggested, the phenomena of what we call evolutionary convergence would suggest that, in fact, the number of options, excuse me, is surprisingly limited. Now, we can make a wish list of what would we like to see in a sapient form. And again, I don't intend to unpack this in any particular detail. Not necessarily bipedal, but let's allow that. Warm-bloodedness, most definitely. A large brain, thank you very much indeed. What we call encephalization. We will, of course, have a panoply of sense organs, and for various reasons, we might suppose that vision is more important than some of our other senses. But even the other senses, even olfaction, is sophisticated and complex, even amongst the humans, which are otherwise meant to be rather deficient in this regard. That's a bit of a myth, as it so turns out. So in any one of those cases, bipedality, or indeed precision grip, or warm-bloodedness, or enlarged brain size, and all the rest of it. These things have evolved multiple times. And if I have time, I'm going to come almost full circle, because I know that your interest principally is to do, well, I won't say much about AI, perhaps what I say will be unprintable, but with regard to extraterrestrials. Because if we make the assumption that evolutionary convergence is something which is going to quite strongly constrain the endpoints. And, I should say, of course, this is not a theological point. You can make something of it if you certainly wish. I'm certainly not suggesting that everything on the planet is busy trying to evolve into a human. And, of course, another sort of paradox is that if we compare life, actually even in the Cretaceous, say 100 million years ago, let alone 500 million years ago during the time of the Burgess Shale, it's pretty clear that life today, or at least until we started to take over the planet, was more diverse than it had ever been in the past. And this, of course, is just a reflection of continuous diversification. And indeed, that famous figure in Darwin's Origin shows exactly that, continuing diversification. But the point about this is that, indeed, life has become, I think, overall more diverse and more interesting, it would be reference to a particular paper to do with the dentition and jaws of fish. But in this paper, it's actually to do with the labrid fish, as it happens. They have this very telling remark in either the abstract or the title, to the effect that divergence is local, convergence is global. In other words, you can diverge as much as you like, but again, the same solutions will crop up again and again. And I could give you thousands of examples, from anything to do with the insects to the bacteria, even viruses, which seem to be rather topical at the moment, and let's not get distracted on that. So now that we understand that not only is the universe rather large and has very many stars, but as these remarkable programs, especially Kepler, but also other ways of detecting so-called extrasolar planets, and I don't doubt your other contributors and speakers have already spoken about this in great detail. The number of Earth-like planets, I am told reliably, I'm not an astronomer, but I'm fascinated in the area, of course, because like any proper person, we're fascinated in everything. But the number of exoplanets is absolutely stupendous, even in this galaxy. And the number of Earth-like planets is also very, very large indeed. And I understand that, in fact, in principle, they should more or less be in a majority of all planets, but of course, at the moment, are on the very edge of detectability. Now, of course, many of these Earth-like planets will not be in areas where you can make yourself comfortable. They'll be too hot or too cold, as, for instance, Venus and Mars remind us. And also, there are all sorts of other sort of discussions as to how the things may play out. Now, indeed, as and when we find extraterrestrial life, then our notions of what is convergent will go to the test. And I should say, almost in parenthesis, that there are certainly possibilities that the way in which individual planets evolve may not be similar to the Earth. And so to return really to Stephen Jay Gould's point, a number of my colleagues would protest at what I'm saying, in as much as, although we understand what's happened on the Earth to some degree of accuracy, might it not be possible that there are sort of individual, what evolutionary biologists call bottlenecks, particular concatenations of circumstances which must come together? Otherwise, the next stage of evolution will never be achieved. Now, I've already tried to explain why mass extinctions will not derail the process. But another way of looking at this, put forward by the philosopher John Beattie, is that indeed one could imagine a causal chain, A to F, say, where if point C drops out of that chain, then when you'll never be able to get to point F. Now, again, convergence suggests that this is not a serious problem, and indeed we see some striking examples where something has been either abandoned, but more often reinvented from often rather mysterious antecedents. This is not an argument, by the way, for intelligent design or anything like that. It's just simply that there's still a great deal we don't know about where particular molecular systems actually came from. And there are good reasons why this is difficult to understand. But in any case, to return briefly to the extrasolar planets and the likelihood of something like ourselves evolving, then so many are these potentially habitable planets that even if, 90% or more end up with little more with what the Americans call pond scum, sort of echoing the so-called rare earth hypothesis, then the numbers are still so large that in principle we should not be alone. And here, of course, apparently we run into a very significant problem. Well, to begin with, of course, we don't have any evidence at all of extraterrestrial life. But I'll come back to that in a slightly oblique fashion in due course. And the problem here, of course, is not so much that our search sphere is absolutely minute, but what has been pointed out by Charlie Lineweaver and various other people is that the recency, so to speak, of the solar system is such that there were many, many other solar systems which far, far predate ours. The earliest planets, I understand, are formed roughly 1 billion years after the Big Bang, and solar systems analogous to our own are forming perhaps 7-8 billion years ago, whereas our solar system, which we know is very reliably dated using meteorites in particular, is 4.6 billion years. So there are other solar systems which potentially have habitable planets, amongst which will evolve sapient species who may well develop a taste for space travel. And if that is the case, then bluntly, we shouldn't be here. Because as I've pointed out elsewhere, what happens is during the time of the Burgess Shale, our visitors from across the galaxy arrive and they're involved in the diaspora of the galactic civilizations. They descend to the Earth, and of course there's next to no land life, just bacteria. It's pretty boring, frankly. But they're swimming in the lagoon are little creatures around about 2 inches in length, looking a little bit like an eel. And because these extraterrestrials, I hope, are, like myself, seriously interested in gastronomy and always willing to try a new extraterrestrial species, they're quickly netted, they're grilled, and somebody suggests opening a bottle of Chablis, and I approve very much of that as well. And they settle down and enjoy a very nice meal on the edge of a Cambrian ocean. There's only one snag with this. That line of proto-fish are our ancestors. So to put it, in a nutshell, we would have been colonized, so to speak, far in advance of any possibility of ourselves evolving to talk about it. Well, we can, of course, consider all the options, as these, of course, revolve around the famous Fermi paradox, as to roughly where are they. Well, as I'm sure you probably all know, this famous conversation in Los Alamos in, I think, 1950, actually was more to do with the way in which interstellar travel might actually be possible. And of course, at this time when technology very largely courtesy of somebody called Werner von Braun, who'd of course been recruited by the Americans very shortly after the war, was something where people could begin to speculate about the likelihood of traveling across interstellar space. But nevertheless, Fermi's paradox is now being more or less sort of boiled down to the where are they? Where could they possibly have gone to? And there's a book, and I'm sure there are many other books which I should know about, by Stephen Webb, which I have something in the order of, I think, 76 different explanations as to where are they. And perhaps one at the moment, which is somewhat in our minds, is that we are insufficiently intelligent not to destroy ourselves. And this may, of course, be the case that one simply gets to a certain stage of evolution where you become irreversibly self-cataclysmically self-destructive. I'm not going to buy into that one at all, as it happens. But Webb, at the end of his second edition, if I remember correctly, sort of concludes, well, really, none of this really quite adds up. And there's been a sense that, by and large, we're missing something rather obvious. Come on, as I say, the numbers are large. The probabilities seem very much in favor of other sapient species. And, there are other ways of looking at these things, to look at other ways in which, an extraterrestrial civilization might sort of enshroud the whole of a star, a so-called Dyson sphere, or move to a so-called Kardashev Type 3 civilization. And here, although our ability to detect exoplanets is relatively restricted, although gravitational lensing actually allows you potentially to look much deeper, I believe. But in the case of of an infrared object which is anomalous and might potentially represent something equivalent to a Dyson sphere or even a whole galaxy, then again, a whole lot of searches have been done, including ones of galaxies, where a number of candidate galaxies have indeed been found, having whittled down a list which initially was in the hundreds of thousands of galaxies. That's a big number. And so far, unless something's changed today, still nothing. So all of this is a sort of drumbeat to suggest that something here isn't making a great deal of sense. Well, if I remember the title of a paper I published fairly recently, which much to my gratification has been almost completely ignored, and that's what I like. Down with the H index, down with all this citation rubbish. But the title of this paper was 3 explanations for extraterrestrials. Sensible, unlikely, mad. And as I argue, in fact, it's the last one, mad, which actually is the correct answer. And it might even begin to have, if not a theological resonance, at least possibly a bit of a metaphysical minefield. And not to spoil a story way ahead of my conclusion, as ever, we need to think about the sort of universe we live in. And we may be in for the odd surprise. So very briefly, the sensible one, of course, is one which I've already referred to in passing, that, simply maybe civilizations blow themselves up or whatever, but that one way or another, there are lots and lots of extraterrestrials out there. And after all, as mentioned, maybe, we just had the misfortune to be in a rather quiet period. And there are little ancillaries to this, for instance, which are being put forward by various people, that we are at a stage of galactic evolution whereby one moves from a time of relative danger, and this is often linked to arguments to do with gamma ray bursts, which are no fun at all, to times of relative quiescence, where not only can life survive in the oceans, but actually come onto land, where, of course, you're much more vulnerable in principle to a gamma ray burst. And so if these things decline, then it means that, round about the same time, all across the galaxy, there are lots of people called Enrico Fermi looking around, especially into the sky, and saying, well, that's funny, where on earth is everybody? Because we're all asking the question more or less at the same time. Well, as I mentioned, I'm not an astronomer, but my understanding is that there are some sorts of galaxies which are certainly dangerous places to be in terms of gamma ray bursts. And they, I understand, have several different origins, but our galaxy isn't one of them. So I'm not saying this is, the explanation, but the sensible explanations are all out there, and Stephen Webb's book does a very fine job in trying to outline this. Well, what about unlikely? Well, that could simply be that, blow me down, we're alone. That, just the way it goes. And if one was looking for a peculiar bottleneck, then conceivably it might be the origin of life. Possibly, as has been suggested, it's a fantastically improbable thing. Now, I hold a little brief here. I used to read into this area quite extensively, but some years ago, partly because of other distractions, I lost the will to live, in as much as, the papers appeared, and they were often extremely ingenious chemistry, and they remain so, and sometimes some new factor, boron, for example, has a walk-on part. And it would be unfair to say there's not been progress. There most certainly has. But even so, and no doubt because of our scientific sort of not illiteracy, but our lack of scientific understanding of this problem, the question of quite how you enclose things in a functioning cell to enable it not only to metabolize but also to replicate is a huge hurdle. And nobody denies this. And of course, needless to say, the Intelligent Design Brigade, of which I have no time at all, absolutely not, has seized upon this as something where we know we're beyond the limits of science. But even if it was the case that the origin of life itself is just something so fantastically improbable that it might have only occurred 2 or 3 times in the visible universe, then that could perhaps explain the Fermi paradox. Well, the problem there, so far as we don't know the answer, is, we know that the ingredients to make life, although are present in much more diverse forms in things like carbonaceous meteorites, but nevertheless, all the building blocks can be made in totally unexceptional circumstances. And not surprisingly, quite recently, there's been renewed interest in comets. And maybe that's a laboratory where life forms, because it's a rather convenient place in as much as most of the time it's freezing cold, so the chemical reactions grind to a halt, which of course typically involving things which are otherwise very sort of labile. Ribose is a famous example. And then every now and again they get close to the sun, warm up, all those reactions go hell for leather, so to speak, and then off into deep space where they're frozen again. And then the next time round, this comet does not approach the sun, it collides with the Earth, and thereby seeds this planet with the beginnings of life. Now, I've no brief as to whether this is actually correct or not, but I would like to think that the origin of life is no more unlikely than anything else, but it's still open to debate. Well, what about mad? Well, this is an area where career suicide is an easy option. And also, I should explain, you can probably tell from my rather sort of, shattered appearance, I've retired. So in a certain sense, I can say whatever I like. Oh, that's a good point. Can you say whatever you like in this world? Well, we better be careful. Otherwise, we might be cancelled, mightn't we? That'd be awful. Dear, oh dear. The nature of the universe we live in may be far more peculiar and odd than we think. And we can approach this question from many, many different directions. Now, certainly, I imagine the majority of you are, if not everybody, are believing Christians, as it was mentioned in the introduction, am I. I belong to that sort of eccentric runaway group set up by Henry VIII called the Church of England, but I can reassure you that my interests are very much with G.K. Chesterton and with Catholicism. So I hope there's no gulf between us. But as Christians, for example, I'm not saying this has got anything directly to do with extraterrestrial life. I myself subscribe wholly to the idea of the incarnation and also the resurrection. And these, in my own view, are in a certain sense, however we understand them from a physical perspective, are totally and utterly real. They happen. One can be inferred. The other one was witnessed by people who we have every reason to think were reliable. So theologically, that's a hint that things are not quite as the materialists would suggest. So we've been around this one many, many times in the past. And I'm not sure we're going to get that much further in the foreseeable future from that particular direction. But it's a reminder of where we might be. But now, career suicide. In the last month or so, and I don't introduce this to be either mischievous or amusing, that's I find hard to do at the best of times, amusing at it, is, of course, you will have seen these various video files released by the Pentagon. Oh, yes. And this is the old area, back to Roswell, of the UFOs. Oh, no, he's not going to talk of those, is he? Now, what interests me about this footage as it happens is, first of all, I think it's genuine. I'm fully aware that, of course, there are tricks going on in the Pentagon, I don't doubt, and they may well be faking things to see what other powers make of them, conceivably. But the voiceovers I hear from the pilots, and having had a tiny bit of experience in this area, also flying in some fairly small planes in quite interesting conditions, suggest that these guys are not given to whimsy, especially when you're in charge of something called the Hornet, which I believe is a rather dangerous aircraft, and it's worth a great deal of money. So what interests me about these is that these objects are showing no conceivably normal behavior. And what particularly interests me at the moment, and I'm not saying there may well be people who think this is just so tangential as to be irrelevant, but I'm not sure it is that there's a sort of speculation that maybe the Russians or the Chinese, to take examples at random, are now on the verge of developing technologies which are so far beyond what we are familiar with that we really should pay attention. Well, there's mirrors within mirrors, walls within walls, confusion within confusion. I don't want to make anything particular about these things because in many other respects, they are mad. They are completely mad. They make no sense at all. Yes, they have patterns and all the rest of it. But what I think is worth thinking about, and there's no consistent strand here to follow, is that if we are interested in considering the possibility that our universe as we perceive it in terms of our own spatial understanding, which is about as best as we can do, because please don't ask me to even speculate as to what time actually is, then there may be innumerable, for want of a better word, orthogonal realities which intersect our own world. One can, have a lot of fun with this particular idea and try and unpack it in different sorts of directions. But it then takes you off into whole areas which are always dismissed by mainstream science. And, in a certain sense, you can't blame them because they've got to have, some sort of bedrock on which to work. And indeed, they would insist on a day-to-day basis that, one virus remains looking much like the same virus as you looked at the day beforehand. But such people as Jeff Kripal, who some of you may know of, who's, I think, in Rice University, and he and a number of other people have published a series of absolutely extraordinary books. And all these, of course, in an ironic sort of way, depend on human witnesses, which we know, of course, especially from legal point of view, can be dramatically unreliable. And we know how easy it is to delude ourselves into thinking we're seeing things. But I would suggest that so widespread and universal are encounters, for want of a better word, and we can think of many other examples which are broadly called the paranormal, but that's again a risky area for some theologians. But other ones, of course, will just say, oh yes, I'm perfectly familiar with that. Don't worry at all, I can't explain it. But they collectively suggest that what we're actually engaged in is something to the effect that, our world is just a minute fraction of what there is. Now, how does that have anything to do with AI? Well, next to nothing, I'm afraid, because I'm not anything in the way of computer literate or AI literate. I apologize, I cannot remember the exact paper, but I came across a paper, I can't even remember his Christian name, called Bishop, which was published, I think, a year or two back. And from my perspective, because I'm not an area I really can understand in any detail, but he had an absolutely withering review of the potential of AI. And it would be difficult for me to summarize his arguments with any briefness. But in essence, he points out that, what computers have done to the present day, and we're not talking about things which hardly count as computers now, are fantastically good at one particular thing. But the idea that these things in any sense are or ever will be conscious, he regards as delusional. And I would agree, as it happens. And Jeff Kriepel in particular, and a number of other people have sort of pointed out that all the materialist attempts to understand consciousness are doomed to failure. They're simply not going to work. And really at a fundamentally obvious reason, because it's completely different. It's other. It's not the same. We have it, we encounter it. However we do it, of course, is another question. But a significant number of people who aren't strict materialists are more than happy to consider that the brain is, to use the well-known cliche, is much more akin to an antenna. It's something where we access mind as a whole. Now, that may or may not be of theological relevance, and you can see actually very quickly how you can move towards heterodoxy here rather than something which people would be familiar with in the Vatican, or perhaps not, I don't know. I think they're pretty broad-minded there, as it so happens. So this brings me, and I'll finish in a couple of minutes to your immense relief, actually full circle to something which I have been reading a great deal about in the last few years. And in another sort of way, I think is actually relevant to the Fermi paradox, might be relevant to consciousness, and might also be relevant to evolution. And that is the question as to how come that only we, so far as we know, have things like language. No other animal does at all. And this is a tremendous paradox, of course, because certainly as an evolutionary biologist, I'm totally content. Indeed, I would defend it to the death, that there is evolutionary continuity between ourselves and the great apes. And Darwin, of course, was insistent, and he was no fool, that this was a matter of continuity, yes, but also the differences in mental states must be ones of degree and not of kind. And yet, if you begin to unpack all the evidence, and you have to go into the fine print in a lot of these papers, you find, in fact, that there is a genuine gulf, which somehow we have moved across. And again, one can introduce theological arguments here. They're not necessary, but they may well assist in particular areas. And I could go through a very long list of the sorts of things which are referred to by a scientist called Thomas Suddendorf, who I've never met, but it works in Australia, which he calls the gap, this disjunction between ourselves and animals. What is it which separates us? And the interesting thing is that when you begin to unpack this, there are a whole lot of features which we possess, which are often claimed to be present, but not least in chimpanzees and crows and so forth, but on closer inspection seem in fact not to be there. Now, obviously enough, this is controversial territory, and you'll have no trouble finding plenty of animal behaviorists who will insist on this continuity. But let me just give you a few examples. The one which in a certain sense is the most telling is language. Because animals vocalize, undoubtedly. And amongst the convergences, one of the most striking involves birdsong. And the neurology of the brain is actually interestingly convergent. But the similarities at first sight are very striking, not least famously. And here, of course, I talk about the songbirds and the two other groups of birds which independently have evolved learnt song. I'm not talking about innate song here. This is song from the tutor, which is usually the father, so I believe. But the young birds will, to begin with, experiment with the sounds which will crystallize into songs in a way which is remarkably akin to what we call babbling in our infants as they begin to experiment. As I remember vividly, but of course I was far too young a father to really appreciate what was going on with my own children many, many years ago as they began to babble into something which we've turned rather quickly into English. And birdsong seems again to have structures in it which we could refer to as semantics. And also even, well, semantics in as much as there are particular things in it which are repeatable, and also syntax, in other words, it's got a structure. But once you begin to disaggregate this apparent similarity, the idea that in any way these could be referred to as proto-words or proto-language evaporates. And the whole set of reasons for thinking this, I mean, one is to begin with, that of course the birdsong is more or less sort of not monotonic, but it is on a single dimension. So, for example, the birds never export their language into any other sort of context. It's used, of course, in things like mate attraction and defense and all the rest of it. But it's not used in the way that we redeploy all our words in an effectively infinite way. And correspondingly, of course, we show the feature almost universally. There are some interesting exceptions, recursion. So we can embed sense into sense into sense and actually have an almost infinite depth of understanding. And then correspondingly with regard to birdsong, when you begin to sort of say, well, how is it that some birds have 3 or 4 songs and others have 60? But in no case are the ones with more songs in any sense more versatile mentally or anything like that. So I would suggest that in point of fact, the animal vocalization, are simply ones of what we call the imperative. They're not declarative. That they're not actually dealing with the conveying of meanings of any sense at all. What they do extremely well, and they do it for good Darwinian reasons. And there's no doubting their complexity or their interest, but they don't have anything which is akin to language. And it seems in a way that actually language is almost central to everything else. I'm not saying it was first. In fact, discovering what was first amongst the things which we regard as being humanly unique is actually, I think, impossible, which again is a hint, perhaps, that we're not really dealing with the historical process here. But in essence, when we then look at all the other aspects of animal behavior, for example, this is an example I mentioned in a talk quite recently, to which one or two may possibly have heard, and I apologize for repeating myself. There's a famous set of experiments whereby you have tubes full of water where crows can be trained to drop objects into, thereby raising the level of water and retrieving a food item. And this is something which, of course, echoes a famous fable in Aesop of the thirsty crow dropping stones into a pitcher to retrieve a drink rather than a piece of food. And these experiments and observations at first sight are absolutely extraordinary because it really does look as if the animal knows what it's doing. But, of course, we are ingenious and sometimes mean-spirited. And we so arrange the experiments that, for instance, we introduce extra tubes or tubes of different diameter, or even worse, tubes which appear to be connected, but concealed underneath the board are not. And we can very quickly work out cause and effect. We can work out where the weakness is in the link. Animals can't. It seems pretty clear that they simply do not understand cause and effect. And if indeed you again take the materialist viewpoint, that cause and effect is just something you sort of do naturally, instead of beginning to think that it may be something fundamental to the universe, yet there's something there which is underpinning something called meaning, then you will begin to understand that actually this failure, so to speak, of the animals is not their stupidity, but in an immediate context, of course, why on earth do they need to know? They don't. But actually the paradox is the other way around. Why do we need to know? Why do we worry so much about these sorts of things? And I'll just conclude with, in a sense, a general observation. I could talk about, for instance, the fact that animals learn, but they're incapable of teaching. But it's to do with an experiment to do with rhesus monkeys. And in this particular case, they were interested in the properties of what we call entrainment. And here they were using a metronome. Now, I'm not musical, unfortunately, but so far as I can understand, you can alter the pitch and so forth. And you can see whether they can get the idea of a dance rhythm. And it's pretty clear for the most part that animals do not dance. Yes, we know about Snowy, the cockatoo, but by and large, they don't dance. They don't have a sense of entrainment. A few animals drum, yes, but arguably this has nothing to do with what we call music at all. But in any case, the point about this story is that for a whole year, this group of experimenters, I think there were 2 of them, in fact, kept on seeing whether they could train these rhesus monkeys in the art of entrainment using these metronomes. And they couldn't. And what does this tell you? Actually, it tells you nothing about rhesus monkeys. And why should it? If rhesus monkeys can't entrain, then what's the deal? Who cares, frankly? If they could, but they can't. What it tells you is something absolutely fascinating, that here on this planet, there is a species which is willing to spend an entire year trying to see whether rhesus monkeys can entrain. We are the anomaly. It's the animals which are perfectly normal and perfectly all right. They're the ones, we should admire because they're getting on with their lives and they do it very successfully. But what they don't do is what we take for granted. So although this has been a highly confused delivery. And I, again, apologize. I hate Zoom any case, and I wish I could be with you personally in Washington, D.C. And although I've been Zooming all over the place, what I'm trying to get across is the idea that theology to begin with may well tell us something to our benefit, but also if you stick to a materialist explanandum, including AI, including extraterrestrials, then you are going to be disappointed. Whereas, of course, I would take a much more optimistic view that we've only just begun with our exploration. Now, I'm not quite sure when I was meant to finish, but I can see from your expressions that you're wishing I'd finish immediately. So that's exactly what I'll do. So thank you ever so much for listening to me so patiently. Thank you very much.
So are there any, maybe I can start with a question. The title of your talk had to do with the inevitability of humans. And as I understand it, being a particle physicist and not a biologist, there are certain developments in the history of life on Earth that were sort of one-off. The emergence of sexual reproduction, or of multicellular organisms, or of going from prokaryotic to eukaryotic cells, and maybe in humans' language, that didn't happen over and over again independently, but seemed to have happened in the history of life on Earth just one time. So I would say, I would ask, couldn't one argue that the emergence of, not to say humans, but of highly clever animals even, such as chimps, is not inevitable, but that there might have been a number of bottlenecks that were extremely difficult to cross, and we see that because they only happened once on Earth.
You could certainly be correct. And in the particular case of animals, as I've written elsewhere, I mean, what may be the case is that there are all these other planets which are Earth-like, and indeed they're full of animals hooting, purring, growling, chattering, the usual cacophony you hear out there, birdsong and the rest of it. But none of them are saying anything of any interest at all, except to themselves. Whereas we would like to persuade ourselves that the reason we talk is, in a certain sense, to understand what's going on in somebody else's mind, which is something, in my opinion, animals simply are incapable of. And in parentheses, I mean, what would slightly puzzle me is that indeed, if you look at the vocalizations of many different animals, birds and mammals in particular, at first sight, they look almost identical to ours in as much as they use a larynx in our case, or a syrinx in the case of a bird. And one sort of says, well, hang on a moment, wouldn't it be useful, I mean, from a Darwinian perspective, and not only to involve yourself in, chatter, but also to say, oh Fred, behind you, I don't want to worry you, but there's an enormous snake. And not in terms of a warning hoot and so forth, but to convey information which would ensure that Fred did the right thing in the right order. And corresponding when chimpanzees hunt, at first sight, it looks as if it's an organized hunt. But it's not. It's just a pack of individuals looking for red colobus monkeys. But you'd think the adaptive pressure on something so close to ourselves, where they can actually say, look, Fred, you just go over there and wait there. I'll pass you the rifle in a moment, and so on and so forth. They all the time, these things seem to be on the very edge of humanness. And yet there seems to be something which hasn't got there. Now, you may be right that something happened, most likely in Africa. Who knows, maybe. It doesn't really matter where we went through some, bottleneck, and people, for instance, have argued in terms of population size. And actually, there's some reasons to think that's a contributory factor, but not otherwise the explanation. And then you refer very reasonably, of course, to all these other things which are seemingly unique. Well, in the case of, for instance, well, perhaps arguably the most important to do with, in the trade we call eukaryogenesis, in other words, prokaryote going into a eukaryote. Of course, we can't be sure. It does look as if the eukaryotes themselves have a single origin. I mean, again, in parenthesis, one of the things which is known about, but very much not emphasized, is that the earliest of these eukaryotes are incredibly complex. They're not simple at all. In fact, what evolution does is streamline. That's the apparent simplification, but that's another story. But the point is that within the prokaryotes themselves, there are two things which matter. First of all, a very substantial amount of the machinery you need to make a eukaryotic cell are already present in prokaryotes. They've got different functions, but of course in evolution we know how good it is at co-opting things. And tubulins and actins and things like that, which are essential for the eukaryotic cytoskeleton, are already present in prokaryotes. And there are some groups of prokaryotes, especially the planktomycetes, which, for instance, have reasonably good approximations for things analogous to internal vesicles and something approaching a nuclear membrane. These are otherwise regarded as hallmarks of the eukaryotes. So from that perspective, it is, of course, possible that there's something, as I mentioned in John Beattie's work, where you just had the misfortune or the good fortune to have either achieved something which in all other respects would be staggeringly unlikely. But I'm very hard pushed to think of anything which is genuinely unique. I mean, endosymbiosis, for instance, there's a wonderful example of an amoeba known as Paulinella, which is busy acquiring a chloroplast, or the equivalent of a chloroplast, at the present day. So yes, that might be the case. But again, I would be not at all surprised, as I mentioned a moment ago, that there are indeed planets all over the place, stuffed full of animals, doing the sorts of things which David Attenborough describes with such delight. But they're now not doing anything, not saying anything. And why are we different?
Thank you. And now I'll let people in the audience ask questions. Yes.
Thank you very much for your highly entertaining and informative talk. I'm Jordan Wales from Hillsdale College. I have sort of two questions, but I'll try to keep it brief. The first about the animals and entrainment. I read a popularly oriented article that stated that the only animals that dance, or at least that among the animals that dance, you have the birds and only those birds that learn their songs. And this article was proposing a link between the possibility of apprehending and then physically participating in a rhythm and the possibility of apprehending and reproducing or innovating upon a song. So that was one thing that perhaps you could comment on. And the other thing is that it seems that you're suggesting that everything is inevitable except language, or that perhaps language is the one inevitability that we can't explain, whereas convergent evolution and perhaps deep rhythms of the universe can explain the other inevitabilities. And so I suppose that's where you bring in the area that might be called paranormal. And I'd be interested to hear you comment on that a little bit more too. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. They're both very important points, obviously. The business about entrainment and so forth, and there's this famous, much-watched videos of Snowy the cockatoo, and his ability to dance is really spectacular. And there have been suggestions by Matt Cartmill in particular as to there may be a connection between aspects of song, which we see in the parrots and in the songbirds and in the hummingbirds and so forth. The point here, in a way, is I think is if you look long and hard and carefully, you can usually find some animal doing something of an approximation to what we regard as human. But they're not generally, using them for any particular, so far as we know, interesting purpose. I mean, one thing, for example, yes, you do get coordinated swimming in dolphins, for example, but by and large, anything like a ballet or river dance or something like that is something which is unknown amongst the animals, pretty much because, you've got to understand what's going on in your neighbor's head. And all of this, including language, I would suggest, and I don't think that's actually the trigger, though other people have suggested it, are ones which the animals don't possess. And, you can always pick up, a little example here and a little example there. And the other thing also you've got to be slightly careful in this particular area is what happens when animals are in captivity versus when they're in the wild. And one of the interesting observations is what's called enculturation. And to the first approximation, animals, especially those which are brought up in very close human company, which used to be in the old days true of some chimpanzees, for example, and indeed parrots, is that they're perceptibly smarter than their chums in the wild. But they don't otherwise show any signs of getting any closer to humanness. So you can, for instance, after years of effort, get a chimpanzee to begin to struggle with the elements of sort of ordinality and mathematics, but they never go beyond that. So again, we can go on a sort of, case by case basis, but collectively, those sorts of exceptions don't seem from my perspective, really to add up to much else. Your other point about language and such things as the paranormal and the fact that we have this uniqueness and all the rest of it. Actually, that's another story. But I mean, I've never seen one. I know other people who certainly have, including my mother. But if you're talking about ghosts, for example, which we know a materialist is not allowed to exist, quite wrong too. But of course, you've got to decide exactly what you think you're talking about. But there are plenty of examples of animal ghosts, so don't worry too much about that. But the point here, of course, is exactly why I like reading G.K. Chesterton so much. Not because he had a particular interest in science. In fact, he was rightly suspicious of where we were going. But of course, he loved paradox, and it was always constructive. And it's not quite the same, but I'm always struck by these. I know this is hardly answering your fair question, but the famous quote by Niels Bohr, the Danish physicist, and he said, "I like your idea. I think it's absolutely crazy. The problem is it's not crazy enough." And it's really a question in the end of, I'm told you can have a technology, I believe, which, because I have a friend who uses Zoom all the time. As I mentioned, don't really like Zoom very much. You can actually see what the titles of the books are behind by zooming up on it. You probably do it yourself, but I don't suggest you look. Don't worry, they're perfectly clean, but there's a great deal of stuff about paranormal. And if I was to turn my screen in one direction, you'd see rows and rows of stuff by the Inklings, and then beyond that, loads of stuff by G.K. Chesterton. The point here is that, in a way, if you get yourself into a mindset where these things simply are impossible, so we have pretty much Western thinking at the moment, which is utterly dismissive of these possibilities. And if you try and put this forward in the academy, then, as I mentioned, it's career suicide. I mean, people think, oh, poor old Conway Morris. And maybe they're right. Perhaps I'm going off my rocker. It would be, not unknown. But I would suggest that actually, once you begin to read into many, many areas, and even, I'm not a philosopher, but when you go back and see what people are writing roughly 2,000 years ago, and then you suddenly realize actually they're doing something which we've forgotten. And amnesia, intellectual amnesia, so I'll get completely carried away. I don't know how bad it is in your country, but at the moment we've got a craze of taking down statues. And our Archbishop of Canterbury has said he's a bit worried about these statues in the churches, which may in fact be depictions made of stone, images, old boy images, which are of people who frankly weren't very nice. And he's suggesting we should perhaps take these down. And my own view would be, well, how dare you? That's my history. It's pretty unglamorous. It wasn't all bad. It wasn't all good. But they're there. Nothing I can do about it. I wasn't born. So I go off at a tangent here. But the thing here is that if we close avenues of thinking and simply do this sort of Bloomsbury group, Russell, oh, nobody believes that. You can see Virginia Woolf shaking her head. Oh, dear, who thinks that? All you got to do, as I'm sure all of you do, especially in your parishes, is just go out and talk to the people, which I believe one of your candidates of the presidency refer to as deplorables, and just chat to them, as we do a lot. And they will tell you all sorts of stories. And they'll say, that's funny, it only happened once. It's just after Mum died. And they'll tell you a story. So I haven't answered your question quite deliberately, but it is, of course, to encourage everybody to keep an open mind.
Hi, thanks for the great talk. You've mentioned Chesterton a few times now. He's one of my favorite authors. And I was wondering if you had a favorite work by him.
Oh, dear. Not The Man Who's Thursday, I'm afraid. He's best in his essays, frankly, which are incredibly prescient. But The Flying In, I think, is the one I'm dipping into at the moment. I read it. I've read it a couple of times. And for those of you who don't know the story, it's actually set in this country. And I have to be slightly careful what I say, but amongst their wizard wheezes is the banning of alcohol. Oh, yeah, we've been here before, haven't we? Absolutely. And it also, again, I'll get complete carried away. And I gather from what I hear in your country, maybe not all states, but apparently, and in fact, I remember seeing that the email, you don't have to wear a mask. How can you be so reckless? Dicing with death, the whole lot of you. Whereas here we are absolutely hamstrung by this government, which is entirely hysterical about largely non-existent dangers. And Chesterton, in The Flying in a very different sort of way, depicts what happens when intellectual elites decide what's best for us, rather than us being given a reasonable latitude and deciding that, yes, we should not allow children to play with atomic bombs or dynamite, but to the first approximation, we should be allowed our freedoms. And we're hoping very much that we're creeping back there. But I have to say, perhaps some of you as well, I found the last year, frankly, terrifying as to how, at least in this country, the majority of my friends are still frightened and they are still in their bunkers. And, you know, I've had enough of this rubbish, but it tells you something very interesting about the zeitgeist of today. And in fact, we should have seen it coming. And it's no surprise that, in fact, this is part and parcel of our general intellectual timidity.
There's time for one more question. Yes, back here.
Thank you. Can you actually see us, by the way?
Oh, I can see your back of, sorry, this is very flattering. I can see the back of your head, so don't worry.
I thought so. I thought you were looking that way. I'll stand this way then so I can address you.
Oh, thank you very much for the courtesy.
Some years ago, there was a lot of chatter about something called biocentrism. I don't claim to be very familiar with this, but I reviewed some books for a cousin of mine about it. I was wondering if you had any opinions about it and if it has any significance as far as you can tell to the question here.
Thank you very much. If I'm correct, what you're referring to is the sort of thinking, especially by E.O. Wilson. I hope I've got the right chap, I know, and I think on biocentrism. And I reviewed one of his books for Nature, of all places, which is not a journal I want to look at the moment for some reason. I suggest you go and see what they say about the evidence from the virus. Any case, and he is, I think, I've never met him. He's an extremely distinguished scientist, but I don't think he would take it as an insult to suggest that he's a pantheist. I believe he started as either a Baptist or a Methodist, I believe, in the South. But no matter. But in essence, what I think he's trying to argue in his books, by and large, is that in a way which is very admirable, that life as a whole is, well, we would say holy. But it is something where we are part of it. We're a product of evolution. And therefore, we mustn't not only turn our backs on it, but it could effectively provide the seed ground of the future religion. And indeed, you can go off in all sorts of tangents here. And some people might suggest that environmentalism and also what, at least in this country, we call Extinction Rebellion and those sorts of things, and indeed the programs by David Attenborough, in their various ways are attempting to remind us of the dangers we face if we carry on being reckless. And I'm certainly not necessarily agreeing with all that they say, but the idea of biocentrism, in a way, I think actually goes almost full circle back to Chesterton, because he, and in a very different way, C.S. Lewis, whom, again, I'm an enormous fan, knew perfectly well, in some ways, how noble paganism was. After all, Lewis in particular knew the area inside out, but also, in fact, it's going nowhere. And this would be another set of stories. And I was just thinking about this the other day. I mean, why was it that Christianity was such a runaway success in those early centuries? And I think there are many reasons, of course, and also the Romans fortunately put on a superb infrastructure. It's absolutely incredible. And I think people underappreciate what it was like. They even turned up here in large numbers in 43 AD. But that in fact, what it was that the society there was basically horrible. It was a dreadful place to be in. It was not even so good if you were wealthy and influential, because if, for instance, you think about Pilate's boss, Sejanus, and so forth, look what happened to him, as you read in Tacitus. And then if you think of the total dependence on slavery, if you think of what happened to the people working in the galleys and the mines, so far as we can infer, it was truly and utterly horrible. And one can't help but feel that although, of course, our materialist friends are saying, oh, well, they were subscribing to pie in the sky stuff about a good time in the future. The reason it came home so dramatically was that for the first time, they were given hope. They were given the sense that really they mattered, even here today, let alone any future life. And I think that our danger here again is that if we just, neglect other people, then we can be as pious as we like about nature, and so I admire it as an evolutionary biologist. Beyond the sophistication is staggering. But if you decide to go back to paganism, then you're going to have a set of very nasty surprises.
So I want to first of all I want to thank you and do something that I should have done when you finished your talk, but I was so enraptured by your talk that I forgot to do it, and that is invite the audience to applaud and thank you for your talk.
Thank you.
And we now, I should say, have I believe we have a break for 15 minutes, is it? No, we have, I think, a 15-minute break, and then, right, till the next talk. So we'll come back here at, let's say, 20 of, or let's say at 2:35. And let's, I guess our speaker's gone, but so we'll be back here at 2:35 for the next session. Okay, it's time to start again. And I'm going to make one announcement. There in the schedule. Hello. In the schedule, it says that there. In the schedule, it says that there's a 15-minute break that was take place at 3:30, but that's going to be a half-hour break. Okay, so that's something I wanted to make people aware of. I'm now going to turn the floor over to Maria Camarca, who's at Caltech, and she's going to chair the next session, the next 3 talks.
All right, hello. Thank you for having me chair this session. It is my pleasure to introduce Christopher Shingle-Decker. He is an assistant professor of physics and astronomy at Benedictine College in Atchison, Kansas. I just found out that he had an astronomy class where my cousin was in. If you meet anyone with the last name Camarca in the United States, we're probably related. After receiving his PhD from University of Virginia, he was an Alexander von Humboldt Foundation postdoctoral research fellow in Germany, where he worked at both the Max Planck Institute for Extraterrestrial Physics in Munich and the University of Stuttgart. His research in theoretical computational astrochemistry with a focus on molecule formation on interstellar dust and ice. He is one of the recipients of the 2017 Rao Prize, and Professor Shingle-Decker is a member of the Society of Catholic Scientists. The title of his talk is Forming the Molecular Building Blocks of Life on Icy Cosmic Dust.
All right, well, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you also to the organizers for this beautiful conference, for the opportunity to be speaking to you today. Now, I can't promise that my talk will be as entertaining or as insightful or even as beautiful as the previous talks. In fact, I'll be referencing them a lot. I'm in the cleanup spot here. My slides will also not be very beautiful. They'll be crude and childish, as will my reasoning be, okay? Okay. So forming the molecular building blocks of life. Okay, I should probably back up, maybe? Okay, I'll back up. Can you all hear me still? Okay, good. All right. Biological molecules are very complex, a little bit like this watch. Though you can probably get them for less money than you can get this watch if you're called Sigma Aldrich. So they're complicated. And I'm an astronomer, so I like to simplify things. Order of magnitude pi is 1, all this fun stuff. Okay. So I'm going to be talking about the building blocks. So the building blocks, much simpler. The material conditions for, not a watch, but life. Okay. So let's talk about origins of life research and kind of get some perspective on some of the questions that we've been discussing and that origins of life research deals with. So one will be, how do the material conditions of, well, not the watch, but life come to be? How do you get the material conditions for that? And the second question that's been talked about, both in the talks as well as some of the questions and comments, is how, under what conditions do you go from the material conditions of life to something that has the form of life, form of a watch? How do you do that? And there's a related question, I think, which is, are the material conditions themselves necessary and sufficient, to be mildly philosophical, for the formation of life? When you have all the material conditions in the right order, do you then necessarily get life or watches? I'm going to cease with the watch analogy at this point because it's too complex. Okay. All right. Keeping in mind that the effect can't be greater than the cause is something. Okay, well, now that I've teased these questions, I'm going to ignore the last 2 and focus entirely on the first one. So I'm sorry for the disappointment. This will be maybe a less interesting talk than you're expecting. Now, at this point in my talk, I have to acknowledge that proteins and DNA and RNA exist, and I will tell you a little bit about it, and if you're a biologist or molecular biologist or biochemist, you'll probably find this to be, again, a crude and childish overview, but bear with me here. So this is a protein. Does not look like a steak. This is myoglobin. which was the first protein to have its structure determined by X-ray crystallography. I've been reliably informed that knowing the structure of a protein is a very important thing, and that we want to do that. Well, not me, but other people want to do that. Now, myoglobin, like all proteins, are polymers of amino acids. So myoglobin itself has 153 amino acids linked together. It forms the sequence, and then other things happen that make determining the structure difficult. But anyway, we won't talk about that. I don't know anything about that either. So it's also very large compared to what I'm used to. So I study astronomical molecules, which are not astronomical in size, but rather location. So typically a few atoms. So this molecule, this protein molecule, is very large. Now, what about these amino acids? There are 22 proteinogenic amino acids. So what do I mean by that? Well, the ones that are used by life to make proteins. Where does the number 22 come from? Well, there are 20 encoding proteins and 2 special ones, apparently, that can get incorporated into proteins. So 22. And these amino acids, most of them, are chiral. What does that mean? Chiral. Well, a chiral molecule, things that are chiral are non-overlapping mirror images of one another. So like our hands are non-overlapping mirror images. So we can talk about these molecules having a left or a right-handed form. Now, this is important in the context of amino acids because life uses almost exclusively the L enantiomer, the left-handed form, you could say, of the molecule. Okay. There are a few exceptions, but as a general rule, you can just say that life only uses the L enantiomer, effectively. And these molecules, these amino acids, are linked by peptide bonds, CN bonds. It's a little bit more technical, but anyway, you get the idea. This is glycine here. Anyway, this is an astronomer's laser pointer. This is glycine, and there's proline. So glycine is the simplest amino acid. Proline, slightly more complex. You see this heterocycle right here. Okay, amino acids. Let's go on to DNA and RNA, which, as you can see here, is somewhat more complicated. So here you see ribosomal RNA in brown, and for comparison, for size comparison, in blue are proteins, which are sort of dotting the surface of this. So DNA and RNA, what are they made of? Not amino acids, but nucleotides. So here's a picture of a nucleotide as you might find it in a biochemistry textbook. There are 3 main sections to a nucleotide. There's a nitrogenous base or nucleobase, there's a sugar here, and then there's a phosphate group here. Okay, so let's talk about these particular nucleobases. Okay, they form the language of DNA and RNA, the language of genetics. So DNA and RNA use the same except for this last one here. RNA uses uracil and DNA uses thymine. All right, so this is the end of the biology. Okay. Probably made a number of mistakes, but what I'm going to be talking about instead is not biology per se, but rather prebiotic molecules. So what do I mean by prebiotic molecules? Well, this is a somewhat nebulous term. Nebulous not in that they necessarily occur in nebulae, but which I would argue, well, I don't want to spoil it. So prebiotic molecules. So what do we mean? Like amino acids, nucleobases, nucleosides, and a nucleoside is basically a nucleotide minus the phosphate group here. But we would say that those are prebiotic. They're not biological molecules, but they're on the road there. They could, under certain conditions, become biological molecules. As well as something like formamide. And why is formamide here? And what do these arrows mean? Well, it means that formamide, there are chemical pathways under certain conditions whereby you can go from formamide to each of these. So we would say that formamide is a very likely precursor for at least some of these, and we would lump it into this prebiotic molecule family. Okay, prebiotic molecules. So how did they form? So how do you get the prebiotic molecules, which are presumably a necessary condition for forming biological molecules? Well, here's the terrestrial view. We've talked about experiments that have tried to recreate the conditions under which life formed. Well, the most famous of them would be the Miller-Urey experiment. You're probably all familiar with that. So Miller, working under the supervision of Urey, decided to try to reproduce the conditions of early Earth. So they tried to reproduce the atmosphere with a little ocean and then to shoot sparks through it to try to correspond to lightning. So what did they find? Well, what did he get? What happened here? Well, you see here. So what's going on in there? Well, no cells, no life, not even any proteins or DNA or RNA. So nothing crawled out of the flask after the experiment. Didn't have to have any interventions in the laboratory. So what did he get? Well, he got the building blocks. He got amino acids. So amino acids, the building blocks. How many? Well, between maybe 10 to 40. People are actually still analyzing the results of the experiment, but somewhere in that range. Now remember, I've talked about the handedness of amino acids. The handedness of amino acids. So most chemical reactions will give you an equal amount of the left and the right-handed form. You get what's called a racemic mixture. It's very difficult to not get a racemic mixture, and people spend a lot of time trying to figure out how you don't get a racemic mixture of them. Well, what did they get here? What did the Miller-Urey experiment get? Well, they got a racemic mixture, so they got equal amounts. So this does not really inform how maybe life uses only exclusively, or almost exclusively, the L enantiomer. And there's another problem with the experiment, which is that it's no longer thought to be representative of the gas composition of early Earth's atmosphere. So we've learned more, we have different ideas. We think there's less hydrogen, basically, than they assumed in this experiment. So there have been others, and I'll talk at the end of my presentation about where research has gone since then. I'll be referencing a lot of the previous talks, so again, you'll hear a lot of evolution. Everyone basically talked about everything I'm going to talk about, but better. So how might they form? What's another view? So we talked about the forming in the early Earth view, which is a possibility. But there's another view, another rather radical view. And what is it? Well, from the title of my talk, you could probably anticipate it. So it's prebiotic molecules from outer space. They came from outer space, maybe. There's a question mark there. Okay. So I'm going to try to whip you up into a state of frenzied excitement over this possibility by showing you something which is perhaps the most riveting picture that I could come up with. So I hope that you're fully fortified from lunch for the shock. So here you go. All right, so it's a very exciting picture, and so I hope you all are enthused. Great, okay, my talk is complete. Okay, well, what kind of rock is this? Well, as Simon Conway Morris pointed out, this is an interesting one. It's a Murchison meteorite. Okay, now we're in Washington, D.C., famous for its museums. If you walk down to the National Mall, you can go in one of the Smithsonian museums, and you can see a chunk of the Murchison meteorite. You can see it, it looks like that. This is at the Museum of Natural History there. Okay. So what is interesting about this rock? Well, it's a rock from space. Well, that's interesting. But another thing that's interesting about it is that from this rock, one can extract some interesting things. You can extract amino acids from this rock. You can extract from a rock from space the building blocks of proteins. Probably did not think that a rock from space would contain something like that. There's some subtlety there. You can ask me about it. I'm going to gloss over it. But anyway, amino acids were extracted, to use the scientific language. Okay. Which ones? Well, these. So notice that we get the simplest one, glycine, but then also some of these others, including this one with the ring here. There's non-trivially complex building blocks of protein in a rock from space. So that's in itself rather interesting. Okay, let's go back to the handedness problem. Remember I told you that it's very hard not to get an equal amount of left and right-handed amino acids or any chiral molecule in a chemical reaction. And yet life, for some reason, decided to go with the L enantiomer. Well, do you have a racemic mixture of these? And the answer, very surprisingly, is no. You don't. You have an excess of the L enantiomer, the one that's used by life. So what can we say about that? Well, you can use the language that you use in papers. You can say it's suggestive. It's very suggestive. Okay. So this is a very suggestive finding. Okay. Well, now we're talking about amino acids and proteins, but as has been mentioned, the dominant view of the origin of life nowadays is the RNA world view, that you get RNA first, not proteins, because RNA can self-replicate. Proteins can't self-replicate, as far as I know. We're eager to be corrected, but anyway. So they think the RNA comes first. So what do you need for RNA? Well, we've talked about all of the basic units of an RNA molecule, and one of those is nucleobases. So how can our space rock help us? Well, you can maybe anticipate this. Well, they found nucleobases, or you can extract nucleobases from the Murchison meteorite, very interestingly. So which ones, you may be asking yourselves? Well, these. Okay, you can extract these from the Murchison meteorite. So from the Murchison meteorite, a rock from space, you can extract the building blocks of proteins and a major component of DNA and RNA. Very interesting. So these are meteorites here. This is a meteorite, carbonaceous chondrite. What about comets? This is a comet. This is comet 67P CG, visited by the Rosetta mission. There was on the Rosetta probe, Rosina mass spectrometer, which analyzed the material coming off of the comet. And what did they find? Well, again, very suggestively, they found an amino acid and other prebiotic molecules coming off of this comet in the middle of interplanetary space. What did they find? Well, they found glycine and methylamine and ethylamine coming off of the comet. So one of the building blocks of proteins streaming off of a comet in interplanetary space. It's very interesting, I think. So now you're probably wondering, how do you get these molecules in space? Well, the answer, I think, is suggested by laboratory experiments. What do I mean? Well, how are you going to make amino acids in space? Well, let's say you take ammonia and acetic acid and cool it down to 25 Kelvin and you irradiate it. What do you get? Well, with electrons in this case. Well, you get amino acids, for instance. You get glycine. You get other interesting things. There are many experiments of this kind, and they show that you can get prebiotic molecules doing this. Well, what does this have to do with space? Well, ammonia, acetic acid, these are some components of cosmic ice, as you might find it on, well, as I'll talk about it, cosmic dust, interstellar dust, but even, for instance, on the ices of outer solar system bodies. Okay, and it's not just water, predominantly water, but not just water, also carbon monoxide, methanol, methane, formaldehyde, so it's very heterogeneous. So all this corresponds to ice. So there's an interesting equation, so to speak. There's ice plus radiation equals prebiotic molecules. Seems to be what's suggested by now a large body of experimental work. Okay, so let's go from the lab to space. So how does this translate? How does the laboratory work translate to space? And how might these conditions obtain? Well, let's talk about stardust. So again, I cannot promise you anything artistic. This is supposed to be stardust, but it could also be a potato or a truffle if you're fancy. So it's a dust grain, a stardust grain. Okay, poetic. So the stardust is in a cloud, in a molecular cloud that has not just dust but also gas. So it's maybe one of the more interesting talks about dust and gas that you hear this week. And so the dust grains interact with the surrounding gas. How do they do that? Well, you have molecules coming in from the surrounding gas, colliding with the dust, sticking to it, accreting to it, as we would say. All right, well, let's say we've got two things on the dust grain. We're going to show you, not going to show you any equations, I'm going to show you a very simple cartoon showing how the surface of the stardust can actually facilitate chemical reactions. It's very sophisticated, so watch this. So the things move around on the surface of the dust grain, and if they interact, if they encounter one another, they can react and form something new. So that's a surface chemical reaction. A little bit more complicated, but you get the idea. So what happens over astronomical timescales? Well, you have things like this happening. You have more accretion from the gas. And what does that lead to? Well, it leads to a layer of stuff around the dust grain. It leads to, in fact, a molecular ice. So these stardust grains and molecular clouds become frosted. Okay. So we've got the ice. Remember that simple equation before. Where's the radiation? Well, radiation exists in these clouds in the form, significantly, of cosmic rays. I'm going to talk about cosmic rays, but also in molecular clouds, cosmic rays also drive the formation of UV photons, the ultraviolet light. So you've got cosmic rays and ultraviolet light. Now I'm going to have a brief digression on the history of cosmic rays and what they are, just a little bit, because it's an interesting topic. And I think that you all will find it so. Okay. They were discovered accidentally by Father Theodor Wolff, the Jesuit, in 1910. So he was interested in a theory that was going around that people like Becquerel and the Curies thought, which is that radioactivity was just a property of terrestrial material. So he thought, well, if you take measurements at the ground and then somewhere that's above the ground, you should find that the amount of radioactivity decreases if it's just a property of terrestrial material. So he tests that. He takes this Wolff electroscope, makes some measurements at the ground, and then he decides to go to the tallest structure in the world, which is the Eiffel Tower. It was the Eiffel Tower at the time. So, difficult scientific assignment. Goes to Paris, climbs to the top of the Eiffel Tower, takes the elevator probably, and makes some measurements there. So what does he find? Well, in fact, the amount of radioactivity does not decrease. If anything, it may have increased a little bit. So he says, well, maybe there's some radiation coming from space. And like many groundbreaking discoveries, this was thought to be an impossible conclusion. And so it was ignored for the most part, except by people like Victor Hess. He decides to test this by going even higher, taking a Wolff electroscope, making measurements even higher than the Eiffel Tower. So what does he do? He goes up in a balloon, goes up to 5 kilometers, and he takes data. These are his data here on the left. He shows that, in fact, the amount of radiation is increasing very markedly as a function of altitude, showing that absolutely there's radiation coming from space. And then there was follow-up work by Kohlhörster, who showed that indeed this just continues. Radiation is coming from space. Now there is a very nice number of Benedictines here, so I'll say that Victor Hess came to the US, taught at Fordham. One of his students was Stanley Yaki, Father Stanley Yaki. Some of you may have even met Father Stanley Yaki, in which case I'd very much like to hear your experiences. But anyway, so student of Victor Hess. Okay. Cosmic rays, where does the name come from? Well, it comes from Robert Millikan. Robert Millikan, pictured here next to Einstein and Father Georges Lemaitre, thought that cosmic rays were photons, so he called them rays. Okay, cosmic rays. There's only one problem with this, which is that, in fact, it's incorrect. They're not photons, they're charged particles. Bruno Rossi, who's at Arcetri Observatory in Florence, did some experiments that showed that they were perturbed by the Earth's magnetic field. So he had this interesting finding. Now, there was a very nice paper that generalized his results and presented the first overall picture of cosmic rays, which was by, believe it or not, Father Georges Lemaitre. This paper, Lemaitre and Vallarta, 1933. Okay, so an interesting connection there. So that's a tangent. So we started talking about cosmic rays in the form of dust, and to dust we are returning in our discussion. So we're going back to cosmic rays. Any rotten fruit that's still in the back here, you can send it this way. Okay. So we're returning to our discussion of dust. So how do cosmic rays potentially drive the formation of these prebiotic molecules? Well, they do interesting things. So here's my artistic representation of a cosmic ray shooting through a dust grain ice mantle and forming what's called a track, a radiation track. So this is my representation. So along this track, what's happening? But the molecules are being broken apart. Chemistry is happening. So here's a slightly more detailed view of the track. Okay, so this is what the radiation track looks like in condensed materials, water, solids, etc. Okay, and it causes the formation, again, of reactive molecules, excited species, things like that. Now somehow, and I'm going to elide over a significant amount of current work and no little controversy in the field, these reactive species will probably end up forming in dust grain ice mantles prebiotic molecules. So that's the connection between cosmic radiation and interstellar prebiotic molecules. Okay, so how do you get them from interstellar space to developing planets? That's through this image. Karin, in a very nice talk, showed a more artistic view of this. So this is the regions that we're interested in are these dense clouds here. So this is where what I've been telling you about is probably occurring. And these dense clouds, as Cara mentioned, begin to collapse and form star and planet forming regions. And so the material formed here on dust grains could get introduced to developing worlds, Earth, through, for instance, comets. All right, how is that? How do you go from dust to comets? Well, what is a comet? A comet is a dirty snowball. So what is the dirty snowball made of? Well, substantially, we think these icy dust grains from the primordial material from which the solar system formed. So we think that comets are, in a sense, molecular time capsules that give us an unparalleled view into the material from which these stars and planets form. So they're very interesting. Okay. Material formed on the dust grains could then get stored in the comets and delivered to, as Darwin called them, warm little ponds. So we still use this term in astrobiology. WLPs, it even has an acronym, WLPs, warm little ponds. And so they're thought to be favorable because if they dry out and get wet again, then this can aid somewhat in the polymerization of these building blocks. Okay, so Darwin talked about that. However, let's just take a step back. So we can make the building blocks of life. So where does that get us? Can we put them together again? The answer is, so far, in the negative. We cannot put them together again. We try as hard as we can in the laboratory. We try to recreate different sets of conditions, and so far, we've had not any significant results. We can make chains of various lengths of these, but even not necessarily approaching what you would need to have a basic protein or RNA molecule. So it's very difficult. So we've had no success doing that. Although there has been a lot of research into specific things, like how are these molecules UV stable, or what are the role of clays or various other substrates potentially that could help them link together. There's been a number of research on that. But so far, what's the state of the art? Well, this is from a review article in Nature by John Sutherland, who is a very famous person in the origin of life chemistry. And here's his picture. So this is Luca. So it's not a person, it's the last universal common ancestor. This is the sort of fully alive line that he puts here. So where is the state of the art in 2017, which is, we're not, well, basically in the same place. Well, he says we're right here. We're right there. So clearly, we're a long way from doing anything like real synthetic biology, making cells. We're in this fairly primitive state. Now, we may find some conditions that can help us to move beyond that, but as of right now, this is where we are, which tells us that forming life, it's more difficult than we might have thought before. So on that rather optimistic note, I will end my talk. So thank you very much for listening. I'll be happy to take any questions you may have. Yeah.
Okay, we have 5 minutes for questions. Maybe I can encourage also more questions from students too.
Hi there. I'm really curious about the enantiomeric excess of the amino acids on the meteorite, and I guess if you have any explanation for why that might be.
Right, this is a good question. I wish I had a good answer for it. We really don't know, although some people speculate circularly polarized light from some astronomical objects could preferentially destroy the R enantiomer or the D enantiomer, and so just leave the predominance of the L. So that's the best explanation that I know of so far, but it is, I think, very much an open question because it's unusual for that to happen. So.
Hi, maybe this is an of course kind of question, I'm not sure, but you mentioned finding these abundances of prebiotic molecules in the meteorites. Are these same abundances are also found in just terrestrial rocks? What do we find on Earth?
No, I don't think you'd find this in terrestrial rocks. There may be, I think we have some geologists and they can correct me, but I think that these meteorites, these carbonaceous chondrites are unique, though I'm happy to have anyone correct me or preferentially affirm my answer.
Hey, thanks for your talk. There's a lot of steps between methane and a nucleoside or base, and is there any work on going from, I mean, we had the Miller urea experiment, which I loved when I first heard about it. And now I'm like, okay, but that would imply that the bases and these amino acids are sort of an energy sink, that's where the molecules tend to go. And if I told my organic chemistry students, yeah, just put some, you know, methane and some ammonia in a pot and you'll get DNA. Well, first of all, I'd have to fail them on that test, but you know, is there any work done on going from these small building blocks to these more complicated molecules? Are people looking at, because it can't be a biochemical pathway on the stone, on the rock.
Right. It's not, yeah, so very good question, yeah. So the answer is the chemistry is complicated. So it's not that per se that these molecules are probably sinks, but that under these conditions, you know, let's say you irradiate some low temperature volatile material like ammonia, acetic acid, you'll get some steady state abundance where the radiation will end up destroying, initially forming them, and then you'll get some steady state abundance. Now, what are the pathways that lead to that? We have some idea, but there are a lot of uncertainties, and in fact, we're trying to flesh out, you know, how can you go from simple precursors to these more complex species? And we have some initial chemical networks, basically, but definitely something that needs a lot of work. So.
What are the relative concentrations of the compounds found? Is it a minuscule amount of these prebiotic materials versus a large amount of other carbonaceous or, you know?
Yeah, so I'm not so sure about in the meteorites themselves, but on stardust grains, it would maybe be a millionth the abundance of molecular hydrogen or 10 millionth the abundance of molecular hydrogen. So we're talking about trace amounts, but in the context of space, you could, if you accumulated a lot of it altogether, you might have a significant amount that could make its way in early Earth or early planet conditions to some kind of warm little pond. But again, whatever those conditions are, we've yet to find them. So.
Okay, I'm going to do one more question.
Paul Giesting, Wyoming Catholic College. Actually, in response to the comment about, you know, I don't know if I'm the only geologist in the room, but I'm one of the few, I guess. One of the reasons why your work is so important, you know, why actually we have to look to places like outer space to find the origins of life, is that the surface of terrestrial planets is an oddly hostile place for biomolecules, prebiotic molecules to form because they're very reduced. I mean, the Miller-Urey experiment, as I recall, was really kind of like, well, there's Jupiter and Saturn. Let's put Jupiter and Saturn in a pot and strike it with lightning and see if it works. But Jupiter and Saturn are bad examples. Terrestrial planets, even when they form, are somewhat oxidized. And then, of course, we've had this great sort of, life has sort of pulled the ladder up after it because life has now filled this atmosphere with 20% oxygen, which is an insane, chemically insane state of affairs that only life could produce. Only life is powerful enough to do weird things like that, so that those type of molecules, we find these type of prebiotic molecules in geologic and say shales or something, gosh, we almost take it for granted that life put them there, because of course life is so ubiquitous on the current planet that, you know, we do find those molecules in rocks like that, in low temperature rocks that haven't been cooked to very high temperatures, but we're almost certain that life put those molecules there. So we have to go back to astrochemistry to give us these sort of answers. So it was a great talk. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. Yes.
All right, maybe we can give our speaker another round of applause. Oh, okay. All righty. I am pleased to introduce Timothy Dolch. Timothy is Associate Professor of Physics at Hillsdale College. After receiving his PhD from Johns Hopkins University, he held postdoctoral positions at Oberlin College and Cornell University, both with the North American Nanohertz Observatory for Gravitational Waves, collaboration. In Nanograv, he chairs the Education and Public Outreach Working Group. He is also a research scientist with Eureka Scientific Inc. Primarily a transient radio astronomer, his research focuses on pulsars and using them as tools to detect gravitational waves from merging supermassive black holes. With Hillsdale students, he constructed the low-frequency all-sky monitor and on-campus radio telescope. Professor Dolch is a member of the Society of Catholic Scientists, and the title of his talk is The Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, an Overview. Let us welcome our speaker.
Thank you so much. I want to start with some definitions here. We've heard a lot about the situations in which perhaps signs of life could be detected, and those are what I'm going to refer to as biosignatures. Biosignatures are just signs of biological activity. They could be in our solar system, they could be on exoplanets, anything that's the sign of active life. Technosignatures is now the preferred term for what is often called SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, because you can only do a detection if there's technology to detect. And those are signs of technological activity from intelligent life. Those could be intentional. They could be extraterrestrial analogs of the famous Arecibo message that was sent out by the now former Arecibo Observatory, may she rest in peace, if you saw the news about the collapse of the telescope in December. But it famously sent out some of these messages. That would be an intentional one if we received something like this. Those could be call signs, signs of intelligence, or they could be actual encoded messages like the Arecibo message. Technosignatures could also be totally unintentional. They could be waste heat from technological activity. They could be unintended radio communications. People have done the calculation. Earth military radar could be detected at interstellar distances with a large enough radio telescope. And those unintentional ones might contain or not contain symbolic information. So in this talk, I'm going to focus on the possibility of receiving technosignatures from remote sensing. I'm not even going to talk about the possibility of analogs to things that we've sent out, like the Pioneer plaque and the Voyager record. I'm also not going to talk about sending messages any further. This is about receiving them, the possibility of that. Now, the larger context is the field I work in called transient astronomy. And to be clear, I don't do SETI research myself, but everyone who works in the field of transient astronomy, also called time domain astrophysics, in one way or another searches for time-changing signals from objects or phenomena in the sky. So people who do that do tend to rub shoulders with people who actually do technosignature research. Transient astronomy is looking for things like flashes or bursts, phenomena in the universe that go boom. And those are often detected from large-scale sky surveys. So when you have large amounts of images and time-based information, you tend to detect stuff that you didn't expect. Transient astronomy is quite old, centuries old. Supernovae, exploding massive stars when they run out of fuel, have been known for a long time. That's a form of transient astronomy. Gamma ray bursts, many from merging neutron stars, are also transient astronomy, as are pulsars, and that's my own field. I work with the North American Nanohertz Observatory for Gravitational Waves, called NanoGrav, receiving pulsar signals. Pulsars, as I'll show you in a moment, are pulsating radio stars, and we do this in order to use the pulsars as tools for another kind of astrophysics, to detect gravitational waves from merging supermassive black holes. That's not what I'm going to talk about. You can ask me at the coffee break, but that's the context in which I have gained some familiarity with what's happening in the technosignature world, because there is some overlapping membership in our collaboration, and those collaborations that do technosignature searching and some shared telescope instrumentation. Okay, but a classic example of transient astronomy that started to touch on the possibility of technosignatures was in 1967 when Dame Jocelyn Bell Burnell was doing a sky survey, and she detected something that she called scruff, which is this stuff here. But upon further examination, it was pulsating on and off. Boy, that sounds kind of artificial. And it was, for a few months, informally, kind of facetiously termed an LGM, a little green man. However, at the time, the theory of stellar evolution was becoming very well understood. And it was well understood that massive stars end their lives in supernova. And the remnants of those supernovae are very, very dense stars, about the mass of the sun packed into a 10-kilometer diameter radius, that have very powerful magnetic fields, and that results in beamed radio emission, and those that happen to point to the Earth pulsate on and off, just like a lighthouse would. So, in fact, it was not an LGM, it was a pulsar. So there are a lot of phenomena in the universe that at first glance appear artificial. And transient astrophysics encapsulates quite a few phenomena. More recently, there's a phenomena called fast radio bursts, and these are single millisecond long pulses that come from other galaxies. So it's a hot time in astronomy for these things, and those fast radio bursts are of natural origin. They're not understood exactly yet, but it's something that a lot of research is going into. But in general, if you're searching for transient events, thinking here and there about technosignatures as a possibility is a natural outgrowth. You're used to expecting the unexpected. This is a paper that I recently worked on, which was on the pulsar side of things. And this is one of the ways that I've just rubbed shoulders a bit with the technosignature world. In this paper, we used a mathematical technique that happens to be called cyclic spectroscopy to process pulsar data, and you can extract a lot of information with this technique. This is a map of the pulsars you could use it for. And in writing up that paper, I realized that some of the people who do technosignature searching were also using this mathematical technique, so it had some applicability there. I ended up citing their papers and reading them in the conclusion of that paper. So there's some overlap. Additionally, this is our on-campus radio telescope at Hillsdale College in Michigan, where I am, and it's called the Low Frequency All-Sky Monitor, Station 5. And we built this, students and I together built it 3 summers ago. We had a lot of fun doing it. Later that year, it turns out there was a review paper on the topic that mentioned that our telescope network, all 5 stations, were actually something you'd want to look at in the panoply of observatories that look for technosignatures. So that was exciting. I didn't know that when we built it. Finally, you might have seen in recent months, since last December, there were a lot of popular articles on a emphasis on candidate signal. And it turns out that a student at Hillsdale College who worked with me on the Monitor telescope did an REU, Research Experience for Undergraduates, the following summer with Breakthrough Listen, the group that does a lot of technosignature searching now. And he was actually the discoverer of this candidate signal, Shane Smith. And here he is. He's a rising senior. And I advised his senior thesis, which was another version of that paper that's been submitted to Nature Astronomy. So I got to read it ahead of time. It's not published yet. But I can tell you that if there was something really exciting there, I couldn't tell you because it's still embargoed. But more seriously, there is a long history of candidate signals, and this is like a lot of them. So I'll get to that later. Now, there's a long history of searching for technosignatures. I could talk for a long time just about that. A few highlights here. In 1896, just shortly after Hertz discovered radio waves and Tesla started experimenting with them as communication means, Tesla himself started thinking about using them to receive signals from Mars. And similarly from Hertz, Kelvin, and Marconi. And it got to the point that Tesla and Marconi both claimed to receive some signal. Now, we now think that was one of many natural radio signals that are out there. And the real turning point, though, was after the birth of radio astronomy, which started in 1933 when Carl Jansky first detected our own galaxy's natural radio emission. In 1959, Cooney and Morrison, the Philip Morrison who worked on the Manhattan Project, wrote the seminal paper about this. And they did some calculations about what you might look for. Here they are. The following year, Freeman Dyson published his paper about what we now call Dyson spheres. If there were a megastructure blocking a star, you'd see an excess of infrared emission, given the star's luminosity. In 1960, just after the invention of the laser, a paper with Towns on it, one of the inventors of the laser, the following year was about the possibility of detecting laser pulses from extraterrestrial civilization. So that's when this started to flourish. 1961, Frank Drake, here he is, started to undertake the first sky survey looking for technosignatures at the Green Bank Observatory. And at a conference at Green Bank Observatory, he tossed out this equation, which wasn't the most serious equation ever written down. He didn't intend it that way, but it's what people now call the Drake equation. And it's a way of estimating n, the number of technologically advanced civilizations in the Milky Way that we might be able to detect. And there's a lot of factors in here, a lot of probabilities that determine that n. And as we've seen in previous talks, all we know is that n is greater than or equal to 1. But the equation is supposed to give you an idea of the uncertainties that you deal with. What we now can say, though, is that at least compared to some estimates in the 1960s and afterward, it's certainly clear, because of the great number of exoplanets we know now, that the fraction of stars with planetary systems is quite high. And we also know, as we heard in Chris's previous talk very nicely, that at least prebiotic molecules are not rare in the universe. They're throughout our solar system, they're in giant molecular clouds. So some of these factors might be higher than you think. But still, all we know is that n is greater than or equal to 1. So if you're going to look for these things, for some sort of sign of intelligence, where would you look? And traditionally, and to the present day, typically narrowband signals are looked for. These are signals at a particular frequency, not spread out over the radio spectrum. And that's because with a narrowband signal, that's how you can carry a lot of information at a low energy cost to the producer. That's why we use them for communication. So where on the spectrum would you look? The radio spectrum is quite large. And going back to that original 1959 paper, you might want to think about some key frequencies. And these are, to take a term from game theory, Schelling points. And Schelling points in game theory is a classic example where you're in New York City and someone else is that you want to get in contact with, but you have no way of communication. How do you meet this person if you both intended that? Well, you might meet at Grand Central Station, or you might meet at the Empire State Building. You wouldn't just sit in a random sandwich shop and wait for this person. So people have applied this thinking to the radio spectrum where you might look. There are several natural radio frequencies that are of interest. 1420 megahertz is where hydrogen emits a narrowband emission. It's a very famous line. It's how we map out hydrogen in the galaxy. People thought about, what about that times pi or divided by pi, something intelligent sounding. The frequency of positronium has come up. The peak frequency and higher frequencies of the cosmic microwave background. But the part of the frequency range that's been of choice is 1 to 10 gigahertz. And that's for the following reason. If, and this is the big if that we've seen in previous talks, if the other civilization is like us, well, perhaps they would be from another Earth-like planet with a lot of water looking out. So their window of the radio sky would look similar to ours, where at lower frequencies you have the galaxy's natural emission, which gets brighter and brighter, would block any signals. And you go higher than about 10 gigahertz, and your own atmosphere starts to block your ability to receive radio signals. So if they're like us, that Schelling point kind of thinking, well, 1 to 10 gigahertz is the range. And if you're used to thinking about water, well, there's hydrogen, and there's the hydroxyl molecule, the dissociation products of water. So that's often called informally the water hole, like a watering hole for animals. It's all just a guess. Fortunately, though, what frequency to look at is becoming kind of a moot point, because now technosignature searches are very wideband. You're receiving numerous channels across the spectrum at once, and you can go back and analyze them later. So we don't really have to think anymore about what specific frequency should we use. What information would you look for? Well, back in that original paper, they thought about, would you look for a prime number sequence of pulses? Would you look for small sums of numbers, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and so on? If you were to detect a signal, what would you look for? How could you possibly decode it if there were detected information? Lawrence Doyle et al. Has some interesting thought on this, of applying some of the methods that are used to analyze dolphin communication. There's something called the Shannon entropy, which is a way of showing quantitatively that there is information content to be communicated in a signal. Maybe that could be applied. So there's any number of things to look for. There might be nothing at all if it's an unintentional technosignature. But there's always limiting factors. There's radio frequency interference, RFI, from our planet. That's hard to look through, easy to mistake. There's also interstellar scintillation. This is from a diagram from Cordes, Lazio, and Sagan, 1997. And scintillation is a fancy term for twinkling. We see stars twinkle at night because we're looking through a variable density medium of our atmosphere, and that makes them flicker on and off from constructive and destructive interference. And the same happens at interstellar distances for point radio sources that we're looking through. So they'll fade on and off at different time scales. This is a map of the severity of that. By the way, this is not a dolphin up here. A friend of mine I showed these slides to said, it looks like a dolphin. You're talking about dolphins. Total coincidence. Total spurious detection there. What is often looked for in these searches is a Doppler drift narrowband search. Why is that? Well, we would look for narrowband signals, and if it's coming from a particular planet, which is what we would at first order assume, then that planet is always, being in its orbit around its own star, is always undergoing an acceleration with respect to us. So due to the Doppler shift, the received signal is always changing, is always drifting, because the source would be changing its speed. And this is from Sheik et al. 2019, and this is a detection of a technosignature from Mars. It's from one of our spacecraft there. And this is just a sanity check to see that the algorithms are working. And you can see there's that drift because Mars always has a tiny acceleration with respect to us. And one of the things that's making this field really intriguing is now that we know so many exoplanets and more Earth-like exoplanets in terms of the habitable zone, we can actually have a predicted range of what the slope of this line should be for a given planet. So that's one of the exciting things going on now. Now, there's a long history of different SETI projects. I don't have time to get into all of them, but many of them were conducted with the Arecibo Observatory and many other telescopes. But they were all very well thought out. They were, of course, all negative. There were lots of candidates. The most famous one is called the WOW signal, because it says wow there. The reason it says wow there, this was from the Big Ear Telescope at Ohio State, which is down here. It is now a golf course. But when it was there in the 70s, Jerry Amon, who was even then a volunteer observer, looked at the strip chart recorder. This is frequency this way, so these are narrowband frequencies. This is time. And at one frequency, something shot off the charts. Digits are the low numbers, and when you get to high numbers, it goes into the letters. You can see how big that was. And that's it. There's nothing else to say about it. It was moving with the sky like a point source would. People have gone back to look for repetitions. It never repeated. And that's it. What else can you say about it? And there's been a history of other examples, some of which turned out to be natural phenomena, and these are bonus scientific discoveries. CTA 102 is a variable active galactic nucleus. There's a supermassive black hole in a galaxy that has material falling into it, and it flickers from very large distances. In a Soviet SETI program, which was another elaborate part of the story, originally this was a candidate signal. It seemed to be turning on and off, but it was later understood from that original data that this was a variable AGN. Here is an image of SETI at home. How many of you in the audience had this screensaver in the 1990s and onward? Yes, and I was proud in college to have this on my computer all the time, and I reached the top 20 in the world briefly. But at the time, what it was a distributed computing network. You used it as a screensaver. When you weren't actively using your computer, it would receive some data, and it would crunch it and send it back to the SETI Institute. And this image here was an example candidate signal. There was a candidate and several others. This particular one from the Serendip project. And again, it was never explained, but it was consistent with some unidentified man-made RFI, radio frequency interference, and never repeated or anything. There was a similar one about 5 years ago from the Ratan 600 radio telescope in Russia that made the news, but again, nothing else you can say about it. And Breakthrough Listen 1, actually BLC1 is the term being used now, is another one of these candidates where, and just from looking at the articles in the news, you can see, whoa, that's pretty interesting, but it's difficult to say more about it. But there's a lot of exciting efforts going on right now. One of the eventual victories of the people who worked on this is that they were able to fund a dedicated telescope for this purpose. And this is the Allen Telescope Array in Northern California. And it was reborn several times after losing funding, but they just kept going. It's a very state-of-the-art instrument. And they've done some interesting things and put out some interesting recent papers. They've looked at specific exoplanets nearby and reported their non-detections. And they also spent a lot of time on that WOW signal spot in the sky and published their non-detections. But the really big thing happening is now Breakthrough Listen. And this is a project by Russian entrepreneur Yuri Milner. He has dedicated $100 million for technosignature searching. And there's a 10-year planned timescale. They started in 2015. And it's really pushing the field along to, I think, an exciting new level. There are currently 3 telescopes being very actively used. One is the Green Bank Telescope in West Virginia, 100 meters in diameter. The Parkes Radio Telescope in Australia is being used. You need northern and southern hemisphere coverage. And also, for optical SETI, the Automated Planet Finder at Lick Observatory in California. So they're looking for laser flashes. Breakthrough Listen also has agreements with many, many other telescopes in the world, either for future data or to analyze data that's already taken. I won't go through all these, but includes infrared searches as well. So this is a diagram from a recent Breakthrough Listen paper, Enriquez et al. 2017, and here is where they looked at nearby stars with exoplanets. And this is a non-detection plot. So what you see is every dot on here is a part of parameter space that was searched and reported as a non-detection. What's on the x-axis here is the power of a transmitter if it would be transmitting in isotropically, all directions uniformly. And this would be an extremely advanced civilization. And here on the plot is something the equivalent of Arecibo, sending out a radio pulse. The y-axis here is basically frequency of pulsation. So the lower down you go, the more rare the pulse would be. The more to the left you go, the dimmer it would be. So you can look at the history, recent history of SETI as moving these points down to the bottom left more and more. So as searchers are getting better, that's where it's going. This is from another paper by the Breakthrough Listen people. And you can see it's really cutting even lower every year into here. Now, the previous search was for exoplanets. This one is pointed toward the galactic center in an untargeted search, because there's been literature on this too. That's another shelling point, is that you might want to, if civilizations in the galaxy want to somehow choose a direction, maybe the galactic center is the best. You have the highest density of stars in that direction. So that's, that's been an interesting study, because what's been coming out of the recent papers are ancillary scientific discoveries. Bonus science that is not a technosignature detection, but it's other really cool science that comes out of it. On the left here is one of these fast radio bursts, one of these natural pulses from other galaxies that's not entirely understood yet, that was detected by Breakthrough Listen. So it's not that nothing is accomplished if you don't detect a technosignature. On the bottom right here are pulses from an object called the galactic magnetar, and this is a neutron star. It's like a pulsar, but much higher magnetic field and turns on and off in a harder to predict way. So they detected small pulses from that. Just last night, on the Astronomer's Telegram mailing list, which sends out breaking news of stuff that in transient astrophysics that might not stick around, there was reported by the Allen Telescope Array a fast radio burst they detected. And there it is. It is fairly narrow band looking, but it is, this is a natural fast radio burst because you can see parts, you can see a signature here that with time goes lower in frequency, and that's characteristic of these natural bursts. So they're doing good science even while making not the technosignature detection that of course would be the very best outcome. There are also efforts underway to look for vanishing stars or appearing sources. And this is the sort of thing you might expect from large-scale engineering along the lines of Dyson spheres. And this was a project by Beatriz Villarreal et al. And they pretty systematically looked for these things with the complete knowledge of all of the natural phenomenon that could look like this. And they ended up finding a list of candidate stars that vanished. Here's one from the 1960s. They went back to these old images and re-imaged them, and that star vanished. They don't think that this is a technosignature. They could be flares from M-dwarf stars. These are particularly flaring kind of stars, so there could have been an otherwise invisible star that just flared up here that's very consistent with this, or very distant and very red supernovae. So again, this is a bonus science discovery from these studies, but there's a citizen science project with it and plans for follow-up, so it's another exciting effort. Okay, so I'm going to conclude here with a few thoughts. Why do this? Is it a waste of time? It's a high-risk, high-gain game. It's difficult to assess the probability. Maybe it's higher than we think. If it's lower than we think, the lure that it would be the greatest scientific discovery in human history still makes somebody want to do it. And that appears to include Yuri Milner, which is great. And there's a lot of spin-off science. The SETI at Home software from the 1990s really popularized distributed volunteer computing, and now it's done with protein folding and all kinds of things. And of course, there are all of these ancillary scientific discoveries I've been telling you about that keep happening. So it's a negative detection is not a waste of scientific effort. Of course, the non-scientific impact would be tremendous on a philosophical and theological level. And a robust non-detection would also be very significant if you could argue more from an observational basis that we are alone. Sometimes people will say that's already happened, but I would argue that has not happened yet. I would argue that we are nearer to the beginning of answering this question than toward the end of where we would say observationally we seem to be alone. And that's because what Breakthrough Listen and other groups, they're not the only game in town either, what they're doing is really now informed by big data science and machine learning. What they do in a few weeks of observations is probably equivalent to decades of SETI before that. So I think now we're really observationally at the point where this question is first being seriously asked. And also the discovery of exoplanets. We now know habitable zone Earth-like planets, where to look. So I think if this effort goes on for decades, and more and more exoplanets are discovered, and there's targeted campaigns on all of them, and nothing comes up, maybe then you can start to say that's a negative answer. But we're definitely much closer to the beginning of that than to the end. What does this mean for being a Catholic scientist? I think of Father Sean's homily this morning, where he said that he quoted Father Luigi Giussani, who talked about experience being the basis of Christianity, that the whole Christian adventure began because John and Andrew met this man one morning. It was an experience. And we can think abstractly a lot about this problem, or we can, and as Jonathan also said this morning, have humility and step back, take the time, acquire the data, and let the experience guide us and be in that position of dependent humility instead. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we have a couple minutes for questions. Oh.
Thank you. So one of the things that I dearly miss in these talks is a little map that says, what distance are we probing now, assuming a civilization that can transmit at the level of, for example, the Arecibo telescope at the time? And curious to know the answer to that question. Also, of course, as we probe further and further out into the galaxy, we're looking for signals that have taken longer and longer to get to us. And so those civilizations are either dead now or maybe they're so much longer lived that, let's say it was 30,000 light years away. Well, now they could transmit an even more powerful signal. And if we waited 30,000 years, we'd hear something, which is a sort of a depressing thought. But actually, I'll just ask, how far out have we probed, assuming a technology on the other end that's Arecibo-like?
Right, and thanks for that, Jonathan. And this is so on the question of what would the map look like. It depends on the nature of the search because there are very different search strategies. The ones that have searched stars, directions of stars with known exoplanets, those stretch out to hundreds of light years, and that map could be constructed. And then there are the untargeted ones that point toward the center of the galaxy, and those are harder to map because you're just looking toward the highest density of stars, and that's all you can say. There are also extragalactic searches. Maybe in an extremely advanced civilization, you could receive a signal from. So that's also been, that target list of galaxies is growing as well. As far as whether the civilization still exists, if you look at the Drake equation, the last term is one of the terms in there is the length of time the civilization exists in order to send signals. We don't know how long that is. Maybe it is quite long. Maybe once you reach a technological level, you stay there. Or as talked about in previous talks, maybe that's a brief flicker. Maybe, there's more nihilistic possibilities like extinction. Maybe civilizations go extinct, or maybe everyone decides that the Amish have it right, and we being a civilization without technology is more sustainable in the long term. And who knows? So I think that would depend on that number too.
On that note of destruction of civilizations and the fact that I'm from Los Alamos National Laboratory, I have to ask you this question. Would nuclear explosions on other planets be detectable on Earth or vice versa?
That is a fascinating question. My first thought is probably not. If it were an individual explosion, there's one of the famous Soviet astronomers who was in the history of these searches, and this was mentioned in Simon Connolly Morris's talk, is the Kardashev scale. And there's Kardashev 1, 2, 3. These are supposed to be extremely advanced levels of civilizations. And the Kardashev 1 civilizations, which in fact is the limit shown here, would be a civilization that puts out a solar level of intensity across the Earth's surface. So basically, something that's lit up the surface of a planet has that level of technology. So maybe something like that you could detect.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I'm wondering if there's any sort of standard for claiming a discovery, like analogous to particle physics where you need a 5 sigma bump. I would expect for maybe a repetitive signal, it might be easier, but for a single output like the wow signal, how would you even claim to have discovered something?
Thanks for that. Yeah, and that's a great question. Where's the benchmark where you really claim a detection? And yeah, generally, people have thought that it would have to be repeating. Again, if it's just once, what can you say about it? And it would have to, you would have to rule out every possible man-made source. And you would also really need long-term repetitions because of that scintillation phenomenon. It's really easy to miss some occurrences because sometimes it might be in a minimum. So if a signal were detected, it would have to repeat for many years probably before you would claim victory.
Do you happen to know if anyone in recent years has done a feasibility study to see if it would be possible to build a network sensitive enough to pick up domestic VHF communications, say 50 to 500 or 600 megahertz, where you might find television and high bandwidth voice that are domestic?
Right. So the question is how powerful of a telescope would you need to pick up the Arcturus 4 I Love Lucy? Right. That's yeah. Right, or the evening news, right. It would have to be pretty big because you would need a radio telescope the size of the square kilometer array, the giant telescope in South Africa that's being built to detect military radar or Arecibo-like pulses from another planet. So it would be a telescope probably an order of magnitude at least greater than that in terms of collecting area.
Okay, great. Let's thank our speaker one more time. All right, so we're going to do a 20-minute break. So come back in 20 minutes, and then we will have our next speaker.
because I didn't want you to, in the middle of your speech, you just see me like walk off.
Yeah, you're just
Especially because you know me too, so you'd be like, oh, like, why
I
is
looked
she?
to your eyes for the friendly comfort.
And then she just like walked away. I just wanted to let you know that I'm not like ditching your speech.
Oh, no, that's very sweet.
Oh, man.
Go see you later.
Bye. Nice meeting you. If you can hear this, I think it's been 20 minutes. So you should come back into this room now.
I'll practically email them too.
Oh, that was everyone who's racing back to their seat. I know. So,
I'm also not an authoritarian personality.
no. Have to. All right, we're about to get started again, so if you can take your seats, that would be very helpful.
Get in here and shut up.
This is my beloved son. You can just lock the door. That kind of voice. You could employ God's strategy and lock the door. Not here too. You're also not dressed appropriately. He didn't tell you what the dress code is. Do not dress
Sure. Wait, do you have your slides ready? What? Are those your slides? Okay. Yeah, you can go. Okay, I think we can get started now. Alrighty. All right, it is my pleasure to introduce Natasha Togramajian, and I have to go to updated bio. All right, she is a PhD student at Harvard University studying geophysics with a focus on highly hazardous earthquake sources and their complex 3D ground motion effects. Her current work centers on characterizing fault systems in downtown Los Angeles to anticipate likely future rupture scenarios. Funded by a US Fulbright research grant, she spent 10 months in Armenia as a geophysical researcher designing a collaborative statistical seismology study on reservoir-triggered earthquakes, aiding in the development of a new regional seismic network to study the subsurface structure of the Caucasus Mountains and investigating how international scientific collaboration is shaped by regional politics. She has led several experimental field studies in the Seattle Basin and Fault Zone and her research is supported by the NSF Graduate Research Fellowship and the Harvard Ashford Fellowship. She is a student member of the Society of Catholic Scientists, and please offer her a round of applause.
So hi everyone, it's been very nice to meet many of you and talk with many of you, and I'm excited to talk a bit today about the Catholic contributions to seismology, my own field, as well as some of the human consequences of earthquakes, which lead us to consider them from perspectives that are beyond purely scientific. So there stands a strange sight today in the city of Lisbon, the roofless Carmel convent. Now, this missing roof is intentional. It serves as a reminder of an event that took place almost 3 centuries ago, but remains today an image that poses a grappling challenge to both the faithful and scientists alike. Now, this event, it was the estimated magnitude 9 Lisbon earthquake of 1755, which struck the Portuguese capital on All Saints' Day, releasing an energetic equivalent of 32,000 atomic bombs. In mere minutes, seismic shaking brought down the city. Many faithful observing the holiday mass were killed inside collapsing churches. And this earthquake also then generated a massive tsunami, which inundated Lisbon soon after, drowning thousands more people. Fires ignited inside falling architecture, and the city was an uncontrolled blaze for the next 5 days. So this is a very realistic depiction, even though it's artistic. It looks quite the doomsday picture, but that really encompasses the different cataclysms that came together in this huge earthquake. And so up to 60,000 people had been killed, and nearly every Catholic church in Lisbon had been destroyed on a high church holiday. European Protestants interpreted this as a sign from God, punishment of the Roman Church. In England, the newspapers termed the earthquake a Catholic catastrophe. So, the 1755 earthquake, although it was a theological grapple, it also shook more than the ground. It radiated shockwaves through the philosophical circles at the time, who were forced to come to terms with the question, what is man's position relative to the laws of nature? Now, this is an ancient question, but each generation asks it again, including the Enlightenment thinkers who were profoundly influenced by the earthquake. These philosophers, Voltaire, Kant, Goethe, are often remembered as modernist, secular harbingers of existentialism, but their reactions to the Lisbon earthquake in many ways echoed Catholic understanding of natural disasters. In Luke 13, the disciples grapple with a similar catastrophe. A tower had collapsed on Jews who were on a pilgrimage in Jerusalem, worshiping and praying to God. Why them? Had God chosen to punish those who, by all appearances, were his most devoted servants? Were the 18 killed by this falling tower worse than the sinners who were spared? In the aftermath of the Lisbon disaster, Voltaire returns to the same question, echoing the disciples. Is there a connection between calamity and iniquity? Goethe is shaken by how the natural world treats the good and the bad alike. Kant, reflecting on our universal fate of earthly death, questions how the manner of death can matter when compared to the eternity that we're promised. So it was in this philosophical ferment in the aftermath of Europe's first modern disaster that the science of seismology was born, and it would be carried into its current form by Jesuit Catholic priests. So while London's newspapers were gloating, the Jesuits were already laying the groundwork for a more scientific, and as I will explore, a more Christian approach to living with seismic activity. The Society of Jesus, founded by St. Ignatius of Loyola in 1534, began as a small band of well-educated young men, determined to bring the message of Christ to the edges of the earth. Jesuits were charged to be excellent in secular pursuits as a means of upholding the excellence of the Church. Loyola charged his brothers to celebrate the full range of human intellectual power and achievement. Jesuits were compelled to find God in all things, to seek out Christ in every dimension of life, with no enterprise being merely secular. Furthermore, Jesuits were to consider the whole world their home, to travel through the world and live in any part of it, wherever held the opportunity to give greater service to God and help souls. Aptly nicknamed God's Marines, Jesuits were the disciplined vanguard of Rome. and they soon became known as vigorous missionaries of Christ, who almost single-handedly established the faith in numerous regions of the world, with a commensurate impact on the secular world. The Jesuit vows and values meant that Jesuits found themselves at the edges. Whether these edges were the furthest flung geographic corners of the earth or bold scientific innovation expanding human knowledge, Jesuits were frontiersmen, and no place was too foreign or far. They were the first world explorers with higher education, the first Europeans to venture into the interiors of Mexico, Mongolia, the Amazon. Here you can see them depicted in everywhere from Madagascar to Japan to China to the Philippines. Jesuits were also the first Western scientists to enter into contact with China and India. By the mid-18th century, Jesuits directed 30 of the world's 130 major astronomical observatories. Christian faith was said to have entered China, helped by the hand of astronomy. Jesuits also believed that an excellent education was one of the best ways to both serve the church and improve individual lives. By the 1700s, the Jesuits were operating more than 800 universities, seminaries, and secondary schools around the world. Mathematics was an especially important part of the Jesuit curriculum because it underpinned critical topics from physics to geography to navigation to military science. Jesuits teaching these subjects thus quickly became practiced experts themselves. One exemplary anecdote of this iconic Jesuit pursuit to know God's creation is the scientist Athanasius Kircher. In 1631, after an explosive volcanic eruption in Mount Vesuvius, he had himself lowered into the active volcanic crater to observe its features as close to eruption as possible. He illustrated his observations, shown here, and NASA actually recently confirmed a few of his observations, such as a central heat source in the center of the Earth. So embodied in Kircher, it was this Jesuit ethic, this combination of rigor in the natural sciences and math, and a willingness to go to the ends of the earth that uniquely primed the Jesuit order to make unmatched contributions to modern earthquake science. So now, we're going to come back to the Jesuits in a bit, but I first want to set up some modern geophysical methodology and several case studies from my own research in order to contextualize the contributions that Jesuits would later make to seismology. So in terms of basic geophysics, when an earthquake occurs, for it to be located, it needs to be detected and measured by at least 3 seismic stations. Once it's detected, you can see where those 3 radii intersect. That gives you the earthquake epicenter. And the better the distribution of stations, the more accurate your location. Now, if we consider earthquakes in 3D on the right, we can see that the further a seismic wave travels along the surface of the Earth from the epicenter to the recording station, the deeper it samples the interior Earth structure. So you can see the longer waves cut in closer to the core. You can see S waves, for example, are not transmitted through Earth's liquid outer core. That's because liquids cannot be sheared, so they're not propagating through. Whereas P waves, which are compressional, are refracted and deflected in the liquid outer core. Meanwhile, surface waves travel only along the Earth's surface. So, the unique characteristics of different seismic waves and how they travel means that earthquakes can tell us quite a lot. But for a wave to tell us anything at all, for it to be more than just a catastrophe, it must first be observed and recorded. As you can see, it's the recordings at multiple stations sampling the entire hemisphere that allow us to tease out the patterns in seismic waves. So this is the underlying reality of geophysics, that in order to investigate a planet-sized natural laboratory, in order to observe what we cannot physically access, which is sort of the main defining theme of geophysics, that our observation is physically inaccessible, we deeply rely on instruments installed at the surface. But you don't have to just take my word for it. I can walk you through a quick whirlwind of past field experiments to demonstrate that the quality of geophysical research we can do directly depends upon the quality of our instrumental networks. And these allow us to see into the Earth. So, we'll start with a few active volcanoes just outside of Guatemala City. So this is Volcan Pacaya, which is looking relatively peaceful here, which belies its destructive power. In 2010, Pacaya erupted, and while fortunately no one was killed, Lava flows and explosive projectiles destroyed homes and injured people. Here you can also see how volcanic bombs penetrated the corrugated steel roof of this chapel. A research initiative in the wake of this eruption was to scout out sites to install a network of seismovolcanic sensors around Pacaya, which would increase the ability to detect eruptions in advance, giving residents more time to evacuate. And the fieldwork for this task entails everything from cutting through jungle bush to finding translators who speak the local Mayan dialects. And I show this again to illustrate that the days of trekking, planning, and digging are worth it to geophysicists because sensor geometry and location directly determine the quality of science we can do. Now, we can take a case where we were not able to deploy seismic sensors. This was Volcán de Fuego, and it had been continuously erupting for years, so that while we could trench in the pyroclastic ravines, which you can see those carved out lava flows, we could go in there and collect ash samples. However, it was too dangerous to deploy geophysical sensors. In 2018, Volcán de Fuego violently erupted, destroying several towns and claiming 165 lives. Had there been sensors, the eruption could have likely been detected earlier, and the government would have been able to act and evacuate people in advance. So this is an unfortunate demonstration of the same point, that geophysical networks are useful and necessary not only for academic research, but also for disaster prevention. Next, we'll jump to another continent and look at the Caucasus Mountain Belt, a convergent tectonic plate boundary. So our goal here was very different from the goals on the volcanoes. Here we wanted to investigate the geodynamics of an actively forming young continental collision zone. And again, with this very different scientific objective in mind, the key is the same. You can see here a map of the seismometers that we deployed to cut a transect across the mountain range. And this densely spaced array would allow us to image the subsurface structure of the mountain belt, similar to the way an X-ray works. And lastly, we'll jump to urban Seattle, where the common theme continues, this time for studying how shallow rock layers will behave in urban settings during future large earthquakes. So for this, I designed a multi-phase field study, reaching out to local schools, churches, and businesses to host our instruments. And you can see here in this first network that 3 of the 10 stations were hosted by Catholic churches and schools, and they were all too happy, of course, to facilitate our study. Some of them participated in the digging and hung out with us, and they showed us inside their churches and their schools, so it was a very pleasant human dimension to the work that is very relevant, and we keep in mind why we're doing these studies, because of the people that live in these dangerous areas. And then phase 2 of the experiment consisted of 4 profiles of seismometers crossing the Seattle Basin Edge and Fault Zone, which you can see in black. Now, one might wonder about the feasibility of deploying 100 seismometers in downtown Seattle, each spaced only 2 to 3 houses apart. In fact, the local seismologists thought this would be impossible, but after weeks of phone calls, mailed letters, and media outreach, I was able to coordinate the most densely spaced seismometer array to sample a basin edge. And again, it's the quality of data, which you can see highlighted here in the 3D seismic wave field. You can see the clean signal-to-noise ratio, clear seismic wave signals that we're looking for, directly dependent on the way we design the sensor array. And that's why geophysicists devote so much time to this. So, now that we've thoroughly established the critical importance of seismic networks, we're going to jump back to the Jesuits. And one of the greatest Jesuit contributions to seismology is perhaps best visualized in this map of the worldwide locations of Jesuit seismic stations. Jesuits, grounded in their past centuries of work, pioneering in the natural sciences, and living out missions on every continent, organically established scientific centers wherever they went. Several Jesuit stations in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East were the first and only scientific observatories in those areas for years. Jesuits trained local personnel to work in observatories with them, thereby also providing some of the first scientific formations in those countries. And at one point, they were operating over 50 stations worldwide. So we can appreciate how invaluable of a scientific contribution this was, especially given where the field of seismology was at this time. tectonic plates themselves had not even been recognized until 1915. And looking at the dates, you can see that many of these were deployed well before that was even on the horizon in the field. So it's unsurprising that the seismology was soon came to be known and called the science of the Jesuits. Now, this instrumental leadership was especially strong in the US, where Jesuits are single-handedly responsible for developing the first continent-scale seismographic network of uniform instrumentation. The Jesuit Seismological Service, founded in 1909, conceived an idea by Father Frederick Odenbach. As you can see in his letter here, he threaded the needle in early 20th century seismology. He said, if we can get a number of our colleges to host these stations, we would be in a position to do the great thing in seismology, to organize a system of observatories with the same kind of instrument, handled in the same way, and these stations would be fairly well scattered over this continent. And the more extensive this network, the greater the value of the seismograms that we can capture. So, this idea came to fruition as 16 identical seismographs were hosted at Jesuit colleges from Brooklyn to St. Louis to Spokane. By 1911, Jesuits operated over a third of the 44 seismographs in the United States. Then, at the urging of the scientists of the National Research Council of Washington, this network was revitalized and succeeded in 1925 by the Jesuit Seismological Association, a major center of seismological research from the 30s to the 50s, inaugurated by Jesuit James V. Masselwain. Now, Masselwain is undoubtedly the most renowned Jesuit seismologist in history, and with good reason. A true pioneer of American geophysics, he received the first PhD in seismology in the US. He soon after founded the first university geophysics department in the Western Hemisphere. He established the first chain of seismographs in Northern California. He published the first theoretical textbook on seismology in the US, and he served as the president of the American Geophysical Union. Masselwain's energy for geophysics came in part from his recognition that Jesuits were natural seismologists. As he noted, men are lacking in seismology because of the severity of the training required. One must not be only a good experimental physicist, but a good mathematician and geologist as well. Here is our opportunity. So beyond his historical, institutional, and pedagogical contributions, Father Masselwain was a leading figure in cutting-edge seismological research. You can see just a sampling of his groundbreaking geophysics contributions. This is just a smattering of the articles that he published. And he also was deeply committed to the educational development of seismology. So he completed annual surveys on the state of geophysical education in the country, strategies for organizing physical data and upkeep. And so he really encompassed all the dimensions of trying to move this field forward. In recognition of his contribution to American seismology, stands today in the American Geophysical Union, which is the largest professional organization of earth scientists in the world. They annually give out the James V. Masselwain Medal in his honor to award scientists of outstanding ability. Now, beyond Father Masselwain, there's too many other Jesuits to count, but you can see there's other very diverse contributions to the field. But there were two that I'd like to highlight who stood out to me for the living energy with which they inhabited the intersection of their science and their faith. The first is Father Daniel Linehan, known as the earthquake priest. He discovered one of the 4 types of seismic waves. He completed renowned voyages to the North and South Pole, measuring ice cap thickness. Here you can see him performing Mass on an Antarctic expedition boat. He performed refraction studies beneath St. Peter's in the Vatican for archaeological investigation. But you can see from his journal entry here that it was an abiding love of God that drove his passion for science, and he was priest first and foremost. He writes, "Today, when I read my seismograph, there were only 2 who knew that rock was down there, under 60 feet of water. Only God and I knew. And to think this is the same God who came down to our altar this morning, the same God who made that rock, who made all rocks in the world. I would give up all my seismology to celebrate one such Mass." Next is Father James Scahan, who was a visionary in the tectonics of complex mountain formations. And he understood science as another way to hear God's voice. He claimed that what he does as a scientist is no different from what he does when listening to the cosmic word of God. Now, Father Scahan got to live this out, this priest-geologist ideal, in a uniquely exhilarating and beautiful way in 1970, when an undersea volcanic eruption off the coast of Iceland formed a new landmass. Father Scahan organized a NASA-funded expedition with dozens of scientists flocking to the island to observe how plants and animals come to populate new land. He also took the opportunity to celebrate the first ever Mass on that piece of land and ended up baptizing one of the scientists on the voyage. So here we see the Jesuit ethic in full form, with Christ literally brought to the edges of the earth. However, while we delight in the earth's beauty and mystery and order, and find God in all things, a simultaneous theme that we've seen from Lisbon to Guatemala is the earth's destructive potential. A point of reflection here from Pierre Desjardins, as we consider both the beauty of a newly formed volcanic island burgeoning out of the sea and the death tolls that the very same force can cause, is that while God is pure good and nature is God's creation, nature is not God. It has equal energetic capacity for human help and harm. The mountain and the pit, they coexist. If we were mere rocks, mere physical matter, earthquakes wouldn't bother us. They would be a natural part of our life cycle. But we see the horror that can occur when we are involved in earthquakes. For example, the magnitude 6.8 earthquake that struck Armenia in 1988, which at the time was defined by very poorly designed Soviet construction and project housing. This earthquake killed up to 30,000 people, most of whom were children, as hundreds of schools collapsed during the school day. The earthquake struck in the morning. This was a terrible, devastating earthquake. And in the aftermath, 1 in 7 remaining Armenians were left homeless. So our ability to see the horror of earthquakes is the same thing that tells us that there is a God who is loving, not capricious. It is precisely our awareness of and revulsion at nature's destructive capacities that illustrates that we are not fully of nature. We come from somewhere else. To paraphrase C.S. Lewis, we do not look at the human effects of an earthquake and say, this too is God. Rather, we look at the effects of an earthquake and feel a sense of wrongness, injustice. And we are capable of that feeling because humans are not ultimately just of this earth. And this is what makes Christianity different from Buddhism or pantheism. We are absolutely in touch with nature, as we've seen through the Catholic pioneers of natural sciences, but we do not worship it. Earthquakes give us a heightened, sharp moment of reminder that we were ultimately made for somewhere else. As Saint Therese of Lisieux said, the world is your ship, not your home. To quote Lewis again, Christianity is a fighting religion, and that is why we approach earthquakes with all of our faculties, from scientific investigation to learn from catastrophes past and present, to applying seismic engineering to address calamity's future. And I think that the Catholic response to this precarious position is embodied in in places that I've spent a lot of time thinking about faith and earthquakes, namely ancient Armenian churches, almost every one of which has been destroyed and then faithfully rebuilt. Ancient Armenian Christian architects were charged with the task of balancing their expressions of faith in delicate stone constructions with the lateral and vertical motions posed by frequent earthquakes. From the 4th to the 6th centuries, they refined an architecturally ingenious method of design, creating crack-resistant concrete from local volcanic ash mixed with rock fragments, egg whites, and lime, and purposely assembling stone blocks with beveled edges and non-uniform size and alignment, which produced highly resistant surface cohesion and resisted blocks falling out of the wall during large earthquakes. Other features were introduced over time, experimentally seen to mitigate earthquake ground shaking and its effects on the structure. Features you see here, which seem to blend in as simple decoration, actually embody a good deal of ancient experimental seismic engineering. So those long, narrow divots that you see in the front and the sort of oblong holes are not mere decorations, but as they are explained to me, or when you go there and visit, they're actually features built in response to past earthquakes that have destroyed this monastery. So these churches, built of rocks, take the very stuff of our planet, our earthly home, and transform it into a spiritual home. Even though every Armenian church has been destroyed at least once, by earthquake or by enemy, these spiritual homes are faithfully rebuilt, each time a little bit more resilient, each time with more insight into how we can worship God on a planet that is both beautiful and dangerous. And to me, this history of design, collapse, and thoughtful and faithful renewal is a fitting metaphor for the path of a Catholic scientist, and for the way earthquakes ultimately teach us how to be Catholic. Thank you.
Thank you for an excellent talk. All right, we have time for questions now.
Thank you for that beautiful talk, and that's an incredible church. So Father McElwain was, he's sort of like the Georges Lemaitre of geophysics, but sadly, when you look at the McElwain medal, and you can Google on it online and stare at it, you're hard-pressed to tell that he's a priest. He actually looks like he's wearing a turtleneck rather than a Roman collar.
Yeah.
And, nowhere is the SJ put after his name, and so I like to say that the American Geophysical Union has laicized, effectively, Father McElwain. Imagine the impression that the McElwain winners would have, and perhaps some of the thoughtfulness that might arise if they actually knew that the person whose medal, after whom the medal has been named, was a Jesuit priest. I think that would be a wonderful thing, and it's kind of a shame the AGU has done things that way, but that's part of why the society is here today.
Yeah, I completely agree, and one small bright blip is Peter Hybers won the McElwain Medal a few years back, and of course you give an acceptance speech, and I read his, and he very explicitly said how meaningful it is for me to win the McElwain Medal because I discerned almost becoming a Jesuit priest. And so he brought this attention, and everyone was like, why is that meaningful? So he was like, because. So there was a brief moment of recognition, but I completely agree. And well, the Seismological Society of America also gives out the Jesuit Service Award every year. So that's a little more explicit in its title, but.
You began your talk with a discussion of the Lisbon earthquake of 1755 and kind of ended it with this discussion of the better construction. Somewhere around 1700, in a town called Cusco in Peru, the Spaniards took over and built an elegant cathedral on top of, and replaced, but on the basis of something that the builders of Machu Picchu had done. Presently, there was an earthquake, and the whole Spanish apparatus, cathedral and all, came tumbling down, but nothing of the Machu Picchu builders ever was hurt at all. And that tells me that some people anciently knew a lot more about earthquake-proof construction than we ever did. And I wondered if there were important lessons learned from that, even though it wasn't applied by 1755 in Lisbon. Was that knowledge ever really discovered or understood and put to use?
Yeah, that's a great point. It reminds me of something I read about earthquakes in Liechtenstein recently. And all of the new construction came tumbling down, and it was well built. I mean, it's a developed country, Liechtenstein, and it was made with seismicity in mind, but all of the wooden framed ancient houses stood standing, and they were very puzzled. So, I mean, I think about it like to what point you have to get to be mixing egg whites into your building. Like they really must have been doing a lot of trial and error. So I think there's something, there's a testament to their determination to keep their church standing in some of the most dangerous places.
That was a great talk, very inspiring. What sort of warning, or I guess time span, do we have now for earthquakes, and how is that improving recently with modern computing?
That's a great question. So there's a lot of work that's being done on earthquake early warning. So essentially, the first wave that comes, which you saw in the interior of the Earth, is the P wave, and that's compressional, so you don't feel it. However, with very sensitive seismic sensors, which are being more recently developed, they can detect it fast enough, triangulate the earthquake, find out where it is. Now, if an earthquake occurs offshore, that earthquake energy has to travel onshore to where the people live. And that would mean that you have maybe a minute, maybe some seconds, depending on how far away it is. However, if the earthquake that occurs is on a fault that runs through downtown Los Angeles, such as the one I'm currently working on, which I didn't talk about here, it's virtually infinitesimal because the ground ruptures beneath your feet. So traveling to the area it would devastate is not part of that scenario. So it really depends on the relation of the endangered area and the earthquake hazard, but there's a lot of really good machine learning work being done to do what we can for those more distant earthquakes.
Thank you so much for your talk. I'm actually blessed to have been born and raised in Lisbon, so the earthquake is very much in our memory and past.
Wow.
And one important thing is actually that it was 4 years after the earthquake that the Jesuits were expelled from Portugal. It was the first expulsion, royal expulsion. And then it lent, 2 or 3 decades later, they were suppressed by the Pope. So the earthquake kind of played a role with the meanings that were attributed to it. One interesting thing, though, is that when they came back, when the Pope reinstituted the Society of Jesus, it was really then that seismology seemed to have taken hold on them, right? So in Lisbon, however, what is interesting is that most of already in the 19th century, the kind of things that they do is at the high school level. So they have very interesting high schools, top level, even like the Masonic and atheist people would send their kids to these Jesuit schools. And they would do research there. So they had novel research going on in high schools. My question is, what about the US? Like you have these seismological stations in Jesuit colleges, as you said, but were they also doing that at the high school level or not?
So that's a great summary, and I'm glad to hear from someone who has it so close to home. I didn't mention the suppression of the Jesuits, which happened about 5 years after the earthquake, so there was sort of this hiatus, and then, like you said, it sort of aligned with modern seismology developing when they were active again. Now, in the US, it's almost a remnant. Part of the Jesuit vow is a vow of poverty, so they were constantly competing with better funded government institutions, high-level research institutions. The US Meteorographic Survey really wanted to become the powerhouse in seismology stations. So they were always sort of fighting the scrappy fight to stay in science. And there are a lot of Jesuit colleges today that have seismometers. Like I went to Boston College. I studied geology and geophysics there, which has a seismometer, and that's how I got introduced into my science. Georgetown still has a seismometer. And there's several small observatories. They're not anything today like the powerhouses of seismology, but they're important, small, sort of historical sites that are definitely functional. And if they're not papered over, like you mentioned at AGU and other parts of scientific culture today, I think they continue to make an important presence.
Hi, so you mentioned a connection between danger and beauty, and that makes sense to me. I think like the burning bush or the Odyssey with the sirens, or like the book of Job when God's berating Job. And I was wondering, in the earthquake in the tsunami that took place in Lisbon, do you see that same beauty there, or how do you see that in the presence of earthquakes and a lot of the destruction they cause also?
Yeah, so I think earthquakes have capacity for danger and beauty based on where they happen. So, for example, in Russia, there's a big mountain range, the Ural Mountains, and they're inactive tectonically. They used to be an active plate boundary. So today, we just see them as a beautiful mountain range. But you can imagine if while they were forming, people were around there, they were very devastating and frightening and dangerous. So I don't see beauty in catastrophe. I see beauty in rocks and mountains, but obviously everything on earth has the capacity for helping and harming, and only God is pure goodness to me.
We're good? Okay. All right, if we can thank our speaker again.
So every year, at its annual conference, the Society of Catholic Scientists presents an award named after St. Albert the Great, the patron saint of natural scientists. And we present it to a Catholic scientist whose life and work are a witness to the harmony of faith and science, harmony between the vocation of scientists and the life of faith. The witness recognized by the award may be given in various ways, including distinguished achievements in scientific research by a scientist who is a faithful Catholic, or in writing that illuminates the relationship of science and faith, or service to the scientific community, or to society, or to the Church. The board of SCS decided to confer this year's St. Albert Award to Professor Lawrence M. Principe, who is, we are proud to say, a member of SCS and has been for years. Lawrence M. Principe received his PhD in organic chemistry from Indiana University and his PhD in the history of science from Johns Hopkins University. He is the Drew Professor of the Humanities at Johns Hopkins University and professor in both the Department of the History of Science and Technology and the Department of Chemistry. He is also director of the Charles Singleton Center for the Study of Pre-Modern Europe. He has written or edited 11 books, I may be wrong, but that's what I counted, and published numerous scholarly papers. His main studies concern the early history of chemistry, and he is recognized as one of the foremost experts on the history of alchemy. He was the first recipient of the Francis Bacon Award by the California Institute of Technology for significant contributions to the history of science. His book, Alchemy Tried in the Fire, Starkey, Boyle, and the Fate of Helmontian Chemistry, was awarded the Pfizer Award by the History of Science Society in 2005. In 2016, he received the Franklin Lavoisier Prize in Paris from the Fondation de la Maison de la Chimie and the Chemical Heritage Foundation. Professor Principe has written and lectured widely on the historical relationship between science and religion. No one has done more to dispel the widely held myth of perennial science-religion warfare. In particular, of particular note is his 12-lecture audio course entitled Science and Religion, which he recorded for the Great Courses series of the Teaching Company in 2006. These lectures treat their subject with the comprehensiveness, depth, balance, and accuracy that only a great scholar could achieve. But at the same time, the lectures are broadly accessible, lucid, and entertaining. There's nothing to compare with them, and they're an indispensable resource for any person interested in the real history of the relation between science and religion. I'll now present the plaque that we customarily give to Professor Principe, immediately after which he will give his lecture entitled Scientific Innovation and Franciscan Spirituality in the Middle Ages. So, Professor Principe. So the plaque reads, Lawrence M. Principe, Society of Catholic Scientists, 2021 St. Albert Award. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Well, before I begin my talk, let me just express my thanks for this wonderful award. I'm very honored to receive it, very honored to be here and to address all of you. So thank you so much. And it's been a great pleasure, made even more great a pleasure to be here talking with you after having been starved for intellectual companionship person to person for the past 18 months, and I think so many of us feel that way at this point. It's just been such a marvelous opportunity for me to be here now and to receive this award, so thank you very much. So I think one of the ways I was going to begin was to say, well, now for something completely different, because my talk will be different from most of the talks, except for the most recent one we heard, in that it's about the past and it's about Earth. I'm going to talk about the work done by a large number of one particular religious order, namely the Franciscans in the Middle Ages. So enough Franciscans were involved in scientific pursuits to allow historians to speak of a distinctly Franciscan science that's characterized by particular topics, methods, and outlooks. One thing I should have also said at the beginning about being different, because I was a scientist first and now I'm a humanist, or I'm both at the same time, I realized that maybe scientists aren't so used to the fact that humanists, we tend to read our papers. I'll try not to make it boring. I'll look at you occasionally. Right. So I hope to tell you some interesting things about Franciscan science of the Middle Ages. I think we are still very far, all of us are still very far from an adequate appreciation of medieval thought. The adjective medieval is often tossed around as a term of contempt, which it certainly should not be, but this is the result of 500 years of anti-medieval rhetoric, first by Renaissance humanists, then by Protestant polemicists, 18th century philosophers, and again in lots of ignorant internet babble. And I also think that as Catholics, we have a particular responsibility to understand the Middle Ages better, because in fact the terms medieval and Catholic are often linked in many people's minds, and the opprobrium launched at one affects the other. So now I also have to make a little confession here that I'm making this task of talking about the importance of the Middle Ages a little bit more difficult for myself, because one of the sciences I'm going to talk about a lot is alchemy, a subject that has also been widely misunderstood and vilified. So I'm going to give you a few examples of some medieval Franciscan alchemy, but I can't talk too much about it. I will just now shamelessly promote my book, The Secrets of Alchemy, if you'd like to know a little bit more about that. So what I also hope to do today is to expand some of the conversation about science and religion generally. We're all familiar with really valuable efforts to undermine the warfare or conflict metaphor, which has been called the myth that wouldn't die, or to refute the notion of Catholicism's opposition to science by enumerating lists of Catholic scientists. And this is a great thing. It's an important thing to do that people just don't know about this. But I think it also has a few places in which it doesn't go quite far enough. The first problem is that critics can read it as a merely negative argument, namely, religion didn't impede these particular individuals. They might be unusual in that regard. Second, lists like that can sometimes, if they're not careful, take thinkers out of context so we don't also appreciate their motivations behind things. And finally, I think most of all, because scientific discoveries and ideas tend to be modified or overturned by succeeding generations, critics may try to deny the relevance of earlier investigators on the grounds that their specific discoveries turned out to be incorrect from a present-day perspective. Now, this is really, particularly to a historian, a silly response, but also to scientists, because as any honest researcher knows, the scientific enterprise is a process. The first steps of an investigation, whether or not they are later overturned, are absolutely as important in the process as the most recent ones. And this observation argues that scientific culture, by which I mean a mindset that is both interested in exploring the mysteries of the world and believes that such exploration is meaningful and important, is ultimately a more valuable, a more important thing than the actual content of science at any given moment in time, past or present. So the consequence is, while it is extremely important to remember the many foundations and continuing scientific discoveries made by religious individuals, it is more important, although more difficult, to reveal how specific religious ideas, commitments, and environments have encouraged the development of scientific culture. So, therefore, after I have described some remarkable medieval Franciscans, I will try to identify some features of specifically Franciscan theology and spirituality that I believe encourage these friars to study the natural world. Now, some of these features go back to St. Francis himself, who, just to remind you, established the Order of Friars Minor in 1209. Some of them come from more developed theological meditations, although St. Francis did not want his friars to become professors of theology, a great many did exactly that. And the first of these was Alexander of Hales, an eminent theologian at Paris, who took the Franciscan habit in 1236 and kept his professorial chair at the same time. Now, I've looked around for images of Alexander of Hales, and I'm going to show you the one that I was thrilled to find in a little tiny Umbrian town. I just love this one. There he is. This is on the padella, that is the bottom rank of a triptych. And on that padella, it had various Franciscan thinkers, none of them sainted, by the way, but all of them intellectuals. And I love him trying to look through his medieval spectacles to read the book. And sometimes I feel very much like him. I wish I had a student that would take the book a little bit further away so that I could focus on it better. Alexander's student, St. Bonaventure, became Minister General of the order in 1265 and encouraged intellectual activity by both example and action, so that by 1300, the two new mendicant orders, the Franciscans and the Dominicans, had become the major intellectual forces at universities. Now, in order to illustrate this to you, you get to see my vacation pictures here, okay? This was on a different vacation in a Franciscan church in Bolzano. And this was one of the more remarkable things I've ever seen. Here, the walls are not dedicated with saints or biblical figures. These are the Franciscan professors here on the church walls. And you can see that they are doing what all professors are supposed to be doing. They're arguing with one another. Now, personally, I rather think that it would be a good idea to have more church walls decorated with professors. It would remind congregants of the immense intellectual traditions of Catholicism, and I think would be an improvement over some of the sort of saccharine or rather dyspeptic figures of saints that I've seen in some less artistically gifted churches. So here is one more of them. There's Alexander of Hales again, third from the end. Well, probably the only medieval Franciscan I'll mention today with any name recognition is Roger Bacon, known as the Doctor Mirabilis, the marvelous doctor. He was born around 1220, spent most of his life at the universities of Paris and Oxford, became a Franciscan around 1256. While at Paris, he became a colleague, and I'm a little ashamed to say this after taking this award, he became a colleague and a critic of St. Albert the Great. But he also became a friend to Guy de Fulques, the Bishop of Narbonne, who in 1265 was elected Pope Clement IV. Now, Clement asked Bacon to write him some books with the ideas that he had heard Bacon expounding in Paris. And Bacon set to it and sent the Pope at least 3 books, probably more than that. These books proposed a far-reaching reform of education. Bacon argued that the universities of his day spent too much time on logic and disputation. This is one of the arguments he had with Albert. And that university education should be recentered around languages, mathematics, medical reform, alchemy, and especially scientia experimentalis. Now, it would be very easy to define that, sort of misdefine it, as experimental science, but it's better to render it as knowledge gained by experience. And Bacon also intends it to mean applications of the knowledge that's been gained. So, for Bacon, scientia experimentalis is a part of the way to investigate the world. And here a quote from him: "In the first place, there should be a willingness to believe, until in the second place experiment follows, so that in the third place reasoning can be applied." His interest was to put this experience in there in between the belief and the application of reason, which is why he was not thrilled with an emphasis on syllogistic reasoning alone. He uses the example of magnetism. If you'd never seen a magnet attract iron, you would dismiss it as some kind of fanciful account that had no credibility. But if you first posit a belief in the reports you hear about it, then you would get yourself a magnet and some iron, and you would do experiments and learn about it experimentally, and then you would apply reason to what you had seen to learn something about the magnet. Now, notice that one of the interesting things here is that Bacon's process responds to St. Augustine's paradox of whether one believes in order to understand or understands in order to believe. And Bacon, at least for scientific purposes, comes down on the side of the belief comes first. Well, Bacon received a lot of reports that he had to either believe or not believe because he was part of a far-flung Franciscan network of missionaries made possible by the unified constitution of the Mendicant orders. He was the first European to mention, and I quote from him again, one of the things he sent to the Pope, "A powder made of saltpeter, sulfur, and willow charcoal, which, enclosed in a piece of parchment the size of a finger, makes so much sound that it greatly hurts the ears of men, and likewise a terrible lightning flash." True to his interest in applications, he adds, "If indeed we were to make it in a great quantity, nothing would be able to withstand it." Well, this report of gunpowder was very probably brought to him by his fellow Franciscan, Willem van Roosbroek, who had been on a mission to the Mongol Khan in 1253 and 54. This is Willem's report to the King of France, and there is Willem and his companion on the bottom setting out for Mongolia and China. The Franciscans quickly created an extended information network through far-flung friaries, and it really surprises most people to learn, it surprised me when I first learned it, that there were 8 Catholic bishops in dioceses in East Asia, all Franciscans, including an Archbishop of Peking by 1307. Well, Bacon's insistence on scientia experimentalis includes practical application, and it comes out clearly when he writes, quote, "All other sciences are subject to it, as shipbuilding is to navigation." Now, what on earth does that mean? Well, what I think he means is that the knowledge of how to build a ship must be subject to the practical needs of navigation. The practical purpose of a ship must determine how the builders build it. So he's using this applicability, this application, this technological knowledge as a way to govern the information of the sciences. It's often said that medieval sciences were predominantly speculative rather than practical, and this is true to an extent, but particularly among the Franciscans, practical application had an unusually high status. And I'll give you one more example of Bacon's need for application. A rather long quotation here. "A geometer knows how to make an oval figure, such that all incident lines coming to it are reflected to a single point. But the geometer does not know what a mirror made in this shape is useful for. The experimenter, however, knows how to use it to melt all metals, to calcine all stones, and even to destroy every army, camp, and whatever he wishes, not just nearby, but at whatever distance he wishes." So, Now, if making gunpowder bombs and parabolic mirror death rays doesn't quite sound like St. Francis's path of universal love, one has to understand that in Bacon's day, Christianity faced a terrifying threat. The Mongols had breached the borders of Poland and sent a demand to the Pope for his capitulation. If the Franciscan missionary effort to them failed, Europe needed a means to repel them, and so Bacon was advocating for Pope Clement IV a technological defense program for the church based on mathematics and scientia experimentalis. And additionally, many Franciscans at the time, including Bacon, were motivated by recent apocalyptic prophecies about the arrival of an antichrist from the East that would try to exterminate Christianity. And for many, the Mongols fit that description a little too well. But Bacon's practical applications were not all warlike. He also advocated a reform of medicine, and here too, scientia experimentalis was his method. Experiments made on inanimate bodies can be repeated many times until all faults and errors are cast out. One cannot arrive at truth except by means of experiment. Medicine's errors were due, he says, to a neglect of alchemy. And Bacon defines alchemy as, this is his definition, the science that speculates about all inanimate objects, all inanimate substances, and the generation of all things from the elements. It teaches how to make more noble metals, pigments, and many other substances better and more plentifully than they are made by nature. And as a synthetic organic chemist, that last line is exactly it. Better and more plentifully than they are made by nature. Alchemy is also for him the science of elements, stones, of gold and other metals, sulfurs, salts, vitriols, flammable bitumens, oils, and, says he, of an infinite number of other things about which we have nothing in the books of Aristotle. So, thus for Bacon and his contemporaries, and St. Albert, by the way, gives a similar definition of alchemy, it is the study of material substances, their transformations and composition, their productions, and their uses. So I emphasize this point to contradict a common error that medieval alchemy was something magical or spiritual or fraudulent, and it was really none of those things. There's what they're talking about in the Middle Ages about alchemy. So alchemy, as the most practical and productive of the sciences, as is chemistry today, was central to Franciscan science. One of Francis's own companions, Elias of Cortona, whom Francis chose as his successor, reportedly practiced alchemy and was reportedly deposed, well, he was deposed in 1239, reportedly due to his over-interest in alchemical processes rather than running the order. And our evidence for this is quite slim, but there are manuscripts of alchemical processes that circulated under his name. In the 1260s, Bonaventura da Iseo, another provincial of the order, and a friend of St. Albert and St. Thomas, wrote an encyclopedic treatment of alchemy in which he endeavored to bring together the alchemical ideas of Bacon and Albert. Indeed, what St. Albert and St. Thomas wrote about alchemy was very probably informed by their conversations. They knew Bonaventura of Iseo quite well, but probably those conversations probably informed them. So many Franciscans were involved in alchemy that in my searches for medieval manuscripts, I often come across entire compendia that are nothing but alchemical treatises, all by Franciscans. So something's going on there. One of the most substantial texts of Franciscan alchemy came from an Italian, Paul of Taranto, who was a lecturer in the school at Assisi in the second half of the 13th century. He wrote a book called Theory and Practice, and is very probably the author of one of the most influential medieval treatises on alchemy, the Summa Perfectionis. And you can see that in its title, Summa, it was meant as a textbook, and may have been used perhaps in the Franciscan school at Assisi. It was influential, highly influential, down to the end of the 17th century. Like, wow, a textbook that you can use for 400 years? My students can't even use theirs for 18 months before a new edition comes out. So what the Summa describes is how to carry out laboratory operations like distillation, sublimation, crystallization, refining operations like cupellation and quartation. It lists the properties and reactivities of metals, salts, and other materials. But I think the most striking part about it is its theoretical content. Its explanations of material transformation deploy a coherent matter theory based on submicroscopic particles. They're coming together and they're falling apart. The unseen combinations of these particles explain universally chemical changes and properties like reactivity, density, volatility. Gold, he says, for example, is composed of extremely small particles tightly pressed together, and so it's a very dense metal. Tin, on the other hand, is made out of larger particles, not as much pressed together. It's got more empty space in it, and so it's less dense. Likewise, gold resists a fire because its components are tightly connected one to the other, whereas tin and lead are calcined in a fire into a dusty material. The fire breaks them apart. This is a very interesting, comprehensive, what he's struggling for is some kind of universal theory to explain the vast variety of chemical observations and phenomena. Well, this system, by the way, predates the rediscovery of Lucretius's De Rerum Natura by 150 years, and the broader revival of ancient atomism in the 17th century by 300 years. And in fact, the work of one of my colleagues, William Newman, has shown that many early atomists of the scientific revolution did not get their idea from ancient Greeks like Democritus, Epicurus, and Lucretius, but rather from the continuing traditions of medieval alchemy that were begun in the Summa Perfectionis. A very, very influential text. Well, one of the most remarkable Franciscan alchemists that I want to talk about is someone I'm working on right now, is John of Rupes-Kissa, or Jean de Roquetaillade, who had a remarkable, if rather unpleasant life. He was born around 1310 near Aurillac in south-central France. In 1326, he began his studies at the University of Toulouse, and he joined the Franciscans in 1332. He then continued his studies in Franciscan studia for another 5 years. Then, the event that really changed his life. At the friary in Aurillac, on the 8th of September in 1340, while chanting Te Deum Laudamus, John had a sudden prophetic insight. The Antichrist would appear in mid-1366. After grave persecutions lasting 3.5 years, Antichrist would be destroyed by divine providence, and a restorer would usher in a 1,000-year era of peace before the end of time. And John then began on his career of preparing the church for this eventuality. Due to his prophecies and also his embrace of radical poverty, which was reminiscent of the recent strife regarding the spiritual Franciscans, a branch that had recently been suppressed, John attracted the anger of the Franciscan provincial, Guillaume Farinier, who ordered John arrested in 1344. In 1345, John was sent to the Dominican inquisitors in Toulouse, who found him orthodox and set him free. Farinier was furious. He had John rearrested the moment he tried to get out of Toulouse, imprisoned him again, first in Toulouse, then at a friary in Rieux, where John remained in a brick cell under a staircase until 1348, when the Black Death arrived and killed off all the friars but one, and John. He was ordered then, you think he would have survived and been set free? No, the provincial said, take him to another prison. But John convinced the friar who was taking him to the other prison to let him go instead to Avignon to plead before the Pope, which the friar let him do. So he went to Avignon, pled his case before Clement VI. And even though he called the Pope to his face the herald of the Antichrist, and upbraided the cardinals for their lifestyle, they nevertheless concluded that he was an upright cleric and a true master of Holy Scripture. They were interested enough by his prophecies that they gave him parchment and ink and books and said, write down, tell us what you're doing. He was eventually freed of heresy, but he was never actually set free. He stayed in the prison in Avignon for the rest until just before his death in 1366. I don't have time to tell you all about his prison experience, but he describes them in some gory detail. But one has to ask, how was it that he wrote 40 books while he was imprisoned? And as I'll show you, he did a lot of alchemy as well. So John wrote 2 alchemical books in the early years of imprisonment in Avignon. In 1351 or 52, he wrote the book on the quintessence, which advocates the use of alchemical techniques to extract and prepare medicinal fifth essences from various materials. He gives special attention to the distillate of wine, which we know as ethanol. John observed that while wine turns quickly into vinegar, the distillate is permanent. It does not change. He also noted that if you leave meat out on the countertop, it rots very quickly, but if you put it underneath alcohol, it's preserved indefinitely. And so he endeavored to use this preservative property that he had discovered of the distillate of wine in order to preserve the human body from corruption and from aging, and to try to make medicines from it. He found, for example, that medicinal herbs, release more potent medicine when they've been extracted with alcohol rather than with water, which of course we know now is true from organic chemistry, that these organic materials are more soluble in organic solvents than they are in water. He also advocated using alchemical processes such as distillation to separate the toxic qualities from natural products and enhance their medicinal products. Well, you know, by the way, when I was a graduate student in the 1980s, that's what we as synthetic organic chemists were trying to do, to remove toxic qualities and enhance medicinal ones. Well, for John, these better medicines would be needed to support Christians during the persecutions of the Antichrist. And John's book of the Quintessence became one of the most widely read, widely circulated, and plagiarized texts on pharmaceuticals long after 1366 came and went without an Antichrist showing up. Now, if you have ever enjoyed an after-dinner cordial based on herbs such as Benedictine, Chartreuse, an Amaro, or one of these specifically Franciscan preparations, these drinks are all the direct legacy of John of Rupiskis's ideas. They were initially produced, all of them, as medicines and tonics, and they were prepared at monasteries and friaries, which were, of course, the first dispensers of pharmaceuticals. So, if you find yourself worried about the Antichrist at some point, just have another drink after dinner, and it will all be fine. Well, John's second text, the Book of the Light of the Great Magistery, written in 1354, provides a process for preparing the philosopher's stone, the material agent of transmutation that would convert base metals into gold and silver. And John's goal here is to give the church a way to rebuild itself after the Antichrist's fall, for which gold and silver would be needed. And regardless of whether or not his process would actually work, I don't think that's an important point here. The operational laboratory principles he reveals that he was using are really remarkable, and I have time to unpack only one of them. John begins by combining 1 pound of mercury with saltpeter salt and vitriol and heating the mixture to produce a snow-white sublimate. This is from my laboratory at Johns Hopkins. Yeah, I'm trying to find the Philosopher's Stone. Today, this is recognizable as the preparation of mercuric chloride. John's goal, however, is to combine what he calls the invisible sulfur or spirit of vitriol with mercury. See, up at the top, there's his interpretation. He's mixing the mercury with the vitriol. He's heating it up to get this snow-white sublimate that will be the quintessence of mercury combined with the invisible sulfur of the vitriol. Down below is how we interpret it today. And those of you who do chemistry, if you use that little triangle mark there to show heating, you're using an alchemical symbol, by the way. That's one of the few alchemical symbols that's made it into the modern chemistry. All right. But if this sulfur is invisible, how can he know that he has successfully combined it with the mercury? Well, John is just absolutely amazing in constantly wanting to have visual proofs or other kinds of proofs that his theories are actually working. And here's what he says here. The sign that the spirit of vitriol is incorporated into the sublimed mercury is that although the sublimed mercury deposits many earthly dregs in the earth, that is, leaves them at the bottom of the flask, nevertheless, if you have put in 1 pound, you will get back the same amount. Now, why is that significant? I'll tell you, I nearly was knocked off my seat when I first read this, and it set me on a research program that's been going on for 2 years to make sure that this line is actually originally a mid-14th century line, because it's almost unbelievable that it is. And I can tell you now, I found enough early manuscripts. This is John, absolutely. He's weighing his starting material and his product, and he's comparing weights. He finds them to be identical, which is a problem now because the mercury left something at the bottom, yet the sublimate weighs as much as the mercury he put in the first place. So he knows that something has been added to compensate for the weight, and that something is his spirit of vitriol, and he makes this clear. This, that is the weight being the same, would be impossible unless it is because the mercury, whiter than snow, has carried up with itself the spirit of the aforesaid vitriol, which is the invisible sulfur. This is an extraordinary statement. It completely opposes the Aristotelian ideas upon which John's contemporaneous natural philosophy depended. For Aristotle, weight is not conserved. When water boils and turns into air, it goes from a heavy element to a light element. Its weight vanishes. Shockingly, John is explicitly using the same principle and methodology here of weight balance that most histories of chemistry celebrate Lavoisier for having invented as the core of the chemical revolution in the 1760s. And here John is using this principle as a matter of course. He doesn't even bother to defend his use of it, meaning that his audience must already have known this. They would have believed this as proof, regardless of its opposition to prevailing Aristotelianism. He also describes a specially designed furnace for heating materials more efficiently. And in speaking of this new technical development, he says something really interesting. He says, "See the marvelous crafts openly revealed in this very time of present tribulation, which in other generations were unknown to the sons of men, just as they are now given to be known to the faithful poor ones, the Franciscans, sons of the Holy Roman Church." The sense here is clearly one of progress. The sons of men know more today than their predecessors do. But this sentence contains so much more, and moves us towards answering why medieval Franciscans so pursued the study of nature. In this sentence, John extends an idea widespread among many of the Franciscans of his day who followed the eschatology of the Calabrian prophet Joachim of Fiore, that as the final days approach, human understanding will increase through divine providence. While Joachim meant understanding of Scripture, John transfers this increase of knowledge, this progressive revelation, to science and technology. His furnace technology, his transmutational process, his medicinal quintessences are all new. They are a joint product of human inquiry and divine providence. And what John does here, which is astonishing, is he has embedded a very significant line from St. Paul's letter to the Ephesians. This has never been noticed before, I will point out, because we didn't have a really good text of this part of the document. These words by Paul are originally referred to the universal extension of grace and salvation to the Gentiles, but John now uses those very same words to refer to the extension of scientific and technological knowledge in his own day. Thus, what he's implying very, very clearly by quoting Paul here is that such scientific and technological progress is part of God's plan, a continuing revelation guided by the same goodness that extended salvation to all humanity. Therefore, scientific and technological discoveries are radically sanctified as revelations of the Holy Spirit. Thus, seeking and finding them becomes not only a devotional exercise, but even obligatory for the believer. Yet there's more. I would like to argue that medieval Franciscan interest in the sciences, particularly alchemy, finds its root in three further elements of Franciscan spirituality. The material world has a special place in Franciscan theology. This is seen clearly in St. Francis' own love of the natural world as an expression of God's goodness. His Canticle of the Creatures, whose refrain, "Let praise be," in the Umbrian dialect, "Laudato si," provides the title for the recent encyclical, which deals with the care and reverence of the material world that St. Francis himself expressed. And I want to just mention something. Yes, I have a moment to do this. I noticed something recently that we have Giotto and Bellini, two very famous depictions of Il Poverello. And look at the landscape he's in. It's this very deserted, barren kind of place. Now, art historians, I've asked about this, tell me that this was intended for the original viewers to imply distance from other people, that it was out in the middle of nowhere. But of course, what did the places that St. Francis went to for his meditation and his prayers actually look like? Well, you can go there, right? Here's Mount Subasio, didn't have the building there over his hermitage, green, and La Verna, where he received the stigmata. And what I've discovered in visiting St. Francis's places of refuge is they all have the same aesthetic. They're green, they're lush, there's water, there's life everywhere. There are birds, there are animals. This is the fullness of God's creation in one place. Very, very far from the way that we're used to seeing this. If we're not able to read this the same way the medievals were able to understand what that barrenness meant. I'll leave that up because it's really nice. And if I get boring, you can just imagine you're there. Now, although the canticle is well known, a modern reader might easily miss at the core of the text, what does it give thanks for? For each of the four material elements in turn, fire, air, earth, and water, the building blocks that form the core of the theoretical foundations of alchemy. Its verse, "Be praised, my Lord, through all your creatures," thus clearly ties study and understanding of the created world to devotion. Well, second, at the same time that Dominicans were finding the recovered works of Aristotle extremely useful for combating heresy, the Franciscans, especially under St. Bonaventure, remained wary of throwing in their lot with a pagan who held the eternity of the world and denied the immortality of the soul. Instead, they turned to St. Augustine, and through him to Neoplatonic ideas and to Plato himself, who, although still a pagan, at least argued for a creator God and the immortality of the soul. And interestingly, John of Rupiskissa, he sort of disses his university education, which is what everybody does. It's just a topos. But he mentions one book that he remembers reading, which is Plato's Timaeus. Their intellectual tradition, thus more like Plato's than Aristotle's, incorporated a much higher regard for mathematics, for example, which is very evident in Bacon and in John's weighing of things, and materiality, those Platonic little triangles of the Timaeus, of substantial stuff that things are made of, rather than the Aristotelian abstractions of form and prime matter. And this view inclined Franciscans to pursue all those things about which, as Bacon said, there is nothing in the books of Aristotle. And his Scientia Experimentalis is essentially an attempt, I would say, to insert direct knowledge of things as they are in the material world into the Aristotelian syllogistic reasoning at the universities. Likewise, in so many of these authors, Paul and John, there's almost a carefree disregard for Aristotelian orthodoxy and authority. Well, thirdly, and I think most of all, I would point to Franciscan incarnational theology as an essential background to Franciscan understandings of the world and their scientific pursuits. Well, the roots of incarnational theology lie, of course, with St. Francis himself, but the idea was enunciated most famously and fully by the subtle doctor, John Duns Scotus. I think I have Scotus here. There he is standing next to Alexander of Hales. These are put in sort of rank order. I don't know who decided what rank they were, how fast they got tenure, I don't know. What their publication record looked like, what their H index was. But they're in rank order, so just before the bishop, Scotus is at the top, and you see the text at the bottom. The subtle Dr. John Scotus, flying above all like another John. So Scotus argued that Christ's coming into the world was not primarily to redeem sinful humanity, but the apex of God's continuing, loving self-revelation to his creation. Christ would have been incarnated even if man had never sinned. This outlook valorizes the natural world in a special way. It takes us as far as possible from a negative view of the material world as something divorced from or a distraction from the spiritual. And I think we see this reflected in the repeated expressions of Franciscan joy in and at the created world. For every part of the material world holds God's presence. Every created thing is a part of God's self-revelation and is meaningful and is spiritual in that sense. Material things have a particular worth as vessels of divine self-revelation, participants in the life of God, each of which reveal facets of his being. Christ's becoming part of creation continues the self-revelation that God began with the act of creation itself, and fundamentally shifts one's valorization of the material world, making it not only worth studying, but for those devoted to finding God, imperative to study. And I think together with the Franciscan insistence on individual experience of the divine, this view naturally leads to an experiential, that is, to use another word, an experimental approach to nature, which is, of course, foundation to the scientific culture that I tried to speak about at the beginning. These influences become all the more powerful when they're combined with the Franciscan principle of univocal predication, that terms describing natural things also apply to God, not in an analogical way, as St. Thomas would say, but in a literal and a direct way. And this universal predication, therefore, makes natural objects the means to talk about, to know, to understand, to encounter God. So I think this helps us understand why there are so many Franciscans in the 13th, the 14th, the 15th century who are really deeply interested in experiment in the natural sciences, and in alchemy, and in various other fields. So in conclusion, I hope I have succeeded in giving you a brief glimpse of some of the remarkable features of medieval Franciscan science, and ways in which their theological commitments, concerns, and practices drove their inquiries. Unanalogous treatment can be done, of course, for Dominicans and others. Some of these work has been done already, much of it for the Jesuits in particular. And finally, while I very much prefer to avoid speaking in overly broad or reductionist terms, I want to leave you and myself with something sort of to ponder over as you're wending your way home, or when a telemarketer calls that you can't hang up on, or whatever. That is this. The distinctively Franciscan concepts I just mentioned are very, very closely related to what has been cited as a distinguishing feature of Catholicism as a whole, namely sacramentality, that we heard about earlier today. In a Catholic vision where the material world mediates the presence of God, where God works through secondary causes, where the spiritual can be made tangible, where the material substances of water, oil, bread, and wine are more than symbols, this insistence on how the material and the sensory, or the sensual, are necessary vehicles for, not distractions from, in Bonaventure's words, the itinerarium in Deum, that is, the journey into God. This vision must have played and continues to play a significant role in engagements with and attitudes towards the natural world in a scientific sense among those who are deeply influenced by or who embrace Catholic sacramentality. Now, the reason I mention this in my last seconds, is that there has been no shortage for over 100 years of very, very broad claims about Protestantism and science. In the 1870s, John William Draper, the dreaded co-author of The Conflict Myth and Rabid Anti-Catholic, called, quote, "Protestantism is the twin sister of science." In the mid-20th century, the so-called Merton thesis, no, that's not Thomas, it's a different Merton, he was a student at Cambridge, claimed that Puritanism was the spark for modern science. And the Merton thesis was debated endlessly by historians of science from the 1930s, the 1940s, the 1950s, the 1960s. And in this century, a colleague, and actually a friend of mine with whom I respectfully disagree, argued that the displacement of traditional Catholic biblical exegesis by Protestant biblical literalism paved the way for modern science. Well, I think we're all rather too familiar with quite different results for science that come with biblical literalism. And I've mentioned this to him, but he doesn't seem to take it seriously. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is there have not been equally high-profile claims about Catholicism in general, at least not in the history of science, not in the history of science community. And this probably has to do a lot with the basically Anglo-centric nature of the history of science as it has been for a very, very long time and is only now beginning to change. So looking towards the future, this is one avenue to be further pursued. Not that I want to increase the number of reductionistic broad statements, but perhaps some kind of pushback is not the right word, but theorization, let's say, thought about what is, in a very broad sense, in a trans-temporal sense, some of the things that connect Catholic scientists, Catholic approaches to the natural world over time. At any rate, I hope that today I've made some very small and very, very limited contribution in this regard with what I've tried to tell you about some, I think, really amazing medieval Franciscans. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we should spend a lot of time on questions, even though there are drinks awaiting us downstairs.
We can have questions with drinks, too.
Somebody, Maria, maybe you could take the other microphone. So we have two people. Any questions? Oh, Karen.
So this was awesome and fascinating and very thought-provoking. So I don't know if I missed this sort of link in your argument, but when I think about Aristotle and Aristotelianism, I mean, that's also something that is very sort of rooted in experience and observation in some sense, right? And you definitely see that in Albert and Thomas, I guess, more theoretically, but still very sort of interested in that. So this is, I mean, something that's different with the idea that you can basically distill knowledge by isolating things. That's really fascinating that the Franciscans were doing. So I was wondering if you could either repeat if I missed it or clarify a bit of how that was different. Their sort of thinking, there's not just experience through observations, but really experience when you manipulate nature in a different way that you can learn from.
Thank you very much for that. That's thoughtful. Right. So certainly we know that Aristotle was an amazing observer of nature. There's no question about this. But the medievals didn't have all of his books either, often in quite poor translations through the Arabic and Spanish, perhaps, or even Hebrew. What I think Bacon and others are trying to do is to tell us, this is going to sound slightly flippant, and I don't mean it to, I'll explain it more, is get your nose out of the books and look at the world around you. Because already by the 13th century, there were already critiques of Aristotle, many critiques of Aristotle, to disagree with him. So how do you replace what Aristotle has produced. Now, in fact, St. Albert himself did a lot of this, right? St. Albert was trying to patch the holes in Aristotle. So it's not fair to say, oh, it's the Franciscans and the Dominicans, because this is being done also among some Dominicans, I think particularly St. Albert, his work on embryology, for example, and mineralogy. He writes his own book on alchemy as well, right? But certainly Bacon's image, there are just those kind of professors you meet that think everything is wrong about the university, and we just need a new curriculum, right? And he's doing the same thing. He's obviously not getting rid of syllogistic reasoning because he thinks that's what you have to apply to the experiences. But he's really trying to insert, and I think the other Franciscans as well, are trying to insert this experiential dimension in the middle as part of the reasoning process.
So just two questions, really. But first, that was great, and I think in some ways even earth-shattering if you know about this era. One, at the end, you didn't mention Pierre Duhem as, of course, the advocate of Catholic science. And on that line, I've always thought Theodoric of Freiburg did not make sense, as presented to me at least. He seems to be sitting there as the lone experimentalist in a tradition.
Who, I'm sorry?
Theodoric of Freiburg, who
Theodoric
explained
of Freiburg.
the rainbow.
Right.
So can you comment on Duhem, and also, did you run into Theodoric? Was he also an alchemist?
Yeah. So when I was writing this, I thought about mentioning Pierre Duhem. He certainly was, as a Francophone, as a Catholic, also a royalist, by the way, interested in promoting Catholic contributions of the Middle Ages, right? And he's had his ups and downs in the history of science, quite honestly. So he is a reckoning point, I would say, that I would still like my students to know something about Pierre Duhem. But now that the history of science has become a professionalized discipline, we can sort of take up the goals that remain from Duhem and do a better job of them, I think. Theodoric of Freiburg, what a fascinating character. Yeah, I do not know of any alchemical interests of his, but what you say about him seeming as a isolated figure is, I think, paradigmatic of how we think about the Middle Ages. So here's the image that I tell my students in my seminar on in medieval science. What we know about the Middle Ages is like an archipelago. We see bits of land sticking up above the water, but we don't know enough to know how the land is connected underneath. So everybody looks like an isolated person. And that is partially a consequence of the way medievalists of the 20th century, great medievalists, Marshall Clagett, Edward Grant, David Lindbergh, did their work. What you did, I remember the late and much lamented, Edward Grant saying to me, well, if you want to cut your chops as a medievalist, you need to go find a manuscript and do a critical edition of it. So, what we have on the shelves are all these fantastic critical editions, not necessarily translations, but critical editions in Latin. And what we're still lacking is a body of students to go through this and understand how it all fits together, to make a narrative out of it.
Thank you so much for your really amazing and inspiring talk. So I often would tell my students that that doing science I always thought of as a form of prayer. And when I looked at those paintings, it made me curious if in any of the manuscripts you read, this is going to sound like a silly question, but did you come across any discussion of don't do this around other people? Because going out into the desert in the cave to do your explosive development of in alchemy seems like a wise thing to do.
There are certainly in the manuscripts I've seen many warnings about safety. So I just ran across one manuscript of John of Rupescissa where he's talking about doing the mercury experiment. And someone has written in the margin, when you do this, keep cold water in your mouth or your teeth will fall out. So yeah, they had a very keen sense of it. And John himself says, oh, here's what you do when you're testing the temperature. You know, you stick your hand into the oven, and how long you can keep it there, but don't touch the flask because some of the materials might be on the outside and it's toxic. So they're really aware of that.
So both Franciscans and Jesuits were doing science in China. Were there any collaborative efforts between the two orders there?
I think the history of the Franciscans and the Jesuits in China is not one of harmony. Not that I know of. There might be, but I rather doubt it, actually.
Thank you. That was just a wonderful, wonderful talk. And as a Franciscan sister, I really learned a lot from it. And I don't think I was aware of that heritage in science that you brought forward. And I was just wondering, I guess today I don't think of that many Franciscans being in science. And I wondered if that experiential line in history that you emphasize, was it picked up by others? Like, could you see a story from them coming into contemporary science?
Yeah, here's the problem. I mean, I think most of us, when we think about Catholic orders dealing with the sciences, we think first of the Jesuits, right? Because we're living in a post-Tridentine world. We don't tend to think of the Franciscans, but there were a number of examples that are that historians of science are now beginning to pursue. For example, virtually everything we know about the original inhabitants of Mexico was preserved by Franciscans who spent the time to learn the language of the natives, to teach their children, and to record the native knowledge about herbs, about minerals, about animals, about everything else. And the reason we don't know about this, sort of unfortunate, it's a strange consequence of history, is that those reports were sent back to Spain where they were considered by the king as state secrets. And so eventually those manuscripts were sold. Many of them are in Italy now, and there were attempts to publish them in Italy in the early 17th century. These manuscripts are 16th century. And some of them have only recently, in the last 5 years, actually been published. And they contain more material about the Nahuatl language and the customs of the people than we have anywhere else. So there are examples. There are examples.
Maybe a couple more questions, and then we'll go down to the cocktail party. Oh.
Would Roger Bacon have considered that there were any subjects outside the domain of Scientia Experimentalis? Or would he have said that everything, including what we would consider theology or metaphysics, to be subjects of Scientia Experimentalis?
I think what he would say, if I can channel Roger Bacon for a moment, is that even if we can't do experiments directly on theological principles, what we understand from Scientia Experimentalis from the natural world has most definitely an impact on the way we understand theology.
You were talking about this subject and sort of cast it into broader terms. You dropped in mention of White and Draper and this view of Catholicism. And this is a thing that many Catholics would benefit to know. Okay, maybe not the specifics, but but the Church's interaction with science over history, as opposed to that which is laid out in that myth. And as I've mentioned to you in an outside conversation, the Vatican Observatory, we experienced this when we launched a new web page, and we got a bunch of social media hate mail, basically. I mean, but so how do you undo what White and Wright, Draper, and them? How can you move? Can you move the needle on this and bring this into broader knowledge?
Well, let me start optimistically that the needle is moving. I see that in my field, right? Because it took so long for historians of science, this is really kind of shocking, to realize that Draper and White were making stuff up, right? When Draper says, I quoted this at lunch today, let's see if I can do it again. He says that science and Catholicism are bloodthirsty enemies to one another. Humanity cannot have both. It has to choose one or the other. And we find that repeated. I've read books from the 1950s where, for example, an eminent historian of science who was at Princeton wrote a work about, referring to the Académie Royale des Sciences in Paris, which was founded in 1666. He said, yes, well, it was founded in a Catholic country, but all the people who were important were either Protestants or they were Jansenists, so that's like Protestants. And this sort of weird idea that Catholics can't possibly contribute to the scientific revolution, for example. In fact, I was asked to write a chapter in a book called, I don't know what it was called, like 25 Myths About the History of Science. And my myth was that Catholics did not contribute to the scientific revolution, which is, absurd, yet there are so many historians of science, mostly, I might say, British ones, who maintained this. I mean, it's again this function of the Anglo-Saxon nature, Anglo-Saxon Protestant nature, in fact, that the history of science had for so long, with the exception of people like Duhem. But we don't read the French and Italian stuff, right? There is much more of it there than there is. Now, how do we address it? I think we just keep talking. And organizations like this play a crucial role. Things that the Vatican does play a crucial role. Exhibitions at museums play a crucial role. You're never going to convince everybody, because some people in a kind of tribalism are going to be against Catholicism no matter what you do, because that's part of their identity. But you reach the ones you can reach. It's like my students in organic chemistry. I've taught probably 12,000 students organic chemistry, pre-meds at Hopkins. And I know enough now that I can look out in the audience and I'm going to say, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one, those are going to get the A+. And this one, this one, this one, that one, and that one, they're just not going to make it. And I'm sure you can do the same thing, right, with your students. You save the ones that you can. And if what you can do, those that are going to get the A+, it doesn't matter if I'm a lousy teacher, they're going to do well. The ones at the bottom, it doesn't matter if I'm the greatest teacher since St. Albert. I'm not going to help them. But there's a whole bunch in the middle that if I do a good job, I can make a difference for them. And so that is, I think, one of the ways we can deal with the issue. Reach the ones you can.
I think let's call it to a close. Let's thank our speaker again.
Thank you all.
One announcement: if you have a poster, the easels are up. By the way, just go down the escalator, you'll find the cocktail party. The easels are up for the poster session. So bring your posters, and I will bring the cardboard backing and the thumbtacks, and during the cocktail hour, we can set them up. The posters will be right where the banquet and the cocktail party are. Just go down the escalator, you'll see them, the easels.